In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether.
Shane's just a talking head. Oops. That's awesome.
Yo, what up, boys?
What up? What up?
Yo ho.
Yo, what's going on, Stone?
Kiki some ass.
Nice. Got myself some Earl Grey tea.
Shout out to Earl Grey. Heard he was a flat earther.
Essence of bergamot.
Yo, Shane, while your mic's open, we can hear your fan constantly. So
my mic open now? No, oh, I mean like this thing.
I don't know. It's open on Twitter.
So what is the plan to enforce the rule tonight?
What's the rule?
Obviously, it's an open-ended question.
It's the first 4 words of the space.
Oh,
nope.
Oh.
Well, in the invite, I was like, you can come even if you are a fuckwit. So I don't know if that's like contradicting.
Okay.
It's paradoxical.
Yes.
Yes.
Like relativity. You can come or not come, be here or not. We'll never know. I can't tell.
Yeah.
It's close enough.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Are you guys, what kind of frame are you guys in tonight? Are you guys going to be in a motion frame? You're going to be in an inertial frame?
Ooh.
What reference frame are you rolling with?
Well, I'm going to be stationary, but I'm going to be in a very dense gravitational field such that, you know, time will be slowed down by orders of magnitude by compared to what you feel in your, you know, puny reference frame on Earth, where you can't even detect if you're moving around the sun or not. So anyway, like I was saying, I'll be stationary, but it'll feel like I'm moving really fast. It'll be indistinguishable.
Yes. I'm going to go in the inverse frame where everything looks one way, but is the exact opposite. That's my favorite one. Yeah.
Oh, so all of them. Got it. Nice. All right, so let's get to.
So that's a lot of heavy math for those frames, you guys.
Yeah, dude, there's a thing about math. It was stigmatized, so we stay away from it, and it turns out it's like the globe's worst nightmare. So
I'm gonna go with the lab frame, an inertial lab frame, and I don't have to do any extra math, so I still get full credit. So
Totally. I'm going with the absolute frame. That all frame is absolute. So there's no math at all. It's just is right there. Look at it.
See, Stone gets it.
That sounds smart. Yeah, I retract mine. I say what Stone said.
But your guys' frames sounded really cool. I'll give you that. They're pretty cool sounding frames.
My frames come with fictitious forces. Can I entice you into some of that?
Can they generate a magnetic field even though they're way above the Curie point?
Only if you close your eyes and imagine.
I think I might even be able to compute it a little bit.
So the world's best supercomputers can't simulate even 1 second of that magnetic moment, but your human imagination, the power of your mind, if you believe in it, you don't have to simulate that data. You can instantaneously know that it's the truth just by believing in it. So close your eyes real hard and think about that magnetic dynamo moment.
Think about when we start. I can't wait to start getting into heliophysics, which is about all their dynamos on all the different planets.
Whoa, I love that. I love how we can't figure out how dynamic forces work here, but we're like, you know what's easier?
I know it's gonna be some deep lore. Like you're getting into like what's the what is it? What's the thing like if you've read all of the Hobbit books, after you've read all the Hobbit books and all of the all of Tolkien's works, the very last thing you read is that starts with the S, right?
What a super nerd chain they used to launch. We backtrack?
It's like extra lore. It's like the deepest. Well, that's the whole point, though. It's like the nerdiest possible thing you could find when you start getting into heliophysics. Like it's just like pure padding lore.
Okay, so that was a little
point. We're talking about helical currents, dynamos that are occurring with who knows what chemicals we're even going to be saying once we start getting into the gaseous giants, how they get their magnetic fields and what's swirling and what kind of frictitious forces are going, how we're reaching the magnetic Reynolds value above 1, even though the ohmic dissipation is totally incongruent with the theory. But
what was that? What's ohmic dissipation, real quick, please?
What's that?
Could you define ohmic precipitation so I could be smarter today? I don't know what that is.
Essentially, I mean, ohmic.
Real quick before we continue on, guys, if you want to come up and just share anything or talk about anything or ask questions or what have you, globe or flat Earth, just raise your hands, and we'll get you a mic going. We'll start a list up. We all like lists and keeping track of things in order. Very nice. So we'll start with Run Boston Bear to kick us off, and then anyone else just throw up hands and request mics or whatever. This is,
Yo, I didn't know y'all were going to be on cam on YouTube. Y'all are looking great.
You got FOMO, huh? You want to be a part of it immediately.
Yeah, I was going to pick a frame even though I'm not a speaker tonight. Mine would have to be stationary where water finds its level, because I got a distiller, like my first water distiller ever, and I've done 3 or 4 gallons, and it's been fun, and I even made kombucha, and so everything I've been doing has been just looking at level water, baby.
Very nice.
That's all I got. Have fun tonight.
Later, JT.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for your appearance as always. We'll see you on your mayoral run next week. Don't forget.
I'll be there.
Oh, who's running against you, JT?
Doesn't matter.
He's running unopposed in his first election. It looks very criminal, but just nobody wants. But it's all on the up and up or whatever. It's all
it looks. We fixed democracy. Don't worry about it.
Dude, you know what's crazy is when democracy gets out of order and you have to send in like a good bad guy to fix it. It's like the plot of every Jason Statham movie. I was just watching some Jason Statham movies last night. So sorry about that, guys. We all have to deal with that. I'm going to be making beekeeper memes now. So we are going to protect the hive or whatever. So, Jesus.
Dude, the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So that's how it works.
Dude, or Jason Statham without a gun. Like he doesn't need one.
Or like just throw him in there like a mini-me, like a Chucky, like a weapon, and it comes out on top.
Yeah. So what's up, Orwellian? Nicolas Cage. Yo, Nicolas Cage, that was I'll have to go back and listen to that satellite space, but did any flat earthers come up and talk about those, or was it mostly globbers or globularists or what?
No, actually, couldn't get any of them globies in there, man. They didn't want to talk about it.
They didn't want to talk about satellites, bro? What?
That's what I thought that was pretty good chum in the water there. They weren't biting but no, man, when you came in there and you said that, I was like, man, why isn't the sun's gravitational pull affecting these things too? You blew my mind, bro.
Yeah, well, the effects would be, super slight because of the inverse relationship of their gravitational potential. But needless to say, the light or the electromagnetic propagation that's going on in that gravitational field should definitely be retarded when it's reaching its minimum and maximum dimensions away from that field. Otherwise, there's no gravitational density field to, bargain with, and they're just, making it all up. But so yeah, I think that was a great little, what would you call it? Like refutation to the causal mechanism of what they're correcting for, right? Because if it was that, they'd have to be accounting for the gravitational potential of the sun and the min-max differences in relation to where that satellite is in with respect to the Earth. So
And that's not what they do. They use supposed all the time, unanimously and ubiquitously. So what does that tell you?
Dude, did somebody understand that?
Nah, he's talking about what I said. So the oscillation rate of the satellites, let's say, has to be maintained at 300,000 times a second. So if the sun has a gravitational field and it's exerting its gravitational field, well, it's like a density, it's like a gradient, right? Like where it's going to be stronger closest to it and least strongest furthest away. So if there's satellites that are orbiting the Earth, they're going to be closest to the sun and furthest from the sun at certain times, noon and midnight. So there should be more retardation in their frequency when they're closer to the sun and less when they get further away. And that should have to be accounted for, based on the time of day and where they're at. And they don't have to fix that at all. And Shane, we can hear you type in broski.
What?
Understood that. That's what you said.
Sorry. Dude, like my mute button on my mic doesn't mute my mic anymore. Is that what you're telling me? When it's red, you can hear me? That's very alarming, dude.
Yeah. It's like we can hear the fan in the background, like at a low hum. There we go. Thank God. Oh, sorry about that, boys. Okay. God, it's back. Okay. Sorry. I had PTSD.
Hold on. Is this my phone? My phone has a mic. Hold on. Different problem, dude. This has got to be. I turned it off specifically, and when I started the space, it's like, oh, I see a problem. I'm gonna auto fix it for you. I'm gonna put your mic back on. Fucking Twitter. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
How many retards are you allowed to get away with when talking about retarding time? You haven't been canceled yet, and you're still.
So when you're retarding wavelengths and stuff in physics, dude, you have unlimited retards. You have an RPass, they call it.
Oh my God, I fucking love it. It's funny. I want to see these guys go to shop at the special relativity bargain bin when they're coming up with their their bag full of dark matter and placeholders.
Okay, is that better, dude? Can you hear things going crazy in my house or what?
Yeah, it's still.
We hear your cat.
There's still a low background. There's a cosmic microwave background hum.
Is it different than before?
No, it's worse.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
I mean, it's the same.
Value down a little bit on
this
that.
motherfucker on the phone, you think?
Yeah. So like, take your phone and put it in a different room.
Bring your L value
you
down.
You can hear me now.
CMB.
All right, so it's still my phone. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
So that's the R value affecting you, and then the special relativity bargain bin is definitely jacking you up, buddy.
I think it could be refraction.
Well, you would need a medium, which they conveniently acknowledge and then deny when it's convenient, kind of like the placeholders. So, no, I don't know if it's refraction because we can't apply that medium to his situation because it's not convenient.
Dude, speaking of medians, Orwellian, did you know, have you heard of the term quantum vacuum?
No, but I have heard of quantum foam. So do you want to hear my take on quantum foam? I think that quantum foam kind of reminds me of something that might have been shot in some gay dude's basement during Pride Month, and it was like the end result of like a surprise, right? So quantum vacuum is probably closely related to the filming of quantum foam. They make it up, but I'm going to shut up, man. I'd like to hear your take on that because, it's all retarded and fake and gay.
Well, you're not entirely wrong. So check this out, dude. You know how there's no ether, right? There's definitely no ether, right? But in the vacuum, there's a polarizable field that's definitely not, dude. When I found out that that's what they were calling vacuum energy, dude, how crazy is that, dog? They're like, no, there's just like this polarizable field that's in a vacuum, but like it's not ether, it's just abstract mathematics where virtual particles exist. It was one of the most telling things I'd ever seen. Like that's all it took to there's no ether, guys. It's just a polarizable field in a vacuum, not in ether.
Yeah, that's insane.
Dude.
That's really insane.
Like,
so wait, what is, I assume there is no actual mainstream explanation for that. There's probably a few different theories, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. So it's all swept under quantum electrodynamics, like with the interpretation of the Feynman diagram. So they say basically what's happening is that there's an abstract field of nothingness, but the electron, like charged particles, will self-excite in the electromagnetic field, which is just represented by abstract numbers, and then it'll have a magnetic moment, and that is what they base everything off of.
You know what also self-excite? P-dubs. Anytime he gets confronted about anything. Just gonna lay that out there. Shout out to P-dubs, you retard.
Nice. Yo, Toby, your mic cut off for a second.
Yeah, my bad. So no space involved, no actual volume or anything, just abstract math of a concept.
Yeah. So when the field self-excites or whatever, it'll start. That's when they get their anti-particles and their virtual particles, because they don't want to like acknowledge like the source of the field or anything like that. They're just like the part of the equation that we use to solve it that would be like negative. Well, that's an anti, electron or whatever. So when they talk about like the annihilation of that and stuff, they have no idea if that's true, but they have an end result that they measured. And they're like, oh my God, this end result would only be possible if these were virtual particles that interacted with each other like a couple seconds ago before we took the measurement. Does that make sense? So
we must live in a simulation then.
Dude, definitely not an ether field, but a simulation.
Not an ether
possibly.
field. Stop with the simple classical mechanics where you just actually use real physics to explain things. Let's talk about virtual particles, and then let's
yeah, dude.
Let's talk about.
I don't know.
Literally, how much a society these days believes in simulation theory? It's like an insane amount of the next generation.
Well, at least you're not a stupid flat earther, man, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, right.
But I was working with the term vacuum like 20 years ago, though. It was a totally different thing. It was pretty much synonymous to what Eric Dollard refers to when he talks about counterspace. Just like I was talking like weeks ago, months ago even, with collapse coil, B field theory, and the capacitance there within, that piece of inductive moment that, when you look in a standard mainstream physics textbook, they say, oh yes, all that energy was just stored in the coil, wink. When actually, when you talk to somebody more like Eric Dollard, he refers to that energy being the counterpart. It actually, it all goes under my category of where to put it, the subject, I guess, of where to put it. It's what happens when you run the current through that coil, and then you decay that B field. It's where that energy is actually coming from. That's counter space. 20 years ago, I used to refer to that as the vacuum. You know what I mean? And it doesn't refer to lack of air pressure or medium or anything. It is the counterpart of it. It is the inverse of physical space, is where that energy seems to be going to and coming from during those two moments. So I'm seeing today, by what you guys are talking about, I'm seeing an act of physics nomenclature warfare, and this entire new screen of disinformation that they're trying to get the normies to accept, and then eventually, I imagine, discredit along with all of the old definitions for that term. And I think it's pretty tidy the way they're managing this. Just a thought, right?
That's how they get you, man. It's like that. I think it was Constance Mice or Mintz or whatever that guy is, who said, as long as you don't refer to the quantum foam or the vacuum energy or 0 point energy as ether, you're good to go. Just don't say that A word, dude. It's like that'll get you canceled. How about that, dude? There's certain words will get you canceled, and ether is one of them, dog.
Yeah, ironically enough.
You start talking about that ether, like, yeah, dog, we're going to have to let you go. Like, but I got the high score on the math test. It's like, yeah, but you're eventually going to figure out that we can't measure the velocity of the earth. And that's going to be a huge problem because all these accolades we're going to give you, people are going to believe you based off of just that alone. So we're going to go ahead and nix it now, bud.
Hey guys, with regards to the ether discussion, and I don't want to derail this or make it go anywhere crazy, but thoughts from some of my favorite quote unquote teachers, because I'm not gonna lie, man, you guys teach me a lot. Stone, Boston, Toby, Alan, Shane, for real. The Terrence Howard interview on Joe Rogan. Okay, and with all of its flaws, okay, because he's still globing it up, and he's like, yeah, you know, things are globular. Like, I can create planets. The universe still exists. Like, let's just delete all that. My question is your thoughts on that platform hosting somebody that was willing to not only by name bring up the flaws in the Michelson-Morley experiment, okay, and the flaws in what most people tend to believe, which is stupid. The periodic table as we know it with atomic weights versus his mathematical, and I wouldn't assign it to him, but I'm just saying his for, you know, for a reference point, his periodic table with regards to kind of everything on the periodic table being the same thing, just divisible, right? You divide it, it breaks apart, it becomes something else, I just wanted to know if you guys had heard, if you actually listened to the whole thing, because I did, and the only reason I did, I'm still kind of like, fuck Joe Rogan, but I had a 3.5 hour drive up to go build a bridge, so I had the chance to listen to it. I wanted to know what you guys thought about that periodic table with regards to what he was talking about with the hues, the frequency, the resonance, and him literally having a platform that large to be able to go like, look, dude, fuck gravity. We're going to murder it. Here's the ether. I'll land it there.
Man. 3 hours. Look, after 3 minutes of exposure to Terrence, I can feel my IQ points dropping and fading away into counter space. You know what I'm saying? I just cannot give that guy any more air. Even after I looked at one of his patents just the other day, this thing where he explodes capacitors and uses them like gunpowder, just absolute travesty of the patent process in that application. Yo. It's left and right. That guy is a free range moron. I keep saying it. People keep not hearing it. I can't explain.
What do you think of this, Stone? You ready? Real truthers get truth from every source, right? I can watch a shyster sell some soup or some shampoo and learn an interesting truth fact that I can glean and then turn into a nugget. So discounting entire swaths of information is not.
Yeah, that's a good point, Shane. Like how many of our resources come from like literal crazy people? You know, like Monera believes a ton of crazy stuff, but that doesn't mean that his analysis of multiple Elias effects is bunk, or his analysis of Miller's work is useless or whatever. But I'll say real quick on what you specifically to your question, Orwellian, that for real, the fact that he went on there and talked about Walter Russell's theory is like really cool, and if it gets anyone to like go read some Walter Russell or look into the ether or like just question things. I actually I don't think I knew that he talked about Michelson-Morley specifically on that podcast. So I can't speak specifically to that too much. What were you gonna go? I saw you open your mic. What were you gonna say?
He definitely
my difficulty
did.
is that he is a disgrace to the people he references.
Yeah, what were you saying, Orwellian?
So what I was going to say is he brought it up, and he had to bring it up multiple times. I'm going to say 2, maybe 3 times, with regards to how it was flawed. And the thing that irritated me so he was correct about why it was flawed, but he would not talk about, I shouldn't say wouldn't talk about, he did not decide to use the word placeholder, which I think is important. With regards to all of the shit that they had to invent to make, gravity work. So my question was basically like, if anybody had heard it, what do they think about that? Not specifically, and I get where Stone's coming from. Like, I'm not over here. I'm not a Terrence Howard cheerleader, and that's not my point and purpose. I think that the fact that he got on there and invoked that and talked about how Neil deGrasse Tyson, which we all know is just he's a fucking shill and a retard, shut him down just with regards to the ether talk and his research and his ideas on the periodic table were kind of fascinating to me. There were a lot of flaws in that entire interview, and I will acknowledge that. And I'm not like, I'm not on team Terrence Howard. I think that the fact that the talk of the ether reached so many people was kind of more so where I was going with that. But yeah, man, no, he mentioned the Michelson-Morley experiment 2, if not 3 times. And Joe didn't really question him on anything. He just kind of let him go. So it was kind of like a presentation. And it was weird. Like I saw clips on Twitter and I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? Right. So I was like, cool. I got a long ass drive on Tuesday. I'm going to listen to the whole thing. So I listened to it, digested it. And I was kind of fascinated by some things in it, but I was also turned off by quite a bit. So I get where someone's coming from. I'm not, I'm not all Terrence Howard patents or
no,
the bees,
no worries,
right? But
no,
but man, he brought it up, and I was like, bro, he brought up Michelson-Morley being flawed multiple times, and said, look, bro, like he was literally invoking the ether for, I want to say, an hour and 45 minutes straight. It was just ether talk. I was like, what? So again, the point of my question to you guys was, had you heard it? And if you hadn't, that's fine. But I just wanted the opinion on that, man, because, this is what we do. And I feel like I actually learned a little bit by listening to that I didn't really know, or I wouldn't say I didn't know. It was framed in a way that was easily digestible for me. It was a different perspective, and it made me understand some things that I didn't quite understand before. I'm going to land there.
Cool. Yeah, no, I have a few more thoughts on that too. Just like, I don't worry. We're not taking you for a Terrence Howard fanboy or whatever. His whole like 1 × 1 = 2 thing to me was like, that was the first thing I ever heard about him. And I'm not a fan of it. Especially once I read how he tried to prove it. So I'm not like a big fan of that. And so then I heard like, oh, he went on Joe Rogan and talked about the ether. And honestly, like my first thought was like, oh, they're going to make this like goofy guy make the ether look goofy. And honestly, to be real about it, like as cool as it is that he's talking about it, the bummer part about it is if someone else comes along and I'm not saying I would be the person that's, the all knowing on this either, but if someone else comes along, like he might not be the best person to defend it, right? Like if someone else comes along and it's just like, oh yeah, but like what Terrence Howard says is wrong because of X, Y, and Z, is Terrence Howard going to be the guy that can then bounce back and be like, yeah, but I actually know your theory and why it's wrong. And this is why Walter Russell's work, like here's like a bunch of specific reasons why Walter Russell's work is like, so much more superior. And maybe he is, but from what I gather, he doesn't seem to be that type of a guy. But either way, like he's bringing, it's one of those mixed bag type of things. Even like, even this whole thing with Witsit is going to be debating with Professor Dave Explains. I think it's like a win, it's a big win, but it's still a mixed bag because it's going to cause honestly kind of a waste of all of our time, because we're going to end up, who are all of Professor Dave's fans is a bunch of trolls. So now we're going to end up, a ton of us are going to end up engaging with a ton of trolls for, maybe 2 months or however long because of that debate. Now it's a good thing. It's more eyes. And actually, hopefully, I think Witsit will probably dismantle him, but that's only if the debate actually goes as it should. So these things are all just always mixed bags, but I think it's, maybe kind of a win. It was kind of, to me, it's more like what's going to actually happen with this guy. So, yeah.
He hasn't quit yet.
I was just wondering if anybody thought that just the exposure to the ether as it was framed in that interview was a net benefit to people They're like, nah, the ether's not real, dude. That's stupid. It doesn't exist.
Well, I'll give it a listen now.
I felt
After
like
hearing
he
you
laid
say
it
that, I'll
out.
give it a listen for sure.
Yeah. I felt like he framed it in a way that would at least give people that might have been on the fence a reason to dig deeper. So, again, not a Terrence Howard fanboy, but I got to give him credit where it's due, man. I listened to it and I was like, fuck, dude, because he was very, very, very thorough. And that's what surprised me. I thought he was just going to butcher it and kind of meander around and Joe was going to cut him up. Joe just shut the fuck up and listened. And he laid it out. So, anybody who hasn't heard it, listen to it, I guess, and check it out. But I just wanted to ask. I didn't know if you guys had heard it. And I was relatively impressed. I feel the way you feel, Toby, with regards to that. Like, I think the net benefit of the exposure is important, and hopefully it caused some people to open their eyes. But I'm gonna mute it up there, and that was I don't want to derail what we got going on. I just man, I've been wanting to ask you guys about this all week, so there we are.
Oh shoot, dude. Yeah, I haven't watched it at all. I've watched like some people do like reviews of his stuff, and like even just hearing people talk about it, I tune out. I haven't really checked into it at all, really. But that's cool that he was talking about the ether. You know, it can't be a net negative, right? Because there's always going to be someone out there that goes and looks into it and finds the history, you know, and it changes their worldview, you know, and it doesn't matter if they become a glober or not, but I mean, a flat earther or stationary earther, geocentrist or anything like that. But it's just, you know, I'm sure they'll have a much more logical, coherent worldview and understanding with an ether framework on the backbone there. So that's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, we're ether cosmology. So I guess if someone's going on Joe Rogan's podcast, what is it, like the biggest podcast in the world or whatever, and they're talking about the ether, I should probably go watch it. So I'll check it out for sure.
Same. I feel lazy now for not watching.
I didn't know he talked about MMX specifically. I thought only that Ashton guy, I can't think of his last name, or
Kuchar.
Yes.
Yeah, Ashton Kutcher's been talking about MMX lately, so
I just thought I'd check. You know,
we should probably see what he had to say about it.
Yeah, Ashton was the MH380 guy, and I don't know if Shinku's in here, but if he is, he probably have something to say about that. But no, honestly, the reason I brought it up is it was it wasn't cursory. He didn't just gloss over it. He literally, in my opinion, put on kind of a master class for people who aren't us. People who are they kind of have a cursory understanding of the fact that and he called it. Here's the thing. The thing that I was impressed about is he actually called it the fifth element. Get in here. Which I was like, bro, like he labeled it. They hid the fifth element from us. So I would just recommend when you do have time, if you're driving around, you don't got to watch it. They do some presentations that were pretty cool, but just hear him out, and you know, he's Terrence Howard. It is what it is, man. But if we can get more of that information out there, and we got the biggest podcast in the world doing it, man, we're doing something. Wits has been scoring points all day long, every day. Like we're doing stuff, man. And you know, I wouldn't call Terrence Howard one of us, but man,
he's an ether lad, bro. He's one of us.
Bro, he really killed it. He might not know exactly what he's talking about, but he killed it. I just suggest everybody listen to it. You guys
sold me, Alan. You and Alan sold me. Like some dude went on Rogan. and was like, "Nah, atoms are stupid," and like there's actually like a medium that you're within, and nah, that's awesome. That's like a big
honestly,
win.
after Stone's critique, I was like, "Who is this clown? Should I go watch this guy for like a purpose?" The way he's so
everything I know about him is insanely clowny. His patents that he brags about, like, and the things that I've heard dissected from that podcast were really cringy. But
it doesn't matter. If he went on Rogan and like told people about a background medium, I mean, that's awesome. There's no way around it.
What do you guys think about that fifth element classification thing? Because that's an old one. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Dude,
that kind of.
I've been different.
We're definitely gonna I definitely want to have Stone talk about hydrogen and the relationship with the elements and all that with the periodic table. If you know what I'm talking about, Stone, when they measured it and there was the deviation and then they turned that into the proof of the model or whatever. If you could,
the irreducible minimum.
Awesome. Yeah, if you could cover that in a minute, or not right now, but I have it bookmarked because Orwell was kind of touching on that with the periodic table stuff. I wanted to talk, or wanted you to touch on that.
I think you have a really good grip on that, Alan. I don't know why you'd be asking me, man. You own all the PDFs and everything.
Oh, dude, I have not a good grip on it, and every time you tell it, I'm like, I need to record this and learn it because this is super important. So
kudos accepted.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, like I want this so bad. I want to hear this from you guys so bad because the atomic weights and all that stuff, it kind of don't make a lot of sense to me the way the periodic table is structured. So yeah, let's get it.
All right, Stone, quality assure this.
About which? Do you want to talk about the deflection method across EM set plates in a vacuum, like a CRT, a cathode ray tube setup, and how they tried to quantify the minimum size for a, quote, hydrogen atom? Is that where you're going with that?
Both.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess the other half of that would be how many decimal places they like to embrace with their gear. Is that what you got in mind?
Yes.
Okay, well, because we might as well start with that right off the top. That if anybody has seen, I guess nobody has, but we'll describe that what a cathode ray tube is merely just firing quote unquote electrons across, using a coil setup, pulse the coil, shoot them focused across these other two, past two plates and in between them, so to speak. And those two plates are capacitively charged, just like where we live. And what they're doing is trying to produce a quantifiable deflection on the far side of the chamber, which is where all the cool retina, back of your eyeball, stuff is painted all over the CRT tube. Electrons hit that, lights up, turns green in the old school stuff. And they say, okay, well, let's see, how small of a pulse of energy can we hit this coil with, and that we can actually still detect something over here on the screen, the other side of the tube. And when we do that, how little can we charge the plates, and you can still see some kind of deflection of the direction these things are going when we're firing them out of the coil from the far side of the tube. And they say, okay, well, we have special gear, special armor, special level 15 armor that you get, the special gear that you got to put in here, and you can actually see the absolute slightest change in direction of these things flying across the vacuum tube. And they say, okay, well, then that's as small as it gets, because nobody's got better equipment than we do. And we're talking about, 9 decimal places in quote terms of sensitivity and ability to deflect, to see deflection or no deflection. And they say, well, okay, well then fine. That's how big an atom is. And the only one we've got where there's only one chunk of subatomic stuff involved, well, that's hydrogen, as far as we know. So that's number 1 on the table. And this is how small it is. And then they try to integerize everything else about matter from that reference point. And that's where we get into trouble, because they start to take measurements of different types of matter, different gases, different, stuff they're firing from here to there, checking deflection, trying to figure out how heavy everything is. And this is something that we reviewed. I recommend you guys go back and check the Cosmology channel on YouTube to review when we reviewed papers on this subject. And you'll see how in attempting to quantify and integerize, as in round things off to the nearest whole number, in terms of how much bigger or heavier one quote element is than another quote element, hydrogen, helium bigger than hydrogen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you get up to carbon, things get very complex. But when they do that, they find that the multiples are not quite falling on the integer points. There's always a little extra. And they say, well, that's that's a make-believe reading. It's actually over here on the integer point where we think it should be, and you should just ignore that.
Defective mass.
Yeah, it's a defective mass, as in reality doesn't know what it's talking about because our math rocks. And our equipment is second to none. Nobody could make anything better than we do because look, we go to the 9th decimal point in terms of sensitivity. So that is where science has departed from, right about there. Anything else we need to cover there, Alan?
No, thank you. I love that rendition,
dude.
man.
I see why you asked him to do it now. Immediately, I withdraw it. That was excellent.
Thank you.
And as he was speaking, I put up some diagrams and some videos in the jumbo. So
Right,
if you kindly scroll to the end of the jumbo, you'll see a video of a cathode ray and the guy's introducing a magnet so you can see the deviation in the beam. So that's what Stone was talking about when they were doing their experiments back in the day with their equipment. They were, one, the only lads in town that had the equipment, and two, per the sensitivity of their instrumentation at the time, they were looking for the lowest amount of quantifiable energy that they could deflect and measure a deviation in at the end of that tube. So everything is based off of that. So like that's how the whole scale and structure works. And then they did a similar thing with the with hydrogen, and like Stone was just breaking that down too. Like they already, well, what did they do? They broke everything down to its basic components and weighed it with an actual scale. And then they already had like how much everything weighs, and then they had like the math estimates of how much it should weigh, and they're like, oh, well, our math is right and reality is wrong, dude. It's like that's what we're dealing with, dude. You know, so
that's the mentality, right? When you go from atomism to materialism to nihilism, like, okay, we must quantify everything. What is the smallest increment of everything that I can make a number out of? And it's like, yeah, but okay, well, we can't do that. So what we have is a probability cloud of maybiness, and then hopefully, when it's like, all right, let's back up, guys.
Exactly. It's like mainstream science just kind of
cloud of maybiness.
They just kind of ran out of patience, I guess, with their rate of progress. And they assumed that nobody would ever create more sensitive equipment than what they've got in the year 1900 and what's it. That science is just never going to get better than that. And that's the unit. That's the number one unit. There's nothing smaller than that in terms of a unit of mass of any kind. That's one right there. And you gotta multiply everything or divide everything into that integer wise, or you're not talking about science.
Imagine thinking that and then thinking you're smart, right?
Well, when you solve a Feynman diagram, I'm using air quotes here. When you solve a Feynman diagram, I mean, you're going to think that you're on top of the world, dog, and you're super smart, and that the story that is told by that diagram is super true. So, you know.
Wow, that's heavy.
Yeah.
God. Twitter keeps turning me down, too. It keeps cutting my mic volume. It's so rude.
Oh, weird. You sound really good on our end.
Okay, fabulous.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Everyone has individual codecs.
But yo, imagine I was like really good at crossword puzzles, and then you guys started questioning me about stuff, and I'm like, whoa, hold on a second, buddy, with your big question. Why don't you solve a crossword puzzle first, and then we could talk. And
you think you can question me,
dude? How many word searches have you done today, dog? Do you know I went to school for word searches?
Dude, have you met PhD Tony or?
And you're going to sit here and talk to me about this subject matter where I solved all these word searches? Dude, can you even spell the words?
Hey, if you can't do a cross and down simultaneously, I don't want to talk to you.
Dude, you don't know every Greek phonetic alphabet by heart? You fucking flirt. You're not permitted to read on the internet.
That's awesome, dude. Shout out to that dude.
That's like our super hater fan who spends all the time watching our late 4 a.m. afterthought submissions of stuff that we're reading, and he's like, I watched the whole thing. You mispronounced the letter at timestamp X. It's like, oh, dude, you got me. I'll quit. Hold on, I'm deleting right now.
Dude, we literally got the Coke robot to delete his Twitter account. Literally. Delete a Twitter account. The Coke robot's gone. Fry guy, yeah. Those 4-man spaces where they did their circle jerk and broke each other's arms, jerking each other off. Yeah, he deleted his entire account. Shout out to Robot Polisher for highlighting it. But man, yeah.
Then he registered a new email address and he's back. You just don't know what his name is now.
Yeah, he's already back where, well, that was actually his exit stage, and then now he's coming back under Deep Cover Dog, under Bardock the second.
All the same guy.
He's going to be the Fry guy now. Like, they're never going to notice, dude. They're never going to know it's me. I'm the Fry guy. And now he's like, what was that Frylock from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? He'll be Frylock. I'm the Fry guy. They're never going to know. Yeah, you guys try harder. I mean, just a little bit, please.
Dude, he's going deep cover this time, dog. Have you seen Training Day? This is going to be a masterpiece.
It's going to be a disaster piece, but we're going to have fun with it.
Well, Witzik might be in trouble, man, if he actually gets to debate Professor Dave, because that one Professor Dave video took him off of Flat Earth and put him back on Spaceballs, man.
Oh, snap. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Ken? I see you got your hand up there for a minute, homie.
Yeah, I was going to bring up DeMeo on the ether when y'all were talking about the ether, but I'm kind of wanting to ask about these atoms now.
Can you all hear him?
So basically,
I got him.
You're saying that. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Nick? We can hear you, Nick. Can you hear Ken?
I was just gonna be like, how much better is the Twitter space now that I made it? And then you guys just it's all the same issues. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's
Ken, you might need to rotate real quick. We got a couple guys can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. I can't hear Ken.
No, yeah, everybody can hear Ken except for Nicolas Cage. So Nicolas Cage drop, and then Ken speak. There we go.
Boom.
All right. So, anyways, am I understanding this right? And when it comes to the atom, they're saying that they quantify the mass by measuring an energy. That's it. There's no matter. It's just an energy measurement.
Well, this all comes to the assumption that we're talking about. Oh God, brain fart just dropped right out. Massless particles. That's the term. They do love to embrace that, and they apply it to their pseudoscience with reckless abandon. And this is one of those situations where they
use these
we're firing a unit of energy, and somehow that represents a mass, and that's where they translate right in that little tube.
Well, one of the ways they do it is they use cyclotrons, and they run a particle. They run it. They use magnetic fields to rotate it at hyperspeeds, and then from the frequency of that rotation, they deduce the atomic mass. But then the crazy thing is, so they brag so much about how they can get their atomic mass calculations down to like 40 decimal places or whatever, like so many decimal places, so precise. But they've never taken the time. They have no way of knowing whether it's accurate. Like it literally could be precise given the method, but the method's not actually giving you a proper atomic mass. And like original theories had all of the atomic masses, like the smallest mass of each of all these elements was 1, or of the particles would have been 1, but then now it's like 1.0 something, and it's all based off of their their cyclotrons, and then they say that that the cyclotron rules, but they've never it's hilarious because how can you assert the accuracy of something that is unfalsifiable and you have no comparison? Like you have no like to make the assertion about the accuracy in the first place is kind of it's a shot in the dark. It's really a theoretical accuracy in the first place. So
more pseudoscience then.
Yeah, and that one Chan Chu guy was saying like, they could be getting all of these as far as he was concerned, they could be getting all these atomic masses wrong and they wouldn't even know because they're just if the way that they use the cyclotronic frequencies to determine the masses is wrong in the first place, then all of their assumptions could just be a little bit off because the cyclotron's not properly giving them the proper mass. So then because of those deviations in the masses, they use those deviations to explain a bunch of what is it? What is it that they squeeze out of those deviations in the masses, Alan?
I can't remember. Stone knows though.
Sorry, I was just thumbing through the jumbo. Which subject are we on?
So when the atomic mass is off by the perfect amount or whatever, that deviation, what do they turn that into? I forget.
Oh, actually, Toby mentioned it just a minute ago.
It's the energy. That's where they say they get the energy equivalents, right? Something like that.
Well, I think it actually even comes down to the unit of the electron volt. This is all a massive web they've woven with their theorem. It's really quite stymieing. But what were the non-integer values you referred to before, Toby? You threw it in right in the middle of my explanation so efficiently. Wow, massive brain fart. What was that term, Toby?
Quantize maybe?
It was when we're talking about integerizing mass from the point of view of the irreducible minimum, that is the hydrogen atom, quote, its mass, its mole value, etc., being 1. And then the ones that when you look at heavier stuff, heavier elements, quote, on the table, that they don't actually multiply out evenly like they should. That there's a little extra.
Yeah, just like the deviation, the
you said it before, Toby. What was the term?
I don't know. I'm trying to.
So we have to go back and review our own video here now.
Yeah, so I guess you have you had the original atomic masses of 1, and then when they actually went to use the cyclotron frequencies to measure the energy, like the energy differential from the cyclotron, then they assume the atomic mass from that, and then you get the deviations of like 1.00 something, like I don't know. But they call it a mass defect. Is that what you're talking about?
That's it. The
defective mass. Yeah, that is the hilarious term, is defective mass. They say that the reason that there's incongruencies, that the reason, who was it that it was Thomson, right, that got the 1 values, he quantized with 1, like he had everything at 1s. And then they came along and they said, well, no, everything's 1.001283 or whatever. Like everything has a different value that deviates from 1. And then, they said, in all, Thomson just had defective mass. If you get a different thing than what we got with our cyclotrons, then you had defective mass. So,
yeah, like reality made the error.
Yeah, defective mass. Yep. That's kind of what that implies.
That's exactly the mechanism right there, where they started to equate energy units to mass units, and they wanted to integerize it and make it all very clean so their mathematics look shiny, but they just couldn't quite get there when they were taking their measurements. It was telling them something else entirely.
Yo, Stone, have you ever heard of math shine?
Math shine?
Yeah, it's like moonshine, or I'm sorry, it's like earthshine, but it's whenever you need the math to do something inexplicable to save your model. You just go, oh yeah, the math's shining a little bright tonight.
Good one.
TY. All right, so we went over Did you have anything else for us, Ken, to follow up on that with the energy equivalents for the atoms?
No, I was just I was just making sure that I kind of got it right. How they were math.
Awesome. Let's see who we got up next. We got Eli. What up, Eli? You still here, buddy? Nope. Looks like he's not. So we got Salty and then Mr. And I don't see Salty on here. So Mr., you're up, buddy.
What's up, you guys? It's funny because I actually have my ex-wife's name saved as Defective Mass in my phone when she
Oh, that's brutal.
I raised my hand because I was actually chatting with Orwellian before on like Nicolas Cage's pregame show of Flat Earth Fridays, but I wanted to talk about the Terrence Howard thing because I might be biased in this because I listened to it after I heard Stone say that he's basically dog shit. When I listened to it,
he poisoned the well.
Yeah, he definitely did. But my take on it, though, like honestly, other than saying the word ether and kind of discussing, you know, some that there was issues with Mickelson Morley, it kind of felt like it was a little bit of muddying the waters in regards to like trying to mix two, you know, scientific methods or practices. Like it's like that he's using the ether, but also, you know, still holding on to heliocentric, you know, viewpoints. Like, and Austin, I think, said it best. Like, if you're going to invoke an ether, that means this place is stationary. And, you know, I know that obviously I don't think that he would just come out and say that on Joe Rogan unless he's going to pull in every Eddie Bravo. But it just felt a lot like a little bit muddy. And also you can tell that he mispronounces a lot of things. So I don't know if that means that he's like, I'd hate to say the term autodidactic, but you can tell that it's not like a formal understanding, because I can't remember what he said, but it was like he pronounces something and it's just way off, you know, and it would be like if someone said microwave instead of microwave, you know, like that's how he pronounces certain things.
Oh yeah, so, dude, radio microwaves.
Yeah, radio microwaves, and it's kind of like that when you listen to it, and I almost wonder if it's something that like he was put up to do because of the fact that he is, you know, an actor, and now, you know, I think they're going to start putting out the terms ether and things like that so they can, you know, basically just muddy the waters. That's what it felt like. You know what I mean? And
yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So that was my comment to that. And yeah, he seems to retain a lot of information, but it's also, it's kind of a little bit fuzzy, you know?
So, kind of like how thespians are good at memorizing a script.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, except for the script, he didn't have anyone tell him that it's pronounced microwave, you know?
Well, yeah, and if you wanted to set him up for failure, that's kind of how you would do it. And then Joe Rogan would bring you on and be like, they would just tell Joe, yeah, Joe, just bring him on and just let him go. And then you just bring him on, let him do a spiel, and then watch the guy spin out for the next however many months or whatever. I really am curious. Like, it really does. The big question is, like, how in the world does this guy, if he says the Mickelson-Morley experiment was flawed, like, is he acknowledging the fringe shift? Is he saying it's just totally useless data? Like, what about all the other times they say they relativistically measure the speed of light on the Earth? Like,
yeah, well, and he talks a little bit about speed of light, but not. He doesn't go into that part of it. Not from what I remember of it. I was kind of half interested because of the fact that Stone told me he was full of shit, you know. Then that's my fault, but I was also driving, so like and I was doing some work stuff, so yeah, I don't know. It just felt very inauthentic, I guess I would say. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like, who's that guy? There's another guy who was an actor that you always see that he's talking about like Anunnaki and things like that in the Bible, and you know, it's just like this. It's almost like Zachariah Zitchin. That's the kind of vibe I got. It was like ancient aliens, kind of like, we're gonna take this stuff and we're gonna muddy up the waters and make it kind of unclear. The best thing is that he did say the ether, so maybe if someone looks up the ether and they look up ether cosmology, maybe that'll direct them to you guys and they can get some genuine
well, I'll say real quick, man, like it's, you know, like maybe it's a like a setup, maybe the dude's an op, and if, you know, honestly, these days if Rogan's involved, I'm highly sus right off the bat. But like, you kind of have to just see it like, it's like, oh, they're doing this because they have to. So the fact that they have to do this, that they have to finally let some crazy guy come talk about ether on Joe Rogan, like okay, that's a win. You know, like maybe it's obviously it's not a real guy. It's not who do we want to do it. Like it's you know, it's crazy that we live in this world, but like, hey, look where we've got them. They had to bring that dude on to come talk about ether. Like that's something, you know, that wasn't happening a year or two ago. And I'm not saying that's us specifically, but it's like, you know, the collective effort of everybody, obviously.
Not only did they make him talk about ether, but you made him do it on Rogan. That might be you, bro. I don't know.
It was me. I was sending a lot of emails to Terrence.
Alan was driving the driver for the input. They probably put a good word in. Sorry.
But for real, I mean, I think, you know, the flat Earth discussion has made the ether discussion something that, you know, has to be acknowledged. So a lot of people are waking up to more than just flat Earth. A lot of people are waking up to, you know, the fact that like literally physics has a lie rooted in like the core of it. So
yeah, I was trying to think of the word and I kept going backwards, but it felt like one big straw man for it. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to leave out these very fundamental factors about the ether, you know, then it's just, you're kind of just muddying the waters. And that was my, like, again, that was my take. I don't think that, you know, like it could do some good. I'm often wrong, so I don't know, you know, like, don't take my word for it, but that's how it felt to me when listening to it. So that's all I would say. And it was kind of the source of who it was coming from. So yeah.
Thanks, Stone. Like, I mean, yeah, it's good to have a warning. Oh, this guy, no, I mean, it really is poisoning the well to be like, hey, that guy thinks 1 × 1 = 2. That is poisoning the well. So especially if you haven't actually read his reasoning, his proof, even though I would say it's not going to help, but
yeah, Fractal Woman just did a video on it. I was watching a little bit of it before we started.
We were supposed to do a watch party for that.
Yeah, we still can. I'm only like 6 minutes in. So.
Nah, yeah, I want to check it out too for sure.
Remember that time in band camp when Terrence was there, and he said that the Earth was moving farther away from the sun for like 6 inches every year? Remember when Terrence said that at band camp? And then like maybe half a billion years from now that we're really going to be in it, because, you know, by then we're going to be like so far out of the sustainability zone in the solar system that, you know, we're going to have to go interstellar.
Dude,
oh, it's so bad.
You got to think big picture, boys. Big picture. Forget interstellar. Or I'm sorry, forget the solar system, dude. We got to go interstellar, dog. Like, okay, dude.
And like, we only have a half a billion years to do it.
When did we get away from the robot boy, Stone? We gotta, I mean, if you're gonna be robotic, I mean, be robotic.
Oh, we do that when we read stuff that's done by AI. That is a pleasure. Just drum it up. I'll rip through it for you, no problem. Yep. Book.
So when Terrence was talking about that bullshit, the drift from the sun drifting. When he started getting globular, I'm like, what the fuck? So again, I just, you know, to lay it back out, the only reason that I'm bringing this up, that I think it's worth a listen, is what he exposed about the ether, what he talked about with regards to Michels and Morley, and the periodic table of elements. That was fascinating to me. Everything else he said was fucking stupid. It didn't make sense. It did sound like he forgot his lines. But the rest of it, man, if that got out to the rest of the people, cool. That's awesome. That's probably put that on the scoreboard for us. But yeah, no, I'm definitely skeptical. Like, and I wanted to preface that when I brought it up. Like, it's on Rogan. Skeptical, right? Sus.
No, I'll agree that on a very slim angle, this can be perceived as a win. But like you said, for the rest of it, for any other angle, it's all bets are off.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And to that, like the fact that he does talk about like, oh, I remember being in my mother's womb.
Oh yeah, that's a really important one.
We shined a light on my wife's belly, and now my kid loves lights. It's like, it sounds like he's autistic, but the thing about it is it kind of paints him as a crazy person too. So when he is talking about ether, maybe it was it was just so it can make it look like, oh, only crazy people believe in it. That's what like my fear would be.
When you heard him say that during that quote, which hair did he have? Did he have the Suzanne Plachette hair on, or was he wearing the Dionne Warwick hair? Which hair did he have when he said
no, he's got a hood on with his
hair. Ah, gotcha.
Well, he's got like, it's short, but like you can't really see because he's wearing a hood caught sideways with his headphones halfway off.
Kind of freeballing it there, though.
Yeah, he's looking cool. He looks like me with my hood on in my picture. I'd look cool that way, you know.
That's how I'd want to look. And if I was Alan, man, I'd cock my headphones half off with the hood up too, being a bear. But yeah, he looked retarded.
Cock my headphones half off.
Yeah,
it's definitely a style choice, and not so I can't hear people yelling at me in real life or whatever.
You imagine seeing a bear with his headphones half off and a hood up? Like, what's up, bro?
Oh, dude. I'm about to AI generate so many pictures based off of that Orwellian. Thank you.
It's like watching a giraffe smoke a cigarette.
You're welcome, brother. You're welcome.
You don't need. I can just go in the bathroom and take a selfie with my shirt off, man. You got your bear right there.
Oh, Eli.
Oh, is that Eli right there?
Oh, man, coming in with the groaner gay. All right. That's an interesting way to start.
He's like, stand back, boys. I'm going to make it real gay. What's up, dude?
Just kidding. Welcome, anyway.
What's up, bro? And then we got Salty Tate. So you guys are actually up next. And to see who goes first, you guys are going to have to fight over it. And it'll be to the death. Unfortunately, we're about to do some Dune shit. So, good luck to you both. And look forward to whoever will be speaking.
Get out your Christ knife.
Why would you do Dune shit, dude? Just go fucking, just go Batman Dark Knight, dude. We're having tryouts. Snap the pool cue in half.
Exactly.
Like Joker and go, we're having tryouts.
Dude, if you want death or exile, which one do you want?
Yeah, well,
Eli, you or me, bud?
Watch that dagger, Eli.
Oh, he's running scared.
Wait, what?
Is that Salty?
Yo,
yeah, I think I win.
We haven't talked to Salty, have we, or have I missed it?
No, what's up, Salty?
Now's the time, man.
Welcome,
yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
You're a bit light.
I'll move a little bit closer. Just a couple thoughts on the Terrence Howard thing. Kind of piggybacking on Mr. Ether, what he was saying. I think they're at a point where Ether is kind of breaking out and they can't really deny it. So someone like him coming in and reintroducing it. Also, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson needs to be replaced. So him throwing shade at him kind of makes sense. And then he also made another comment. I don't know if you guys heard it, but talking about too much pressure on other planets or something where humans can't go out that far, which would kind of cover them for fake Mars travel and all that. Thought that was kind of interesting, but maybe they were also just trying to get a pulse on where people are at with these topics, kind of see the reaction, gauge it. But
oh,
that's about it.
That's extremely important, man. Yeah, I forgot all about that. That is an aspect of it, right? To gauge everyone how they're talking about it, because what they're going to immediately do, right, is monitor everyone's social media. Like, oh, did you hear Terrence Howard? Like, they're going to absorb all this ether conversation, and they're going to be like, yep, everyone still doesn't really get it. Like, we're good. We can more quantum foam. Yeah, it's an interesting
aspect. A lot of guys calling him a moron and whatnot. He's full of shit. There's also weird stuff with Rogan, like later on in the conversation. It seemed like Terrence like forgot what he was talking about, and then Joe interrupted, which he kept saying the same thing. He was like, "This is huge. If it's true, who should you talk to?" And then they were talking about random other things, and then Terrence comes out of nowhere and he's like, "By the way, when you got quantum locking," and he goes back into like this weird script. So I don't know if anybody else noticed that. It seemed like Mr. Ether did. So interesting stuff. But that's
wow. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yep. But that's about it, though. I'm working right now, so I can't really talk too long, but you guys keep it up.
Don't want to get fired.
No, I'm the boss, but what can you do? See you guys.
Yeah, so what you referenced, man, I noticed too. There were a lot of really fishy moments. I recommend, again, just to everybody that is.
All right, we're watch partying it tomorrow
with Ether, man. Just do the Ether thing.
Really? You want to do the whole 3 hours tomorrow night, Alan? You serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Mandate your presence, Stone.
You better wear your headphones half off though, and put a foot up, dude.
You could put all my sharp objects away. Are you kidding?
I couldn't even make it through that Terrence Howard thing, man. I got like 20 minutes done, and I was just like, I can't. You know.
Well, you got to get past him talking about how he lived. So his Buddhist philosophy, which is what that is, you know, I didn't succeed in my past life, so here I was now in my mother's womb, and I knew everything. Right? If you get past that, it's worth a listen for like probably an hour and 45, and then just mute it.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it another shot. But when he was sitting there talking about how he solved the flower of life, and he found the math that the unifying equation that Pythagoras was searching for, I'm like, what are you even talking about, bro?
Wow, yeah, that's pretty. Oh boy.
And then he's got this superstructure that he's trying to build out of triangles, and he's like, "Look," and I'm looking at it, bro. It looks like some modern art, monstrosity that means nothing. You can't even explain it.
If y'all guys want to have a little warm up to Terrence before we watch him, the 3-hour version tomorrow night, go check out what went down at Oxford when he traipsed on by. Go listen to that.
The Oxford one is what
you'll
turned
be
me
knowing
off.
what's up. Yeah, that was amazing.
I do think there's something to the dissection of the flower of life, though. So, like I said, there's a lot of bullshit in what he says, and dude. There was a lot of misdirection and sleight of hand, and a lot of nuggets of truth dropped simultaneously. So yeah, man. Everybody just, if you're gonna spend the time on it, we're gonna do that tomorrow. Let's do that, and we'll chop it up. We'll cut it into pieces. But there was some good shit. There was a lot of stupidity, but I was fascinated about the flower of life thing.
Bro, I'll be honest, when I was listening to him, it sounded like he had climbed into my head and grabbed out years of research with absolutely no context or understanding and just started making shit up about it. Because he's sitting here showing all these things that I have a huge interest in. I get in, in the flower of life and Fibonacci and Tesla and Edward Leeds skeleton, all of those things. Like, I am huge into just trying to study and understand them. And then I get into the occult, and then, gematria, and we talk about 923 and 369, which most people be like, what are you talking about? And I'm not going to get into all that here, but there's so much to it, and it's like he grabbed the same knowledge that I have, but yet he has no understanding of what he's talking about. And so now, if I feel like if I try to go out and talk to somebody, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you subscribe to Terryology," and it's like, God, now I got to deal with that.
Yeah, you're a Terryologist.
Holy
That's
shit!
exactly how it
I'm with
felt.
you, man. I wouldn't want that label.
I like that you mentioned Lead Skalman. He's quite the figure, and people should indeed look into his work, particularly what he demonstrated with the magnetic loop and its potential holding power in perpetuity once mated with the proper polarity. Absolutely astounding observations about reality. He did a great job there.
Are we going to ignore the fact that it sounded like Stone has a miniature elephant in his room right now?
No, that wasn't me. That was somebody else.
Yeah, no.
Somebody
Somebody had an open mic with an elephant in the room. I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So somebody's got a little baby elephant. Hey, whoever's got a baby elephant, just pony up. Let us know. All right, we're not going to judge you.
I have 2 cats, but you'll never hear them. They're very quiet.
Toby's got him making coffee right now. He's stirring it with his trunk. I can already imagine.
Are you using baby elephant labor again, Toby? Dude,
we're gonna have to get some legislators on this to make sure this never happens again.
Mike's muted, Toby.
It's good. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's for the best.
Were you contributing to global warming again?
No, I would never do such a thing. I make all my own clothes. I don't eat anything at all. And ever.
Just stop that.
Just like, don't eat. And
I breathe as less as possible.
I make, and the clothes that I make are from my own hair. So yeah, and honestly I've only got like a few days left, but at least there's no carbon footprint.
You got to bring it to zero. You can't get to zero, but it's to trend it. So thank you for doing your part.
I was gonna do like the Canadian style where you just go and you pay and whatever, or they pay for it for you. It's really so generous of them to, you can go. Well, this is quite a dark topic, but
wait, fill me in.
Think about it. You're like, why you have to have a building to go do that with lights and stuff? That's okay. This is really dark. All right. The joke is supposed to be about global warming, not about that topic. That's a very depressing.
Yeah, we'll leave MEIDS out of this. It makes me really proud to be a Canadian. Yeesh.
It's insane.
Did you guys ever see the meme of that female crisis actor that's been spotted at multiple mass shootings? Crying. I think the most notable.
You'll have to be way more specific, brother.
Yeah, years ago I saw one of those.
I saw a montage of those, bro.
Okay, so let me finish it. So she's screaming into a phone, right? She's crying. I believe it was Sandy Hook. It's a pretty iconic image, and somebody made a meme out of it and said, "They swabbed my asshole, and I came back positive. I've got climate change." I mean, that's the kind of shit that we deal with. I'll find it and I'll post it in the nest. But it's that girl
COVID test.
They swabbed my ass and I came back positive for climate change.
I've never heard that. That's
fucking
you're definitely gonna have to share that.
I'll find it.
Hey, I wanted to ask if anyone knows about the Sacred and Proud, their Flat Earth Fridays. Are they coming back? They got to 100 and then got smoked out, or what happened?
No, they're coming back. They're curating some content and planning some stuff, and they're they're coming back for like a big an annual return type thing. So They're definitely coming back, and they're just got some stuff working on that they're working on behind the scenes to drop for the boys to come back with, everything, that full delivery.
Nice. I love stuff, so that'll be cool.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll have some things too? Like you're gonna?
Well, I'm not at liberty to discuss the thing, so I'm being purposely vague. But there will be new stuff, and it'll be very cool.
And the things are in question. Okay, stuff and things. That's where I'm at. That's sweet. All right.
Stuff and things.
Yeah, I was just curious because I hadn't heard what was going down.
Dude, you're a great contribution to the community. Welcome to the crew, buddy. Fit right in. By the way, every time
I don't know about that.
On point, hilarious, dude.
If you need a stupid comment here and there, I'm definitely on par with that. But
you do know how to roll with it. That's the criteria.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you guys do. Like, it's hard because, being a flat earther in your own community, and most of the time I'm talking about this with people, I'm having to kind of teach them about their own model. I have to show it where it's wrong. Then I have to explain like what it could possibly be or what it's appearing to, come across as. And it gets kind of exhausting. So to just have, you guys who have gone further into the science than I, could dream of at this moment, it's refreshing and it's very nice. It's nice to see new information rather than just going over the same flat earth videos over and over again, to make myself feel better. So it's definitely nice to, have this for sure. It makes I look forward to Friday nights as a single dad, it's a big deal, so it's super cool. And I really am just grateful for you guys. So
I don't want to speak for everyone here, but for me personally, we spend a lot. We spend a lot of time there. They spend a lot of time putting together Alan and Toby and Shane and company putting together these reading nights and stuff, and they go in there. And the biggest thing that you notice with those papers is the philosophical starting position that they start with, which is everything. If you start with the philosophical position that there is no God and there's nothing special about, this place that we're in, you can convince yourself that you're living on a ball in space, and plenty of people do. And then if you shift your starting position to the alternative that we are special, you can just as easily resolve that the earth is flat. So I understand looking at the videos to reconfirm, but really at the end of it all, it is your philosophical starting position, because you realize they have to make up a lot of stuff to convince you that the earth is a ball. They make a lot of suppositions, they make a lot of assumptions, and they can't corroborate or validate any of it. And they get mad at you when you say you're full of shit.
Well, I'll corroborate that with something else that I'll make up, which will corroborate itself. Don't you worry.
Dude, it's well said, man. It's a never-ending cascade of
corroborated.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. I can't do it, boys. I can't do it. Uncorroboratable
you
claims.
Almost corroborated something in your most articulate demo. So corroborate that.
Dude, add 3 W's. I can't take it. I laugh every time.
Be very quiet. We're hunting wobies.
Are we cooperating or collaborating or colloquiating? I don't know.
Collab. So locally corroborate some wabbits.
Dude, I used to be able to say that word, and then I met Alan, and now I cannot pronounce colloquially.
Dude, no, is that how it sounds when I say it? Colloquially.
We just gotta bust out some derivations, and we're good.
No, Stone. Stone, no, you're gonna put it back in my head.
Dude, our fan is gonna pick this up and pronounce that. You're gonna discredit everything we've done now. No, we ruined it.
Stone, every time before I go to read now, I'm like derivation. Because I've said it wrong so many times that just one mishap will throw me into a whatever it used to be. Yeah, dude. I forgot it. Don't tell me what it was.
Dude, that one used to like jar me though. I hear you and I'd be like physically cringe. Ow, no. We're not deriving anything.
Dude,
We're deriving.
dude, should have said something, bro. Stone said something and finally put it into it. Nah. No, you thought about it and didn't, and then no, dude. Shout out to quality assurance, bro.
We had a private moment.
Gotcha.
He was like, by the way, dude, you know how you say an extra letter in there? Stop.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, thank you.
Dude, like, we make mistakes all the time. I learn quickly, right? I learn very quickly. You know how? I fuck it up immediately and with great force. And that's how you make all the mistakes. Like, right away, you learn all the stuff. So
we all had to walk that path, man. All of us.
Absolutely.
This seems like a moment where we could really use Piazio's input. Or Piazio. Where's that dude at?
Dude, I sent him a link. He's not on right now.
Yeah, he'll be here in a New York minute if you keep that up.
But yeah,
well, Stone, how many columns of force are in the atmosphere?
How many which?
Columns?
How many columns are in the atmosphere?
coulombs. Or coulomb or whatever.
Oh, columns, right. Yes, well, there's a bajillion of those.
That was the one you busted me.
So it's actually pronounced columns.
Yeah.
Columns. Oof.
These guys are a little bit French impaired all around, so I try not to hold it against.
Yeah, dude. Accent, pronunciation, those things. It's like.
I love when Stone reads the most French name ever or the most German name ever. I'm like, there's no way he's gonna get this one, and then nails it every time, dude.
I just tend to sift right through him.
He's gonna slay it. He's gonna slay it 100% of the time. Absolutely.
What about Toby, who's like, I don't know if I can say this right, but then he's like a perfect, eloquent French statement, complete with a local dialect, and you're like, oh, you were just deflexing. I'm sorry, I thought you were actually trepidatious for a second. No, you got it.
Until Stone comes around, and then I freeze up.
Oh, please. Come on, man.
I guess we do jerk each other off an awful lot. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the Globers are right.
Hey, look, this is our echo chamber. Suck it.
I mean, they're not unwelcome.
Dude, all right, hold on. Where's what's his name?
The title is kind of unwelcoming. Wait, never mind.
Dude, Nicolas Cage just like hit up FTFE and was like, "Come on, big boy, come hit up the space." And I was like, "Bro, did you just invite the devil to my dinner table?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "All right, fine. Today he can come, right?" And then I tagged him once. So everyone
snap.
ready? And here I'm just kidding.
I'll be back in a minute. I'll go get my tea.
I also noticed we have 0 anonymous listeners in here. That's quite impressive too.
Nice.
If everybody in the group, unless they're born without balls, has balls. Amazing. Liliana, we see you down there. Not referring to you.
Immediately thinking that. So she got more balls than most of the Globers anyway.
No, she could identify as someone who has balls, so that's good enough for me.
She probably would, just to make him feel stupid too.
She'll be nice and polite about making you feel stupid, which is an interesting comparison when you see it live. Juxtaposition, if you will.
I just like it how when Stone said, "It's our echo chamber. Suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it."
Drop the mic.
Funny on like 3 levels. You invites FTFE. Oh my god, I thought you were cool, Nicolas Cage. I was like, this dude's all right, man. You know, he's funny, makes good points. Oh, now I hate him forever. That's unfortunate.
Is it only my secret fantasy to see Liliana like tear Craig a new asshole on this chat right here?
Yes,
dude. So awesome.
Yes. After 17 consecutive weeks with Craig, I don't have any desire to see him speak to anyone about anything for any reason.
He would never come. I knew that that's why I...
No. He would come because I've been ignoring him specifically for like 9 weeks. And what you did was tag him in a chain with me. And now he's like, oh my God, shit. I'm about to come right now. Hold on. Is there a space? Beep. In he goes, right?
You're crying all week, man.
All week. For 3 months, I've been ignoring him. And he's like, open the door. Oh, it's open? Is there a light in the hallway? I'm coming in.
You're undoing a lot of hard work, dude. But we'll do.
Now he's got that William Fuller priest or whatever on there talking about, come in here and talk about you guys' complaints stuff, and no one. He's all like,
showed up. I was like, because no one cares.
No, yeah, no one gives a shit. That's what that should tell you. But you know, like when you have like an angry ex-girlfriend that's like vindictive and took half your CD collection or something, and then you wait like 2 weeks and you get a call and you're like, right about that time where it could be good, I could let it go. But then you answer and you're like, fuck, guaranteed groundhog, 6 more weeks of bullshit. Here we go.
Yes. All right. So I see
in the jumbo, just so everybody knows, climate change in the ass is in the jumbo. I'm going to shut up.
Nice. Thank you, sir. I'll play that in a second.
See, run Boston Bear down there.
Hey, can you hear me?
What's up?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Passing out, but I don't know if y'all may have already talked about this, but I really liked watching Justin Harvey on Ivory Heckler today. They went over he and Whitsitt's talk at the commission and when they got kicked out and all that. And then their talk after, like she interviewed him and that was really, really good. I liked watching Dave Weiss and Eddie Bravo on InfoWars with Alex Jones. That was hilarious. And Robot Polisher, I think, posted like them just cutting up and messing around. But for Orwellian, I sent you a direct message of this guy named Archaics. He has a video called Archaics Analysis of Terrence Howard, and he's not a flat earther, but he definitely doesn't think that we live on a globe, which is kind of interesting. And he was name dropping a bunch of the legends and like the books that Toby was mentioning. And I've only made it, I don't know, halfway through. It's like 2 hours and 41 minutes of him breaking it down, but that's pretty interesting to listen to. I just feel so much going on right now. Don't y'all? Like this movement is about to peak. It seems like some crazy crap's going down. So we'll see. But thanks for everything you guys do. I love following y'all and being a part of this.
Hey, thank you, the mayor.
Hey, much appreciated, May. We actually have to have a staff meeting very soon because it turned out we need to issue a correction PSA. So, you know, that flyer we put out where we're like, you know, no flat earther ever goes back or whatever, except for the following, you know, and we list the people. Well, we have to take Pry Guy off because he actually turned out to not be a flat earther or whatever.
That whole list should just be Jesse, by the way, because the one real example we would sell it.
How dare you take their, whatever, Shane, you can't do that. How dare you?
He's right.
There's a person, dude, and it's the story.
Jesse is the one. And then just Jesse, just Callie.
And I may have had a personal hand in making that happen by setting him up with FTFE, but pretend that part's not real. And yeah, he's the only one that went back for reasons.
Well, Robot Polisher helped Pry Guy self-emulate, or however you
self-emulate.
But yeah, Robot Polisher killed him with his own words, his own clips from his own stupid spaces, his own little four deep, 5 deep circle jerks. Yeah, he deleted himself. So shout out to Robot Polisher for doing that.
Dude's an expert. He's like, hey, what you doing? You want this gas? Hold on to this. Hey, you want a match? Hold on, sit right there. All right, later. It's like, I didn't do anything.
No one's listening to this. I'm going to delete it later. Boom, clipped.
But dude, that dude was the dude who was recruited by that wolf guy who was like the antipode to Sacred to do like the great big debate. And they were like, I'm going to comb all the best Globers. And that dude was who they chose. And he was like, maps. And then that was it. And I was like, oh.
No, dude.
Oh, no.
Shane, he was the guy that read the Vsauce post off of a Facebook thing.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Where he was like, the Earth can't be a globe because if you walk in a triangle, it'll be more than 180 degrees. So like, good fight.
the good old spherical excess derived from the astronomical triangle in the celestial sphere routine. I see.
Dude, what a wonderful trick they played with the old spherical excess.
I still follow that dork just for funsies. And so his shit pops up in my For You, not following. So I'm not in that tab ever. I'm balls deep in the For You tab, but
I'm not gonna judge you for being involved in it, Orwellian. It's okay, bro.
Hey, he shows up in there a lot, man. And some of the shit he's been talking about the last couple of weeks, I'm just like, oh my fucking god, dude. I remember when you got slayed and I clipped you up. So
is this theodolite Jesse we're talking about here?
What was that sound?
Is this theodolite Jesse we're talking about here?
No. If you want, I can give you a brief story.
If I want, okay.
I can tell you a sad story.
No. Theodolite Jesse's a gem too, but this is different.
Someone's asking about the Jesse I mentioned, I think, right? The one that went back?
Yeah.
If you want to, like, real quick, I can tell you, there's a dude that we used to be friends with who came along and talked about flat Earth for a little while, and then was like, "Oh, I don't know, I'm not really decided," and then was hanging out, and I was like, "Oh, encouraging him and like taking him, like big broing him essentially." And he's like, "Oh, I should debate," and then I was like, "Well, you can, talk to FTFE," which is like the worst thing that's ever happened to him. And he like presented NASA evidence as like nothing, and FTFE like destroyed him and destroyed his whole ego. And after that, his whole public presence was like threatened. So he immediately was like backpedaling, and then one day went into a chat with Witsit, who said something about a goblin for something, and he misinterpreted, made a big deal, virtue signaled, decided to take offense. At that very also decided he was Jewish for some reason, and was like, "Listen, every time I'm in a room, I'm gonna shout incoherently insults at Witsit until someone does something." And you're like, "Okay, well that didn't take long." Now you banned. So his whole personal persona and stance on the internet is just opposite of Witsit. Whatever Witsit is, I'm doing the opposite. I don't care what it is. Doesn't matter anything. So you're a flat earther? I'm going back to the globe. And that's where he's at today. And that he'll come around and tell us all how stupid we are for saying all the same things that he said. And that's how you go back to the globe.
I see. So you got an anti-Witsit groupie instead of an anti.
Yes. Yeah,
Sure.
Witsit will kick you right back to the globe again.
There seems to be a lot of anti-Witsiters.
Yeah, that's a whole thing unto itself, right?
Yeah.
I blame the mainstream education system.
It's a psychological sickness in adult men. They just added it to the MD5 or whatever it's called. So you can actually go get medically diagnosed from like Witsit sickness syndrome, where it's kind of like Munchausen syndrome or Stockholm syndrome, where you like start to sympathize with your captor or whatever. But, it's one of those deals where it's just like a deep psychological thing and you become retarded, and not in the physics way. So.
Yeah, now in the real way.
No, I think it's actually like it's more closely related.
I thought it was more like mad cow disease, where they just have like a derangement syndrome.
Oh yeah. It's very similar to that, but there's a different diagnosis now. So like it has to be acknowledged, and your denial of it's a little insensitive, to be honest, Eli.
Unlike eating, bad cow though, or mad cow, it's from eating dog shit. I wanted to comment on
dude, I love you, bro. I feel like you're with so many.
I wanted to comment on what Ron Boston said. So Archaics is a simulationist, but he does not believe it's a globe. He believes it's, a realm. He talks a lot about it, but he's done a lot of work with Flat Earth British, Martin Leakey. But so, yeah, for what that's worth. He does have some worthwhile stuff, but he's got some theories that all this shit's going to come to a halt at like 2045, I think is what he's calculated. He's done a lot of reading into ancient literature and stuff, so that's for what it's worth about Archaics. He's kind of hard to listen to because he talks like really weird. You'll just have to get over that if you can stand it, but yeah, that's what I would say.
Thanks for the feedback, dude. I just turned it on, and I think I maybe went to a faster speed, and I was mowing the yard, and I found it interesting. I don't even know how I was subscribed to his channel or how it popped up, but I randomly clicked on that one and found it to be, worth listening to while mowing, for sure.
He is definitely worth like checking out because he tends to look into a lot of ancient, books and things like and maps, and he's got a lot of stuff out there. Basically, I think he did some prison time and he got really well read, and that's what he did with a lot of his time, and he came out and started this channel. And yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. But have you guys ever heard, this is way off topic, but have you guys ever looked into the the land of chem, the guy that is claiming that the pyramids are big chemical factories, chemical production plants?
I've heard of the theory, but I've not looked into it.
So it's
Not
a
much.
dude. Yeah, look at he's got a bunch of stuff on YouTube. It's called The Land of Chem. Try and find a podcast that, like, find out his name. He does one particular podcast with a girl. I'll try and find it. And he just explains everything and how he came up with this. And dude, it is so insanely logical the way that, because the chemical burns inside of the pyramids, the drains that all come out, the water systems. And he does talk about they would have most likely been powered using the electrostatic nature of the electrostatic what is it? How does the grid, basically. So that's why they go up so high, and they would have had some sort of way to.
So he didn't cover ramjet technology at all?
Cover what?
Ramjet technology to move water upward without spending any energy at all?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know, but he talks about they would use basically like pressure, like wood pressurizer, like they would fill it up, with water and make basically making nitrogen or other kind of chemicals that you would use for farming and things like that. And that's why the walls are so thick, would be to protect the surrounding civilization. But it has to do with pressure and yeah. So
it's time to get out that big giant pinch of salt.
I don't know what that means.
As in, you're going to take all that information in with a grain of salt.
Yeah, you take it. Whoa,
yeah, Eli, you're hot mic in there, buddy.
Echo chamber.
Doesn't use headphones. Come on, Eli.
Yeah, take what I say with a grain of salt, absolutely, because I am just trying to roughly describe what this dude is, but it's called the Land of Chem. You guys will probably understand a lot more of the terminology than I would, but he basically takes like an old school, high school chemistry set and diagrams it the way that the pyramids are set up. It's pretty compelling evidence, so. But yeah, I was just curious if you guys had heard about it. I've heard Austin talk about it a couple times, but he's never gone into depth about it. So
people have even taken top shots of that topography all the way around Cheops and compared it directly to the layout of a PC board. There are so many different theories about what's going on there. I've heard people talk about how the pyramids were used for terraforming. It's been a pretty wild ride.
Yeah,
I got one for you.
Oh.
I got. Sorry, I turned my mic on specifically to bring this up because you're bringing up the pyramids, right? So you're talking about the one. I don't know, the most interesting of these theories that I've ever come across was actually the maser laser. That's MASER, and it's technology that was discovered back in the early 1900s, mid 1900s, maybe 1950s, 60s era. So just look into a maser laser and how a maser laser works. And then when you realize when you look at what the pyramid was made of, and you know that the Nile used to flow there and how easily it would have been to fill up the basin of the pyramid with the Nile, it actually gets really interesting. But even with that, you do, like Stone said, you take it with a grain of salt. But the maser laser is a super interesting one.
Yeah, you're moving into the world of Phil Schneider, even who claimed to use a maser to create the tunnels that they did, the molten rock tunnels with it.
Yeah, when I was talking about the layout, I meant the inside of it specifically. So I'll see if I can find the interview that I watched and see if I can post it on here. So might take me a minute, but I can definitely post his channel and you guys can see. The dude is very dry as far as the way he talks. He's kind of goofy, but it is definitely worth checking out for those of you who would be interested in it. So that's what I'll say.
Nice.
And
Thank you for the recommendation.
I'll randomly throw in. I heard someone say that the pyramids used to be covered like super smooth with granite. They were beautiful, and that they were involved with alchemical and something about the energy at the top. There was enough to make gold. And I don't know if that's true or not, but man, it's so funny when you start to like wonder what the pyramids are or what they're used for. But yeah, I'm going to dip out and let's see if anybody has a response to that comment, and then I'll dip out.
We got a double dip from the mayor tonight. Pretty good.
No, I couldn't go. You guys are ladling so much fun stuff.
Well, the inside of the pyramids are a similar structure to limestone, which is what Edward Leeds Skeleton was using for Coral Castle. The outsides are granite, which has piezoelectric properties, which if Piezo was here, he could probably run you through every bit of that. And then the top of it would have been gold, not to make gold, but the capstone was supposed to be made from gold, according to legend, if you believe the Greek writings. And so when you add all three of those together, you do get what we would, put together today for electrical transmission.
Wow. That's very fascinating. And it's funny you bring piezos up because, or piezo resist, or just piezo in general up, or really piezoacoustics is kind of my theory on how they built the pyramids, potentially using some kind of, you can theoretically, or proven with experimentation, you can use magnets and piezo-resistive crystals to induce like a resonance. And then my theory is that they use a resonance like that to move the stones, but that's just kind of a theory I haven't really investigated too thoroughly yet.
Hey, I did find a link. It's not the video I watched, but would you prefer me to put it in the purple pill? I don't know how to post to the nest, so I'm not that fancy.
Oh, dude, we actually have a purple pill tonight. Very cool.
Right.
So
I wonder how that happened or something.
Magic.
It does seem specifically suspicious.
They saw Nicolas Cage's face, and they were like, "Okay, we'll let it happen this one time."
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Nice.
So I can just post it there. So that's what I'm gonna do. So
you can hit it. You can reply to that purple thing, the first chat thing, which is up there, and then from there, whenever you're a speaker, you just hit like extend if you're gonna copy a link, and that'll share it to the thing directly. That's the only way to do it, by the way.
Okay, I think I got this.
You go to like
another.
Yo, we got a quick question for Stone.
What's up?
So Ranger 2008 says Stone mentioned Liedekin's wheel. Do you guys know Vinny? He made Ed's wheel. Do you know Vinny or whatever that
Leeds Gallman, but what's the question?
Let's see. Do you guys know Vinny? He made Ed's wheel. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I thought maybe you might know.
Don't know Vinny. No. Maybe a last name, or does Vinny know me? Yeah. I don't know, man.
I thought maybe like there was going to be some association with the other name, but yeah, I don't know. So.
Hey man, that guy owes me $5. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Vinny. All right, cool. No worries, brother. Well, when that guy catches up, he'll get to this part, and then maybe we'll find out who Vinny be.
Or maybe we'll find out that nobody cared all along.
It's always a possibility.
I don't know why I've been answering Globe Trolls this whole time, but like the overwhelming number of objections to Flat Earth are based on misunderstanding the map. Like 193%, and the rest of it's like the sun. And that's it. With those two, everyone will be a Flat Earth right there. Too bad they're really complicated and tough to explain, huh?
The most tricky part of the globe.
What's that expression? Yeah. People like a simple lie than a complex truth or something?
I don't know. I've never heard. Was that Abe Lincoln?
Well, I don't know. I said it now, so that's what.
More like a convenient lie.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'd rather believe that everything's beneath my feet when I don't see it. I don't want to learn about perspective, angular resolution, radius criterion, proportionality, or any of that shit. So, yeah, simple. Simple's better.
Earth ball go spin. Vroom, vroom.
Nailed it. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said it better.
Bob measured it.
Well, he may have measured it. He sort of measured it. We can't really use his measurement. We don't know how fast it's going, to be honest, but he definitely measured it. Thanks, Bob.
Whatever he measured, definitely ignore the translational velocity.
And he measured it, but also it turns out that if it gets hotter or colder, he also measured that the Earth spin faster, slower, depending on temperature.
So there's a lot of gap chasing, speeding up, slowing down, perihelion, agillion, forced ellipticity, perigee, apogee stuff, but that's just from Kepler's math, I think, right?
Yes.
That's too much for everyone. That's
I zoned out there for a second, but I heard.
Yeah, I saw it in your face, and I was like, fuck.
I assume you went elliptical there. Yeah, very nice, very nice, very nice.
All right, I can't figure out the purple pill, and now it's not purple. Now it's black, but I can't figure out how to post it to the nest. So it's in the purple. Well, what used to be purple pill. I guess I spoke too soon.
I got you.
Come on, keep up with the thing that everyone calls something different all the time. How hard is that?
I got you.
I don't know.
So we got. I put the video in the jumbo for you, brother.
Cool. And am I the only one that's seeing that the purple pill is no longer purple?
Yeah, I think the purple pill is just like a colloquialist term.
It's refraction.
Yeah, so it's whatever. So anyway, if you go to the jumbo, you'll see an awesome picture of an armored bear with headphones with Orwellian tagged, and then next to that, you'll see your video.
I did see that. I liked your bear. That's perfect.
Very nice.
I like the fact that the ears are, or the headphones are not on the ears. That is very.
Yo. It's just there for aesthetics or whatever,
Right, it's those cranial headphones that vibrate in your bone.
Cranial headphones are the best kind of headphone. 100% of bears agree. All right, so do we have any audience members that want to come up? We got a bunch of people down here. See Travis down there. What up?
To me, it still looks like Salty's got his hand up, but that could just be Elon,
Yo, I've got like a hand glitch, so if your hand is up and you've been waiting to talk, feel free to chime in. How do I give Travis a microphone? The real question is, why doesn't Liliana have a microphone, though?
That's the $64,000
That is the question on everybody's mind.
I've 17 mics, so I'm not sure.
It's like
And she's got her hand up too.
Everyone's has to be co-host.
Everyone's waiting with bated breath, and I just don't really know what's happening here. What's up? We got Pizzo. He's hitting the gym. Oh, we might get a little piezo electricity later.
Clickety click.
Oh, can you guys hear that?
Is that what I sound like? I'm sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Actually, no. For Shane, it's much louder.
Yeah, it is a better keyboard. You're right.
Oh, hold on 1 second, dog. 1 second, bro. No,
we jonesed you.
Dude, just you challenging me to it.
That is how that works.
Keyboard fight, dog. Come on.
Dude's gonna harm the keyboard, and then no keyboards were harmed in the making of this meme.
You guys don't even want it. You guys know you don't want to.
All right.
Dude, but all right. The question though is, how gay is your RGB? So is it rainbow or is it solid?
So I went a long time without downloading the software to turn it off because I just didn't want that to be in the background at all times, But I recently had to download it from my mouse. So it's been on for years, so now I just have to leave it on.
turns out there's a FN function key combination you can use on all stuff. By the in case you have that problem again, because I was in a similar spot. Like, why is it escalating, oscillating rainbow always? Why can I not change this?
Oh yeah, I have a hard button I could press too, actually, but it's a nice nightlight, to be honest.
Dude, I can't type on a keyboard where I can't hear my keys like this because I don't know what keys I'm pressing, to be honest. It's all like haptic feedback.
If I don't hear the, the clickety clack of the mechanical switch, then I don't feel like a man. So
something's just not right without it.
Imagine you typed on your keyboard and it was a membrane and you just heard like squishing jelly noises or some shit. You just, so fucking gross.
Nah, I can make any keyboard loud, I promise.
No, but will it sound appropriate is the question.
It does.
Right?
It sounds like tensious, like Toby's typing and you're like, Toby, are you angry at that keyboard? Or is the person you're responding to your arch nemesis, or did he hurt your parents? Like, what's going on?
I write the same way. Like all my pencil writing is super dark.
Oh, you're one of the people that puts like a ridiculous amount of pressure into your like forefinger and thumb when you write, and then you cramp up after an hour. Oh, you're one of those crazy people. I'd say psycho.
Very exciting, thrilling content, everyone. I'm sure.
Who wants to talk about flat Earth stuff and observations?
Yeah, Wobbularity. What?
Yeah, let's do nutation or what? Precession, equinox, or Eratosthenes or whatever.
Ooh, let's do some Eratosthenes and then talk about gyroscopes, or not gyroscopes, multi-axis wobulations.
Dude, multi-axis wobulation. So I thought it was funny that they have to have a sphere oscillating at 3 different rotations, right? But someone was like, "Stupid Fleur's pendulums do that all the time," and I was like, well, let me think about that for a second, right? So they kind of do, but only in a weird oscillating way where it's moving so fast it seems to be doing all 3, but it's really doing nothing. It's just fucking all over the place like a goddamn mess, isn't it? Or what?
Is there not a periodicity measured in the Pendy, Tobe?
Yeah, well, they precess, yeah. But that's related to the wobbles?
Well, so to precess, it has to have like an axial tilt, right? It has to be a precess against what? And so the North Star is one, the equinox having the stars do their own thing is another. Nutation, something, I forget.
For the magnetic field.
Let me see what nutation is.
Or the magnetic field. I mean, they all have...
The sway rocking, yeah.
It's not like they start up on their own. You start swinging it, and then they all have electromagnetic motors built into them to keep them swinging. And then, yeah, if they deviate, I mean, if they're not deviating properly, you can adjust the height. You can adjust the auto-on mechanism, so how long the motor will go on for. I believe you can adjust the strength of the magnet. I think it's just how long the magnet goes on for, but it says it right in the manual how to there's multiple steps you can take to calibrate it if it's not precessing normally, or I guess how you want it.
So you can make it precess to the thing that you assume is nice.
Just in case you need it to,
just go ahead and cook it right in there.
Go ahead and throw that into the little space. It says indeed, but it's just showing the so it's the Mark II Foucault pendulum installation manual. We got power to the magnet is controlled via the amplitude control. This control drives the pendulum's swing distance. Too much power and the pendulum will be driven past the designated swing distance. And then you've got the height of the pendulum will determine the time of each swing. Therefore, a time on control in the control panel will need to be set to accommodate the length of the magnet stays on. And then you've also got, it says here, should you encounter a problem with the precession, please be sure to check both the armature adjustment and photo beam centering adjustments. So you've got some options. If you need it to do something, you've got a few options to do your science, to, get your presupposition.
If your photo beam's off, like that's the worst when you got your Pendy and you're trying to make measurements of the rotation of the Earth.
But precession is still one axis, or am I missing something? That's over one axis, right? It doesn't precess over multiple axes.
It would be one, yeah.
Okay. So then okay, I've actually found some good pictures of what a precession versus a wobble versus a nutation would be. But to me, they definitely can't be doing it all at once. So one shape cannot simultaneously be wiggle, wobbling trepidatiously in all these different axes. That's what I first thought. And someone was like, nah, stupid, doesn't never see a dart. And I was like, let me double check, because we do that. We're not arrogant fuck. It's like somebody who just recites propaganda and stuff. So then now that I'm looking at it, it does seem to be physically impossible. So somebody explain how this makes sense, I guess, or am I wrapping it up here? We're trying to move on.
Well, no, I mean there would be like you could find like differences in how much it's processing. That's what the periodicity that you would measure like over a period of time would show you.
But not you look at the axes though. It's processing, unilaterally on a 4-degree tilt for one place, and then it's also on a 23, responding to the 23.43 ecliptic of the solar system, and then also nutation slightly wobble on its regular spinning axis, and then the final one is like this third. Yeah, so it's like that. It can't possibly be doing all of those wobbles, and the time that it does 1/4 doesn't affect the other ones it's not doing.
Yeah, we'd have to see the citation on that, man. If someone said that, like, that sounds pretty out there.
Well, I mean, it might be retarded, and I just gave it too much credit. It does happen sometimes, but I was like thinking about a spinning top, right, and how it seems to be doing things, and it's just going really fast. But maybe I'm just overthinking it. Like this one. Dude.
No, I mean, well, so it is like kind of somewhat possible, right? Like let's say according to what Elias could do with the paraconical pendulum, like he was able to he was able to do harmonic analysis. So he was able to to find periodicity that matched with the motion of the moon through that. But that's just that one thing. Like that's that much analysis just to find the periodicity of the moon. Yeah, that's actually pretty out there. Like maybe like you're getting into some pretty intense computations, right? Like you'd be doing that on a computer at that point for sure. If you're saying that you're getting all of that in a pendulum precession, 3 different wobbles.
No, I mean, I don't think it was a pendulum. I think it was a gyroscope something. I don't know. Let me go back and find the actual thing we're trying to refute, because
okay.
I was like, look at the Wobbularity 3 axes, and they were like, no, it does this because this, and I was like, wait, does it?
I don't know. So yeah, I'd have to see their source.
Yeah, but when people confidently just go, nuh-uh, and you're like, oh, wait, am I wrong? No, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Nuh-uh is not that substantial.
Sometimes when the nuh-uh is laden with 30 other fallacies hurled in your face, it's just like, all right, fine.
Well, dude, I learned from all of my best content has come spurred from Twitter troll nonsense, surface level stuff that started like this when someone's like, flat earthers can't do eclipses. Like, hold my beer.
So you were saying the other night, Shane, that predicting eclipses based off of a constant rate for Earth's rotation was a no-go, and that's part of the reason why they have to keep readjusting them as it gets closer to the event.
That is definitely part of the reason, but it's like an overarching thing that like the rate at which the sun precesses and gives us our concept of time is seemingly not constant, right? If it's based on perception and it varies, then they have problems. But it definitely affects eclipse predictions. The more the further back you go, or the model extends the years, the more off that time gets. They call it delta T, or terrestrial time, and they have a whole series of formulas that'll correctly adapt and accommodate for this discrepancy. And it's like, oh, so you know that thing that Bob measured that definitely used the rotating Earth, and it's like, turns out we don't have a real good grasp on how fast that is, because when we use it in math, we can't do it right. And I know it's basic for our rotation rate, and it's super easy, and everyone knows that, thanks, Bob, but it fucks up our eclipses, it fucks up our dynamic things. We can't do it with the sun, with the terminate.com error. We have to make adjustments, we have to convert it to ellipses, we have to use an ephemeris, and it's like, oh, wait, if it's so easy, right? No, it's not. So delta T terrestrial time is notorious. Also, you have the sidereal and solar and lunar month, synodic month, and all time difference that lines up. So you have a solar year, a lunar year, and I think what is it, the sidereal year? And guess what? How many years have to pass for those things to line up again? That's 33. Anyway.
You don't say. 30 thrice years.
Terrestrial T. Someone look it up. It's super boring, but like they don't have a handle on it. Is all the point.
Nice. Well, it's rotating. You just can't feel it or express it mathematically, in a coherent way.
Thanks, Bob. How fast is it rotating? Oh, I don't know. Well, thanks, Bob.
So like a constant translational speed? No.
It varies. Oh, great. That proves Earth wobble, right?
Can't you measure the absolute speed, though, because it's a rotation? No, only the angular displacement. Okay. Sorry I asked.
Yeah, man, the notion of time is interesting, right? As an abstract. We were talking about this the other day for fun. Like, would we know what time is without the sun? And my answer was no. It's literally dependent on night and day cycle. We wouldn't have any way to conceptualize it. All of our solar time, our day, our count, our hour, time, second, all based on the sun and a circle, right? So you think we have a better handle on it by now. And it's like, God's little trick, right? You guys think you can quantify things and use math for in perpetuity? Good luck.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, especially when you think about their assertions about like the billions of years based on geological findings. And it's like, how do you even know that day and night cycle was? Well, I guess because they claim they claim their orbital motion or whatever. They would just claim the orbit has always been perfect, even though, and the rotation's always been perfect, even though Pangea was happening. They had a big old clump on the side of it, but it just kept rotating and orbiting the same all that time. Okay.
It's only a problem when you have to justify it or anything. You can just say stuff all you want.
Well, we know because plate tectonics and Pangea and spin, Earthfall.
It's alarming how hard they have to try to insert years and longevity into everything that they do, though, is it not? It's like, hey, how long it's been? About 1 billion years. How long is 1 billion years? Well, how far away is that? Well, the speed of light? God. All right. Is everything going to be 10,000 years? Well, how do you know? Well, we carbon dated it. Okay. All right. This is a radiation layer from 10,000 years ago from the Cretaceous period of a 63. Like, listen. Your accuracy with a weak prediction in the weather is subpar at 50%, and you're taking that to 73 billion years ago in a different period. I'm just going to stop listening to atheists who see back in time.
Yeah. Looking out into the sky, and it's just, back in time. Yo, we see some hands up here. Do you have a list going, Alan? Before I call someone out?
Let's see what we got here. No, the list completely fell apart at Salty and Eli. We've been on a complete derail, free fall roller coaster in a gravitational well. So pull us out, lads and lasses.
All right, let's do Ken. What's up, Ken?
You must be seeing an old hand. How don't
an old hand. All right then. Laylee, I'm assuming your hand is actually up.
Liliana's waving.
Hello.
What's up?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes. I have to reload. I can't see anything.
Oh. Yeah, I was just gonna say that is that Ether Cosmology handled, is that affiliated with you guys? It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that is that Ether Cosmology handled, is that affiliated with you guys? It is, right?
Yeah. I run the YouTube. We all contribute to the YouTube channel, and then but yeah, that's I upload to that on YouTube and Rumble.
And then so is Ether Cosmology, do you have account on Twitter X also?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Because I was thinking, keep that account active and post, all the latest pertinent stuff on it, because it just sounds like this word ether is beginning to get around. So for whatever it's worth, you may as well just kind of keep that account active, because people might just look up that word, and they should find you,
Catching them hashtags, good point.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's exactly the plan. So yeah, that's kind of.
So should we just hashtag the word ether, or your whole the whole name?
Dude, honestly, we should all hashtag the same 40 hashtags every time we communicate with each other, but none of us do. We really, really should. Let's see if we can uniform that, or at least get together.
Well, one of you should post the hashtag that you want posted, and then just let us know, and then we'll post it, right?
More is better, I think, and there's no disadvantage for more. So it's going to be a hefty list, I think.
Oh, another thing I was thinking was, wouldn't it be kind of cool to have a little documentary where Shane and Toby and Stone and whoever else,
just that other guy, maybe, I don't know.
Shane and Alan.
There you go.
And Alan, what? And Piezo, did I get that right? Piezo.
There's a wide margin of acceptable error on that one, so we're fine.
Well, anyway, so you guys should play Globies and then debate Witsit, because it would be kind of like a fair fight, would be, he'd have worthy opponents, right? But then you guys could do it in a way where you just could do it with a little bit of attitude. But then you could also, show off your knowledge of the globe model, so that they're like, oh, wow, these people really know the globe model. But then at the same time, what you guys can do is really expose all the holes in it, and that would be so funny. And here and there you could make Mr. Parrot Lad show up and do the squawk, or you could make it model. Yeah, you could make it funny here and there a little bit, because humor always makes people remember things. Like for me, the commercials and stuff that always stood out for me the most way back in the days when I used to watch TV was the funny ones, those are the ones I remembered, or any little funny things. So humor is good. But anyways, I was thinking that would be such a cool little documentary to do, where you guys not pretend, but play the role of Globies and just show off your knowledge, but then also expose all the big gaping holes. Because I think, it's important that the lay person, all the normies, they really should understand that this isn't some, toothless morons, Bible thumping, flat earthers. Because that, I think the media did a really good job of pushing that concept, of flat earthers being these stupid people that are still in the dark ages, and they still believe what our ignorant ancestors believed. You know what I mean? So we have to really kind of show them that, are you kidding me? Flat earthers are some of the smartest, most critical thinking, practical, honest. In every way, I think that the general honest flat earther is that way. They're all they subscribe to natural living, and to justice, and to goodness, and to truth, and real physics, and independent thinking, and original thinking, and stuff like that. So anyways, I was just thinking that would be such a fun documentary to do, because I was, there's almost no genuine glober that can be a worthy opponent to Witsit. So, but you guys would be, if you guys just played the role.
It's true, because I would personally try and stump him. I'm already thinking about ways I could be the best glober. So I see your point, Liliana. That would be really fun. And on schooling globers, when we do it for an instant, it's definitely the most constructive back and forth that I've ever seen. So that's definitely something.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end, you guys could all be talking about it. And I mean, you could even in the beginning just say, look, we're playing the Globers, because honestly, you can even tell them, like, look, we know the globe model better than Globers do. And so we're more qualified than actual Globers to play Globers in this debate, and you're the only worthy opponents, really. But it just would be fun if there was some humor. Also, yeah, I think in one of the spaces a few weeks ago or something, I did talk about, I don't know, Shane, if you were actually, it sounded to me like you were saying the same thing, but I was asking about, like, how the heck do you reconcile, 3, if not 4 different motions and, as many different velocities that Earth is supposed to be traveling along with sun and solar system and blah, blah, blah. And I think that's just like such an important thing to, there's certain items that feel like we should, they're like holding the feet to the fire in terms of, the Globie model. Like we have to hold our feet to the fire with questioning certain dogma. And this one to me is a really important one. Like how the heck do you resolve that, wouldn't like because it's not like we're just spinning nicely, neatly on our axis. We have to be moving around the sun at the same time. So that's going to affect how even that spinning on the axis itself is shaped, like how would you draw it? Like if you had to see it, being drawn, if the axis was a pencil and drawing it, it would just change everything. Because we don't think about stuff like that,
As usual, you make excellent points.
Well, we do. Yeah, we think about stuff like that. As I'm thinking about it right now, you're describing it like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But they don't, right? So the whole point is they don't actually know any of this. They go, it works, right? How does it work? I don't know. I'm too dumb. But the smart people who already told me know how it works, they know how it works, and they're right. So that's it.
Yeah, see, you should be doing stuff like that in the documentary. Just exactly what you did just now.
Right? That's the global position minus insults, calling you fuckwits, and then adding it with 3 ad-homs. It's like, oh, you're doing the correct response, but without all the stuff I'm used to. Could you gaslight me harder? I'm getting a little uncomfortable, actually.
Yeah, man, just use Google Earth. That shit works.
Exactly.
The fact that, if I may just say something, the fact that you bring up about how, a lot of us know the globe model better than they do. The issue that you would have with that is that if you had Toby or Shane or Alan pretending to be Globies, stating the Globies' position, the real Globies would say, oh no, they're straw manning our position. That's not really how we feel. That's not really what we think. Even though that would be correct, I think you would get a lot of that because people don't even know what they believe. But still be entertaining to watch for sure.
That's yet another invitation to clarify and expose what they think is the straw man, and we'll blow that out of the water too. Or what shouldn't be the straw man argument. What is the real steel man argument that we're somehow missing when talking about a particular issue? I would invite them just as readily to contribute in objection along that vector and just shoot them out of the water twice.
Yeah, I just don't underestimate the Globies' power to be retarded, really.
It's very good.
I agree. There is no limit to stupidity.
Tremendous.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. It's like, listening to some of these past discussions, even on Flat Earth Fridays with, a known physicist who works at CERN and just how he just completely folds. It's crazy. It's pretty insane. So I just don't expect anything but like the worst.
I think that the general public will see what's really going on, though. Even though, I think the most resistance really will come from people that are like PhDs or whatever, or the really dumb ones. But I think anyone with decent amount of intelligence, if they just, dig a little bit, they'll say like, oh, wow, these guys definitely were steel manning it and they know what they're talking about. Because you can't argue with the truth. I mean, yeah, they can keep saying we're lying and we're straw manning or blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, anybody intelligent enough will just know who is right and who is wrong. And honestly, those are the people we want to collect, even though they might be, the minority right now, because those are the kind of people that will pull the average or below average minds, into the truth. You know what I mean?
It is a
Because
top-down process. I agree.
yeah, because you're just going to attract people with the maximum honesty, maximum, goodwill, maximum intelligence, maximum ability to, think outside the box, and so on and so forth, and people that don't just accept authority. So we're going to actually just attract the best out of the general public. I think the PhDs are just sticking to that position for all these other reasons, for their careers or ego or just, massive, what's the word, cognitive dissonance or whatever, so, but those, I think that's not the general public. I still feel like there's, the general public of the more intelligent ones there will totally get the point.
Did you say you can't argue with the truth? Yeah, unfortunately, Liliana, you absolutely can. Matter of fact, you can dispute facts. You can say nonsense. You have to not adhere to logic. You can reify yourself. You can like, it's a little bit crazy. Like they don't actually have the motivation that we do, and this is something I think that we kind of forget. Like our motivation is almost unanimous. It's different, but we want the truth. We want to have a discussion. We want engagement, and we just assume that other people do too, and that's our fault, right? Because their aim and motivation isn't to talk to us, to elevate their arguments, to understand their position better, to gain any sort of insight, to truly understand how we think flat Earth works at all. It's more like, how do I get more followers and seem momentarily interesting or be part of the social club or become accepted in people that never have accepted me or seem, smarter to people who I think are inferior. That's more akin to what they're after all the time. And when you view it from that framework, all their actions make way more sense.
Oh, that makes me think of, you guys seen the most recent robot polisher video with the pastor that wants to go to Antarctica or whatever, and
Duffy.
he just, oh my God, it's so bad. Like, he's just so disingenuous, and like, I don't even think he's a real pastor, dude. Like, I think that's a total front.
Yeah.
Because that guy presents him with this idea, like, so you're gonna side with the government corporation or the government entity that claims that we evolved from primordial ooze, which goes against your Bible, and you're gonna believe what they say with these pictures rather than believing the Bible. And it's just really bad. It's on the table.
Angry monkey.
Yeah, he's mad. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, I would definitely check it out for sure, because it's worth watching.
Did I just lose audio? Anybody still there?
I was talking.
No.
I was talking to my stream on silent, so yeah, it was fun.
I'm just tired over here.
Well, that's very nice of you guys to have the space subbing for Sacred and Proud. That's very sweet of you. So thank you very much.
We definitely can't step into those shoes and do 9 hours of streaming and take the whole thing. That's like, I have no interest in that. Power to them, right? But I can't do any of that. That's crazy. But everyone's got accustomed to doing stuff on Friday. So come hang out with the Flat Earth crew as usual.
There was one thing that I had mentioned earlier that I posted on my Instagram about Admiral Byrd being on that chronoscope, and he talks about, most people focus solely on what he says about Antarctica and how there's lands past the pole, but there's a brief moment where he says something about the North Pole, and he says, oh, well, not so much the North Pole because it's getting crowded up there, and there's, it's good for military purposes and living, but yet on our globe model there is no land there. So what is he talking about? It's like they've completely erased it. And it was something that I've noticed for a minute, but I kind of finally put something together for it. But no, does anyone else find that a little bit ironic, that the fact that he mentions that and yet there is no land in the North Pole on all of our current maps?
That is a bit odd.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a known thing. Like they took that away. They scrubbed it from the Google Earth. It became blurry. Then it was gone. Then it was just, guess what? It's just been iced uniformly here all the time. Never been anything else. Don't worry. But there's a couple maps that have it like added on for funsies. I think one of them that I use, it adds in like the 4 land masses in the giant river right at the tip of the North Pole when you're just using the map. I thought it was a known thing. That's like the 4 rivers, the legend of Yggdrasil, I think, or whatever, the big whirlpool at the center is, and the conjunction.
Hyperborea, yeah, right?
Yeah.
But it's not something that I certainly learned about in school.
No,
yeah. I didn't learn that until I started learning about the flat Earth stuff.
It's like, sit down, Truman. We've already explored everywhere. Don't worry, nowhere else to go.
Yes, Truman Show style. What's odd about it is on Google Earth, it's almost as if it's a face. Like, in fact, it looks like a structure of a giant, like a human head and shoulder. Like, if you look at the structure of that area on Google Earth, it looks like someone is laying down, like a human body is laying down on its side, like with all of North America, and the spine goes down south. It's actually really, if it's correct, which I don't think that it is, but it's almost like they've drawn in a human figure in there, and you can see his face on the north, where the North Pole would be. It's pretty strange.
Weren't they saying in the 90s that the North Pole was going to be completely ice-free, that it was going to be just ocean or something?
Yes, and that every polar bear was going to be dead, and yeah.
The water level is going to rise. Everyone look out. It's going to take over the world unless you pay us money and stop the cow farts. In the meantime, I'm going to buy all the beachfront property. Don't worry about what it's for. It's not for that. Don't worry about the bank. Yeah, it's like, guys, I'm smelling a scam. Someone put a picture that was like, oh, the threat of water level rising, and it was like a 20-year separation, and it was like a centimeter, and they were like, boy, I'm glad I kept throwing away my plastic and used paper straws.
Yeah, Plymouth Rock is the prime example of that.
Also in the 80s, they used to say that we were going to run out of fresh water, like drinking water.
Yeah, that's impossible. It turns out that they like, once they figured out department stores, they were like, hey, we sell more stuff if we tell them we don't have any stuff. And they're like, manufactured scarcity, you say, to socially engineer desire to buy our products. Interesting. And guess what, guys? Not any vaccines for anyone or whatever. Just say they learned that and apply it to everything. Now it's like half off, mark it up to mark it down. Look, this is going to save you money, right? All that stuff gets translated socially from economics to socially engineering your reactions and behavior.
Well, and then they also teach us all that evolution's a real thing and that we, evolved from primordial ooze into monkey people, and now here we are. Yet meanwhile, they all seem to be worshiping, evil entities and Saturn and all kinds of weird shit, all the Freemason symbolism and numerology and all that. It's like, it's very odd how they put it right in front of your face. They tell you one thing. It's like the sleight of hand magician trick,
Yeah, it's very.
'Cause they obviously believe what they're worshiping,
It's an interesting way. So they believe in like Gnostic duality based on like their religion. It goes way back, but like you can be, say, let's take Bill Gates, a public-facing philanthropist helping out all of humanity with your wonderful programs, education, in your right hand, and then subservient to a secret devil and you're practicing on kids in Africa and doing all sorts of excellent trials of putting mosquitoes with mRNA vaccines to help the public on the left hand, and you're like, see, duality, right? The one washes out the other. I'm karmically free from these actions. I am not doing any evil, right? It's on you. That's how I think they see it.
Yeah, it's crazy when his speech about overpopulation and with proper vaccine mandates, we can lower that. Like, whoa, what, dude?
Dude, that was how we started.
Get her down there.
People were like, I'm misinterpreting that. And I was like, please provide the correct interpretation and context of this statement.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Tell me where killing people is better and smart, right? Contextualize it any which way you can. Like, we have to kill all the people. Hey, Bill, here's a thought, right? What if we get them to kill themselves? Work with me here. It's like, oh, brilliant. Let's do that. Everyone should sacrifice yourself for the good of Mother Earth. I'm going to drive to a conference and tell everyone how you should do that in my super jumbo jet, wasting all the fossil fuels that we garnered from dinosaur juice that's definitely running out. But you should not eat food, eat bugs, live in a thing, go in a box, and be in virtual reality. That'll help. Oh, and to stop all this, you got to give me your money, even though I have all the money already. That's how it works, right? Climate change.
Meanwhile, buy up all the land, all the farmland, and then say there's not enough food.
Yeah, manufactured scarcity. In a place where water is infinite and falls from the sky, and food, if you drop it in the dirt, will just grow infinitely. You're like, guess what, guys? There's no water in food. And you're like, but wait a second, though.
Yeah, well, and I think that brings the point of why it's so important to have these communities of, and specifically, I think flat Earth, because it's so based in fundamental understanding of truth that it goes back to hey, what you felt when you were a child was actually correct. You had to literally make yourself believe. Someone else got you to buy into an idea of a globe and basically go against all of your senses to trust the authority who has now proven themselves to be not exactly trustworthy, just to be polite about it. And that's why now it's so important to have these spaces that do promote truth, that promote health and well-being. I'm very much trying to do what the community that we talk about here. I do very much try to bring it into my own neighborhood, in that sense, because I think that's really the best way to get this kind of out. And it's kind of like it's 2024. Sober is the new drunk and pregnant's the new skinny, and I don't know, I feel very fortunate to be alive at this time, and it's kind of good that we have globies to work off of. I am really kind of afraid of when this thing does tip over and more people are introduced into flat earth. These spaces won't be as intimate and they won't be as free, and I am a bit concerned about that, but I do believe that it's better to be that the truth be revealed rather than be misled the way that it has been. So that's my thoughts on it.
Man, I had a contribution to your first part, and then I got distracted and listened to your second part and forgot.
Well, I was just talking about how important it is that, you know, these spaces hold truth, and to take this out into our communities, and, you know, like, that's a wonderful thing to be able to do. But, you know, and why it's in why I said, it being 2024 and health is the new way to be, you know, sober's the new drunk and pregnant's the new skinny. Like, fuck these Globers. Like, I don't know.
Emulate us anyway. You know, like in high school, when there was a cool group, and then there was like emulation group, and then there was people who pretended not to emulate the cool group, and you were like, oh, the whole thing is about this in appearance. I get it. It's like that, except these were the people that were never involved and included, and never had any sort of like standing, and never got any sort of gratification. So the dopamine that they are now getting is like an overdose form, and it's having ridiculous effects on people that aren't used to being, you know, looked up to, included, and or not ostracized. So that, I think, is a big part of the anti-flat earth groupie thing, which is nothing to do with arguments, rationality, or stuff. It's like, hey, we're included in a group, and our whole theme is we bash on people who are dumb, stupid flirts. Look at that map. They can't even do sunsets. Easy.
Yeah, well, and you can see that is very apparent when people are devoting their entire channels to anti-flat earth as a strictly popularity monetization, you know, program. It says a lot about the individual, you know, and it's actually, as much as I'm gonna regret saying this, it's pretty sad, you know. It's like it's fairly pathetic, and it's sad to watch these, you know, these anti-flat earthers spiral out. And it's like, didn't was it Craig or McToon, one of them had a heart attack while on air or something?
Yeah.
Like, dude, that's terrible.
Like, literally, these
like,
fans were like, stop debating Witsit. You get so worked up when he's there that it's just bad for you and him. And, you know, for your health, you shouldn't debate it anymore. And we were like, that's priceless. But also, yeah, Craig, don't die. And have you heard of myocarditis? Oh, you just got a little myocarditis, you said? It's going to go away? Oh, boy. But again, he was the one, like, if you don't take this, then you're, you know, trash. You should be killed. You don't deserve a bed. He was pushing all that stuff. And I'm not saying that it's good, right? Like, I don't. When he's not on the air being an anti-flat earth guy, he is just kind of a regular dude who's a nerd, right? Like, I talk to him a bunch, but because of that persona, he won't let that happen. So, like, it's it's weird to see that that happen, and then be like, dude, I feel bad for you, but everything I know I'll try to help you with, you'll just turn and hurt me with, right? Like, I'll do it anyway. Like, here's 17 articles on why myocarditis and pericarditis escalated 50% in the last 2 years based on this demographic, and he was like, no, that's conspiracy. And I was like, yeah, I know. I knew you'd say that. Okay. Like, good luck.
Yeah, it's just, I think Austin has said it before, but I've thought this for a while now, that, like, I really don't know that everyone is supposed to wake up to this. I think that it will take, some generations.
Truth's not for you. Yeah, he's like, you don't get to have it. Oh, you're stupid? Yeah, this isn't for you, I guess. This isn't meant for you. That's his take on it. It's pretty funny now.
Yeah, and I think that there's people that it's too unsafe to look at, to look at any of the information. It's like, oh, the earth might be flat. Well, I can't look at it,
My Dad, happy birthday.
Is it your birthday?
No, Dad.
It's not my birthday.
No, it's on the 10th birthday.
I tried to mute.
No, it's on the 10th birthday.
All right, pretend birthday. You got presents?
Hold on, let me think about that.
Yeah, he's got pretend presents too, man.
Dude, I remember what I was going to say then, because you mentioned Witsit, and that's where I was going with it. I think when you said, like,
pretend cake.
You said, like, it's about the mind control, right? The way that they get you to believe it is they got to get you to think that nothing you see is that. Like, you can't trust your senses. Sure, it looks that way, but it's not. Why? Math and science that you don't understand. Sure, it looks that way, but it's not, because, smarter people have figured it out. And sure, it seems that way, but the math that guy made, it says that that's wrong. And like, enough of that gets you to a point where you can be, like, enslaved and mind controlled. You're like, oh, so I'll just surrender all my knowledge to the authorities then? Because I seem to be wrong about everything, and everyone seems to agree with that. So I'll just, surrender. This mainstream science, like, people who spend their life in labs and lab coats and waving on TV, those are the guys who've figured this out for me. I don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go back to playing video games. But like Witsit says it all the time. I think we should start reiterating this. The way that they get you to believe the globe is that they get you to not trust your own senses and surrender to authority. Without authority, there is no globe. And in fact, without the infrastructure to inflict authority, and that would be, government, mainstream, authoritative, etc., then they can't have the globe. So really the statism is part of where we get globularity, but most people aren't ready for that. So let's just stick to the flat earth portion, right? And we can say that they can't have that without everyone surrendering their authority to the mainstream, which of course they wield to not everyone's benefit. In fact, to everyone's definite detriment and to their specific 1% benefit.
Yeah, well said. That I don't know. I know, listening to you guys reading over the papers and kind of how they came to the conclusions that they did, as far as just like trying to keep the heliocentric model afloat and everything. But I definitely do believe that there was at one point in time, somewhere along the lines, that this was a plan. And it may not even be that those people that planned it are even still alive. I doubt, well, I know they're not alive, obviously, but I'm saying that maybe even the people that set the plan in motion didn't even let their next of kin, who were going to be taking over like these elite ruling class, I wonder if some of them even know the truth about it, or if it was just set in motion and it snowballed into this thing where, even they don't really, maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of just spitballing here, but my point is that although it is an idea based off belief, I definitely think there was some nefarious planning behind it. And it certainly feels that way, because the way that you get the public to all go against their senses and their sensibility and their logic, like the biggest part of that is you go against your own logic. And even as a child, I remember thinking like upside down people in Australia is retarded, I remember thinking that this is the dumbest shit ever. And I had to make myself believe otherwise. And to do that to an entire population of people, that's pretty dark, dude. Regardless of how harmless it might be to believe you're on a globe, that is extremely dark. So
I think that happened when Rockefeller or whoever got monopoly of the education system, because before that, schools and stuff had the option to teach either both models or whatever, like the flat earth model, and it was accepted. Like people, accepted that you could have a different model. But I think it's only when I think that's really when they first started to consolidate absolute total power. So that's when they got control of education and then medicine and, of course, all the politics and all that stuff, But also, the other thing is that the Freemasons, basically like all the mid-level and lower level, which is the majority, let's say the 98% people on the bottom or 95% or whatever, they don't know what the very top 1% in the Freemason movement are doing. Like we think the Freemasons are all practicing, Satanism and this and that, but they're not, because the top guys keep the bottom people, bottom 90 or whatever percent people in ignorance and make them think that they're part of a noble group that basically helps each other in high professional settings, So they're all helping each other become judges and lawyers. And it's like this high income group of people, and those are the majority of and I think that's the reason where it's been kind of hard to get the yoke of power off of the people, all of us, the common man, is that they actually have all these Freemasons and whatever, all the different people in their club that have no idea what evil is in their own leadership. And so they're just thinking that they're normal because they promote morals and they promote ethics and a conservative value. Because remember that guy, the one that lost it, that what's his name? He debated Witsit recently. He's a Freemason, so.
Oh, Soylog,
So
yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason that they have so much power is that they all keep each other propped up and they have no idea that they're working for some really, really evil people at the top. But hopefully, the public is waking up to all the nonsense. I have a feeling that humanity might split up into two different groups like down the line. I think one of the groups will be lured into taking vaccines all the time, and then their health is going to go down and they're going to be eating like 3D meat, and then they're talking about building all these like underground cities. I think they're already like trying to do like a sample one in underneath LA or something, Los Angeles or something. So I think that one group is going to go that way, and they'll be lured with like basic income and kind of like you'll just be able to eat all the junk you want, and your medicine will be free, and your living quarters underground will be free, and you guys can just play video games all day and do like virtual reality. And I think another branch of humans are they're going to be like maybe living in smaller villages or towns, and like supporting actual farmers. I mean, that's why I love always going to the farmers market and shopping. Every week I go to the farmers market here and do all my shopping for produce and stuff because I really like supporting my local farmers. I feel like that's so important. But I think that I have a funny feeling that people are going to branch out because when I you read these people, like they're still pro-vaccines, and they're still like pro-science, and they still like put down everybody as conspiracy theorists and this and that. It's like sometimes I think there's no hope for those kinds of people. Like they're going to be lured into this horrible artificial lifestyle.
There's hope, right? They're just 73 steps backwards on the staircase of ever-increasing incongruity that they have to take to get to where we are. While I was listening to you, I was thinking about like what I usually think about in terms of these debates is the groups of people that we're debating, right? Like our group versus their group. The main differences of the characters and what separates us has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, flat, round. It's none of that, really. Really, what it all comes down to and what connects us in this group is that we know that a select group of people, whatever you want to call them, or how many, we don't know, what are the names, that doesn't matter. We know and have seen and recognized that a small group have worked together collectively throughout history to seize control of infrastructure, procedures, education, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, educate specifically books and textbooks, like you said, and they've used that as collectively to help themselves to our detriment. Exactly. Like, so Rockefeller's quote for, I'm going to buy the education system. We're going to educate youths to not be that smart. We don't need that. We're going to have them be just smart enough to run the machines and dumb enough to not ask questions or why, right? We're going to teach them how to count so we can get our books, but not about where money comes from that we print from debt. We're gonna teach them to go to school and not to talk back to authority, and then we're gonna wield the authority against the people as the top down. So like the people who figured all this out and followed that trail took steps up the staircase. You could envision like the first conspiracy theory, who shot JFK? That's probably fine. You're not taking that first step, right? They take the first step, you take the second step. So it's an ever-increasing series of steps of incongruity called the staircase of disbelief, right? And the people who don't take steps know, I think, inherently, if I take that first step, right, I'm going to have to take another and another and another, and then you got to go to the top. And then you're the crazy flat earther yelling at people on the internet, so I don't want that, right? So I can't do that. Therefore, JFK got shot by a magic bullet that divested itself simultaneously and went around and whatever, right? That's the process. But the whole point and why we disagree and why we can't talk past each other, why they don't listen, is because they're like, nah, government's safe. It would never hurt me. Pharmaceuticals are great. Vaccines are fantastic. Of course, the earth's not flat. And it's like, how do I combat all of that by telling you it's flat?
I think Rufus is looking for a mic down there. Anybody want to give him one?
I've been trying, dude, from my phone. If you can try.
I see. Okay, great.
I don't know who Rufus is, but he has been asking in comments. So let's see. I'm just gonna start throwing mics. Did I lose my co-host? Yeah, I did.
I think you lost both your co-hosts. Both Toby and Alan are. Oh wait, no, they say speaker. I'm going to mute up. I got to get the kiddo to bed. I will be listening. If you need to drop my mic, I won't be offended by it. If you guys are still going when I get done, I'll gladly join back in.
At this point, I'll give up my spot for you, man. You're always welcome.
No way, dude. Don't do that. You got a lot. Don't do that. That's a mistake. I'll tell you that right now.
You got to come to our Discord and hang out. We talk all the time, every day about this stuff instead of just this incorrect Twitter space on Friday where we may or may not be able to hear you.
Yeah, dude. I just said this on Tuesday. I used to have Discord because of an ex-girlfriend, because she was like, and so I thought it was like strictly for video games because that's what she was doing, was playing on it and stuff. And let's just say I thought Discord sucked a lot because of kind of the same reason I thought Terrence Howard sucked a lot, was because Stone put it in my head. Well, this girlfriend kind of ruined things. But now that I know that you guys do so much on there, I definitely will start an account there for sure. So
yeah, that's fair. That's valid. It used to be 4 games, but it's essentially like the truth or home ground, and it's like that's like where all the crazy, super resourceful, smart, determined, intellectual people end up. It seems.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry about that, guys. I was been trying to get in forever. I found out my app was not up to date.
Is that Rufus? Rufus, welcome.
Yeah. Hey, can I talk real quick? I've been trying to get in some words since you guys were talking about time. Yeah. So I'm total flat earther, no virus, all that.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to ask.
Glober.
I was like,
sorry about that. Yeah, but I was about to start pretending to be a Glober just so I could get in, but apparently it was a software issue. So now my question about time, I just want to know if you guys have seen this. So, our network time on computers, mobile devices and whatnot is all set via the internet through whatever atomic clock or whatever bullshit they use. I don't even know if it's bullshit, but my point is that standalone time, like on a microwave, or I have a NAS server that I can manually set to the second, and time is increasingly speeding up on our phones. Does anybody notice this? Compared to, say, the microwave or my NAS or a standalone alarm clock, non-smart, not connected device, I get about 3 minutes of sped up time about every week and a half. Does anybody else notice this?
No, but I believe it.
Okay, now and when I try to wrap my mind around that, how is time consistently speeding up on my phone, but the sun is in the same spot? I can account for the daylight savings and all that bullshit, but it really it's kind of a mind fuck.
It's refraction, bro.
Dude, time.
Oh yeah.
Time is actually a mindfuck. The keeping of time has been the single most man fucked with facet on Earth since we started. You got lunar calendar, solar calendars, Farmer's Day, daylight savings time. This one switching 12-hour, 24-hour military clock, non-military clock. Like the whole point is if they could change the sun, they would do it, right? But they can't. So they change everything about. Oh, go ahead.
Something just occurred to me. My cheap Casio digital, it's like an analog style. It's like a clock face, but that one does pretty good. And that thing is not cloud. It stays pretty close to NTP, to net network time.
That's weird because like I said, I have this manifesting on a microwave and an RV that I have that's connected to a 50 amp power supply and backup generator and all that.
What, probably quartz?
Yeah, and I get that for some devices, but then like my NAS server, which I manually set, it's doing the same thing. I'm about a week and a half in, and I'm 3 minutes slower than my PC.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the manufacturing of modern day, like what are those called? Just the clocks on the motherboard, right? Your CMOS clock.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to ask that question. And also, you guys were talking about maybe some of the underlying motivations, with the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all that, and how they've corrupted every single facet of society, when it comes to manufacturing. You guys do know that Prop 65, California's Prop 65, is full disclosure that basically everything that's manufactured nowadays in modern society is toxic and causes birth defects or cancer.
Yep. By design, right? It's like, we accidentally put all the chemicals in there that seem to, when combined, do all the worst things to you guys. That's weird, but we didn't do it to our kids. It was a random coincidence.
Yeah, or the fact that that vitamin B17 in apricot seeds, it's related to cyanide supposedly, but it cures cancer.
Yeah, dude. So they created cancer and then suppressed all the things and then named it something different, and then people who have it don't even know what it is, don't understand it. Of course, the treatment for whatever it is to keep the symptoms not there and the underlying cause completely there, so we can keep billing you for the service for your whole life. That's how pharmaceutical systems work. Yeah.
I'm big into terrain. I put it to practical use. I distill all my water and very conscientious. Wi-Fi is RF is a huge thing. So I live on an island out in the middle of nowhere. Very little RF. It's pretty cool.
Oh man, I forgot what I was going to say. Crap.
But as far as like a grand antagonist, who's behind all these guys, these evil people.
Always the same.
Well, I mean, what does the Bible say about the God of this world?
There you go. Right, there you go.
I was an atheist for 45 years. I was in the military for 22 years, retired from the service, and I'm looking back now. I know what the U.S. government is, and I know that I was a fucking tool of propaganda, all bullshit. I've been to Iraq. Fortunately, I've never killed anybody. I was an aircraft maintainer, but still, we've gotten blown up by mortars and rockets and shit, and it's just so easy to see. I got lots of guys I know that died. And it's kind of disgusting. And of course, trying to tell this to anybody that isn't remotely turned on, my parents or other friends and family. I'm not new to this process. I know I've been going through it for about 4 years now, but it still blows my mind, just the sheer cognitive dissonance. But yeah, I think it's all Satan. Whether you want to look at Satan as a dude with horns, personalize it, or if you want to look at it as an archetypal energy form or something like that, you start doing bad shit, Satan will definitely help you, but there's always a price to be paid. So those are my thoughts.
That goes back to what I was saying about how they taught us evolution, that there is no God, yet they seem to be worshiping the other side of it.
Yeah, dude.
They seem,
that's kind of what happened. Like the whole whether it was the devil or God or evil evil incarnate, whatever you want to think about, it makes no difference, right? The action has happened. So someone somewhere, it started a long time ago, started taking control in secret of little things, little groups, little cults, little so-called, let's say the first Illuminati, the first meeting, the cult and the meeting, all right, secretly we got to do these things because we have ancient magic based on Gnosticism and all the long lost things, and that's been the game forever. And the way they have to do it, because if they tell you point blank what they believe, who they worship, and what it is, you're like, that's fucking retarded. Also, get my kids away from me. We got to put you in fucking jail. So they're like, hey, I'm going to tell you a secret and a story, and we're going to go through this cult, and you're going to elevate through levels of knowledge. We're going to be a group of secrets, but you're going to have all the secrets until we give you more secrets at the top, right? It's a wonderful form of control. Everyone thinks they're doing one thing. You have compartmentalization and connectivity, right? So other groups, Illuminati, Freemasons, Jesuits, Zionists, all these groups get infiltrated, subverted, and directed towards the same goal. So over a course of, say, generations, or say it's targeted 60 years or so, of lots of people working collectively with all the money in the world, they have all the groups that were doing their own secret thing have now been collectively reassigned and coerced to do this specific one thing in all different gradations, variations, levels, and hierarchy. So you have infrastructure, Royal Society, education, pushing globularity. You have authoritative sources, in mainstream science and astrophysics becoming a branch of philosophy and faith. Like all of that wasn't random, and it was coincided. It was, measured. It was controlled. It was exactly determined and pushed and coerced. And when things happen in the world that are natural, even if they are natural, they are instantly like targeted, subverted, infiltrated, and pushed towards this ultimate goal. Things like social change and movements, the 60s, hippies, feminism, etc. All that is the Rockefellers. So,
well, it's too big to be, one human or one group of humans.
Well,
this is supernatural. It has to. I mean,
I'll call them Rockefellers, but it's not even them. It's the group of people who are above them in the bloodlines, who are all part of the basic people who came back from like the ancient rites, who think that their blood is divine because they have the divine right of the politician to rule. Those people. Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, and well, I wonder if it even extends past that, as far as I've had some thoughts about this, of like the idea that, and I'm not, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings here. I'm not exactly Christian. I do have faith in God. Like it just is what it is. But I wonder if when you look into some of the like numerology, like the number sequences, even behind some of the past things that have gone on, like whether that be the incident in New York, or some of these shootings, there's these numbers that are attached to it that seem to be like almost, and I don't want to get too woo-woo here, but almost supernatural. Like there's no way that someone could have figured out how to input all these numbers, but you see these reoccurring themes in each one, and they seem to be backed up with numerics, and so it's almost as if there's this, for lack of a better term, a demonic possession that takes place and kind of goes on. And yeah, it's very strange though, for sure. Like,
do you guys talk about Mandela effect at all, or is that something that gets poo-pooed in here?
This conversation's always been more about the science.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Dude, you might get poo-pooed for any topic at any given point. People have their own opinions, right? It's all
yeah,
exactly.
I will say that even Bob Nodell was a proponent. He knew what was up with the Mandela effect.
It's a mind logic puzzle, and we can only rest on a single tautology, and that is the Mandela effect itself is by definition physical fiction.
Okay, but I get that. But how does it work then? Because I'm definitely
it doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Logically, it does not work. You should watch.
It doesn't work logically. It's all paradox. I get it.
Big Bang Theory episode where they talk about it with context of Back to the Future 2 when they do the time travel analysis thing on the whiteboard, and it's gold. I've posted it in the Stone Cold.
I'm guessing you're pretty young.
I recommend that you watch it. You think I'm young? Oh,
I'm just asking. No, it's not. I don't mean that as an insult in any way.
No,
I take it that you're.
I'm sure I'm a number of years older.
Young people don't believe in.
How old are you?
Wait, yeah. Where did you get that? Just because he doesn't believe in Mandela effect, you think he's young?
No. Why don't stop judging and listen for a second? There's a very good reason why I asked that. And you said that you're probably older than me. Just out of curiosity, like I said, this is very respectfully. How old are you? I'm 49. Well, I'll be 49.
I'm a half a decade and some older than you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The only reason I was trying to establish that is because some of the shows that I watched when I was a kid, some of the impressions that I had when I was a child, how am I sharing that memory of something that's very specific with a lot of other people? They have the same exact memories, but that's not how it ever was.
I can't get into the psychological subjective. That's just not a place where anybody can logically argue from. Sorry, man.
Well, I'm not asking about the psychology aspect of this. I'm asking, how do you have a group of people, say 1 million people, that very clearly have memories that were imprinted into their minds of specific events, specific details that differ from the way it is now? And like I say, I know this is completely paradoxical. I know this is paradoxical, and there's no way to approach this from a scientific perspective.
I approached it from a logical perspective, not a scientific one. And, that's how we got here.
I don't think everything in this universe is purely logical, though. And I know that might sound a little odd, but when it comes to, rational thinking, I think that we are all in some kind of box, even if you don't see that box, like we were all in the globe box for a while. We don't know all the answers. We don't have a firm enough baseline to even know what is real.
Can I speak to that real quick, to what you just said? Because
yeah.
So that's part of the issue with it is I don't know. My personal thoughts on it are that we're just starting to find out that the fact this place isn't a fucking ball, bro. We don't even know what this place is and what we're capable of doing in this place. We don't know how. We do have some evidence of how powerful belief is, but we don't know to what extent that belief, how far reaching that could be. So one thing that I think that is, when you bring this topic up, if you meet some resistance, then, it will always bring you back to your truth. Whether just like you bringing it up is going to bring Stone to his truth. Mm-hmm. Whether he agrees or disagrees, we always go back to our truth of the matter. So one thing that I don't know that is very worth it is trying to convince someone whether it's real or not, because I do believe that is a little bit subjective, because you're going through, your past experiences and how these multiple of people have experienced something and now it is different. Who's to really say? I don't know that my point to it is I don't know how fruitful it is to kind of defend or argue, particularly in this space, but we are all entitled to our own opinions. That's what's wonderful about Flat Earth, is that we get to try and figure out what it means for ourselves. I think that as long as it brings you to a space where you are closer to the idea of a creator that is personal to you, that is what is probably most important. And then figuring out
then we can spend some time on conjecture.
No, I get that. Do any of you guys know any Breatharians by chance?
I've heard. I've never met any personally. I know what it is. Toby did say he stopped eating for the sake of carbon footprint, so he might be one right now. I
actually heard that. When I was no, I mean, okay, so how does one logically approach that then? Just speculating. I'm not trying to argue, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just want to.
No, that's a good question. I think logically the way to approach that would be that we don't actually breathe oxygen. We breathe the electrical charge that is attached to the oxygen. For lack of better word, molecules.
Yeah.
And that's actually what the body absorbs. And then, I could see how that could be very possible, because we're electrical beings. Sorry, that's my 4-year-old saying no more. Conversation done. But that's what I would say to it. I think that's logically how it would work, because we're electrical creatures. We have an electrical system, and we seem to breathe electrically and all that. So, yeah.
Any of you guys sun gaze by chance?
Oh, sure. Hey, but back to that Mandela effect. I think that if I could add to that, I think that the people that are in charge of this place or control this place, or control the information mostly, are dead set on controlling our reality, whatever it takes, right? And they have a hand in the Mandela effect, and they're actually
they're absolutely
manipulating information, right? Yeah, right. So they're doing that, and they could switch things, small details. All right. So do you think that this guy? Do you see Mandela effect as like different timelines, or do you?
I have no idea. I don't even speculate on it. Honestly, I just know that this world is not what we think it is. It's not what we were told it is. Obviously, we know that we don't live on a globe. We know that viruses aren't real, or if they're not a source of pathogenic infection. At least we've falsified everything. I'm not making any positive claims.
Right. Well, it seems like there's a lot of practical reasons for a lot of these Mandela effects, that people talk about. I've found a lot of answers.
C-3PO's golden calf.
What was your answer for that? What did you find out about that?
C-3PO's golden calf. I was just throwing that out there as the YouTube server, but it is kind of if you look at it from a biblical perspective, worshiping the golden calf, and now his calf is silver and not gold.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I didn't think about that part of it. Yeah, I think that I would guess a practical answer for that one is when they remade the first one. That there was a different stock, a different film stock, and it was more apparent when he was in the desert. But regardless of that, there's a lot of they can even switch.
It starts off in the ship. It starts off
in things twice sometimes and put these in. Like this is a long con with the Mandela effect.
Oh, it's a very long con. But yeah, I mean, I have, like I said, we don't really need to go into that. But yeah, if you guys aren't sun gazing,
believer.
What's that?
I thought you were a Mandela effect true believer.
Oh, I'm definitely Mandela. I am Mandela affected. I know it's real for me. I'm not saying it's real for you, but it absolutely is real for me.
Well, I'm interested. What would you guess is the reason for the things like? Why would it be small details of like companies and stuff that change rather than like bigger things?
Like I said, C-3PO's golden calf. That channel talks about a lot of stuff. The words that have changed, like Haas avocados, Haas, becoming Haas avocados, Hass. What's it? Snoopy. Charles Schulz used to be Charles Schultz. I used to read it every Sunday. Peanuts. I mean, just stuff like that. The removal of different letters. Skechers, the T going from it. Of course, Skechers has to gaslight us with Mr. T, saying he's the only T in Skechers. I mean, just I don't know.
Well, what would you think the reason would be? Like, could it be them doing those things?
How? No, I have no idea. Like I said, I'm not.
Well, I mean, if their goal was to like control all the information, right, and then that's why we see some residual, right? So
well, I don't see this thing. This isn't being done from my perspective. This is not being done by anything human. This is very supernatural. I have no idea what it means and how it happens. Nothing.
Were you asking about sun gazing? Who was asking about sun gazing?
I was asking if anybody in here explored the benefits of sun gazing.
Yeah, I live in the Pacific Northwest in Portland, Oregon.
Too. Hey, I just left Portland, Oregon 3 years ago and moved up to an island here in Washington.
Oh, yeah. So, we don't have a whole lot of sun here, as you know, huh?
Oh, I know.
We don't have a whole lot of sun. But I do gaze whenever I can. And in summer, when if the sun's too high, it's best to gaze early in the morning or later in the evening or whatever. Because I only gaze at the sun if I can just stand straight and just look ahead. It's okay if I have to put my eyes up a little bit, but I don't gaze at the sun if I have to move my head up.
Oh, so, yeah. Well, I mean, I was like, I used to cover one eye when I lived in Portland is when I started. I lived in Tigard and worked down in Tualatin in Lamb Research. And I used to sun gaze I'd go out with my buddies. They all smoked. I didn't smoke, but I'd go out in the smoke breaks and I'd just be out there the whole time sun gazing. And yeah, working the sun's pretty weak, especially in the winter. The summer, it's okay. But I was like that. I used to cover one eye because I was worried, what happens? Because I had faith, but I wasn't 100%. I know that might sound kind of weird, but I like extremes. So now I just both eyes, noon. It doesn't matter. You get used to it.
I find that my eyesight is I can noticeably better, like for a couple of days. But then if it's cloudy and then I can't sun gaze or something for a couple of days, for if it's raining all day or whatever, like I will notice that my eyesight isn't as good as on the days that I sun gaze. But I kind of made a different discovery also, because now it's getting warmer and well, the sun is getting, getting higher. But early in the morning, it's still kind of too cold to actually just get out and sun gaze. So what I've been doing is, I have this little bit of gold that it's kind of highly polished, and so I've been sitting out in the sun when it's pleasant and warm. But the sun is too high to gaze for me. So then what I've been doing is I've been just like letting the sun's reflection fall on that little piece of really highly polished 22 karat gold. I've been looking at that instead, like looking at the reflection of the sun in the gold, and it's having the same effect. So,
yeah, I believe it.
I can get out there even when the sun is high, and instead of directly gazing, I'm gazing at it via the gold, and it's amazing. I feel I'm getting all the benefits of sun gazing, even through the gold. Yeah.
Well, I'm 2 years into staring at the sun at noon whenever it's available, stuff like that. It like I said, I'm not going to say that this is applicable to everybody. I don't know what color eyes people have. I don't know what their skin tone is, what their racial background is. But me personally, I was really timid when I first started, so I was kind of like half-assing it. But over time, I started off, looking through tinted glass, and then looking through regular glass, and then just raw dogging it bare-eyed. And yeah, my vision has gotten so much better. It's kind of crazy. The improvements are mainly at night. Like my night vision is phenomenal now, and it's completely anecdotal. I can't prove it, but I never use flashlights anymore. I live on an island. There are no street lights or anything. It's a very rural area, but I'm pretty sure sun gazing had something to do with that, because my vision was not this good. It's always been 20/20, but it's way better now.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of really interesting intelligence, if you will, for lack of a better word, that goes in through the eyes into the brain. Because remember, the eyes are supposed to be an extension of the brain, right? So, yeah, I feel the sun has some kind of resetting power. It has like some programming, resetting power, because every time I sun gaze, like I go into these states of bliss. It's really amazing.
Oh yeah, it feels amazing, and I bet you don't get sick anymore either, right? I don't get sick anymore.
Well, I don't get sick really at all. I mean, the worst that'll happen is I might have like a cold or something, but maybe because I ate some ice cream, even though it was all organic, and because I'm pretty fanatic about eating really clean. I shop organic and I don't eat processed food. So if I do, there's like one brand of ice cream that actually is clean, doesn't have garbage in it, but it's still ice cream,
Yeah, I hear you. You guys distill all your water, drinking water?
Well, I don't know about distillation, but we have a reverse osmosis where I'm living. I just rent a room in a home and they have a reverse osmosis. And I know it's not a very good thing, but my kids, they bought me a present of that swirler thingy. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but
yeah, I got one.
for my
They're
birthday,
awesome.
Yeah, for my birthday, my kids bought me that. They got me that swirler thingy, and I don't know if it's my imagination or what. But so anyway, so we have this filtered water, right? The reverse osmosis, and then I put it through the swirler, and then I have this beautiful copper 1 liter container. So I put it in the copper.
Oh, nice.
And in the evening, I leave it by the window, so it gets really nice and cold. But the cold is like from nature. And it's just so delicious. It's really nice.
Is it a Mayu swirler?
Yes.
Yeah, those things are awesome. That water structured water, it's so much easier for our bodies to absorb. And like I say, I don't know if it's anecdotal. I don't know if there's evidence behind it, but it definitely does make a difference. But yeah, distilled water, city waters are pretty much all trash for the most part.
Oh yeah, I haven't drunk city water in forever. I mean, I would never drink city water. It's always had like a decent filter or whatnot, you know. But honestly, I think like it is important to make the effort to get the purest water. But I think in the end, if you hold the water and bless it, that's probably more powerful than anything else, you know.
It definitely works.
I was just gonna say, Rufus, I think you're spot on about cosmology and the fact that exosomes aren't the mechanism by which people become ill. But then I think sometimes we have to consider Occam's razor. And I think, your microwave is just 3 minutes slow. That's all.
Well, I get it. It's consistently slowing, and that's why I used multiple clocks to test this with. I haven't actually, tested it, written stuff down, times and exact seconds, but I just kind of eyeball it, and it's about 3 minutes, and it's across 3 different clocks, standalone clocks. So they're consistently 3 minutes behind every week and a half to 2 weeks, and and maybe it is this. I have no problem accepting that it's just, I just thought it was kind of odd that it was multiple clocks that are doing it, but whatever.
But I'll go ahead and agree with you.
Mr. Javier has had his hand up forever. Hello.
Yo,
I'll go ahead and agree
thank
with
you.
No, it's fine. They can go back and forth for a little bit. No rush.
Javier, Mr. Javier, good to see you. Now I was gonna say, Rufus, I'll agree with you about the distilled water. I've drank exclusively only distilled water for over a decade now, and 100% agree. It's the best thing I ever did for my health. Although I would say, if you're not, you need to be adding minerals like some good Celtic sea salt in every glass of water you're drinking.
Nah, bro, minerals go in the food, not in the water. Water should be pure. I get enough minerals through my food.
I drink local spring water, and then I heavily salt my food with pink salt.
However you get it.
Yeah.
What up, Pizio?
What's up, Elaine?
Oh, whoa. Guess I'm gonna have to start pronouncing your name correctly now. Nah, can't do it. I'll take it. All right, I was semi-AFK for about 45 minutes or so. Where are we at, gentlemen?
Should probably stop talking about health-related stuff and get back into technology.
Are there any arguments, any grungy word fights to be had?
Well, we do have Swalla here. I do believe he is a proponent of globular theory, if I'm not mistaken. Swalla, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I noticed the space is no fuckwits allowed, so I thought, well, why not put a fuckwit up on stage?
Yo, what's up, dog? I like where your head's at.
Oh, well,
Do you want to talk about?
I was just talking with Shane just before, and he was trying to propose the sun going around in circles, and I was like, well, you got to prove to me how it sets, and he got some sort of car park video, so it doesn't.
Can we talk about anything besides the horizon?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Some physics, maybe.
Well, what about the 4 motions happening all at once at different velocities? Shane, maybe.
Oh, the single axis wobulation? Or single multi-axis wobulation?
Well, I don't know all 4 of them, but I have a feeling that some of them has got to do with, the ellipses sort of being a little bit off each year, but I don't know. Well, I would imagine that if you track it all year long, you would notice like a slight drift each year. So you would probably you would continue to take more data, and if you keep showing more drift, then I guess you've got to put that into the equations. That would be my assumption. If they're saying there's a changing ellipse, then I would imagine that they'd be taking data sets all year long, and then the data set might show a small drift. That would be what I would assume. Yeah, I mean, what you said probably doesn't. Well, I'm perfectly fine with that, I guess. I don't really know what you mean by how it relates to AE, because, I mean, sure, if Kepler's results are showing some sort of slight drift each year, then look, I'd be one to run it past what's observed. Is the stars that little bit different each year? That would be one I'd want to know. So, but how are you saying it's related to AE? Sorry. Look, I mean, it's a lot to think about, I have to admit. Look, I would imagine that there's no doubt that we observe everything from where we are on Earth. And so, all our data set is going to be based on the ellipses and the paths that we find on Earth. How they compute it, I don't know. That's for the experts. It's not for me. I really couldn't sort of surmise how they do it. But look, I'm sure they've sorted it out over the last 100 to 50 years or whatever. So I don't know. Well, no, we should not. Hey, whenever it comes to that sort of stuff, we should go and find a paper, because if you have a paper, I'll read it. Sure. Send me papers. I've never been sent a paper before, so send me a paper. I'll have a read.
Oh, Shane. Are you saying, just for all the listeners here, are you suggesting, Shane, that though in the Keplerian kinematics we model the path of the sun and Earth relative to one another elliptically, that it's just so happens coincidentally and mysteriously on an azimuthal equidistant projection to end up being like perfect circles, and that seems to point to the fact that it actually might just be a flat circle map? So, whoa, you're saying that the reason that we have the what is it, the equinoxial wobble, or is because the sun actually is making circular paths, but they need it to be ecliptical relative to the motion of Earth slash sun to each other. So in order to make it that way, they add a wobble. Elliptical relative to the motion of Earth slash sun to each other. So in order to make it that way, they add a wobble.
Yes.
Will it go round in circles?
Dude, it happens actually that when they keep making stuff up on their wrong observations to inverse them for their model, right? Like for example, everyone knows Eratosthenes, right? Presumed parallel sun rays, took a measurement 800 kilometers away and discovered that, hey, that shadow isn't fully parallel. Therefore, the whole world in the galaxy is tilted. Not that light isn't parallel from the sun. It's that, well, the whole world must be tilted at 23.4 degrees, giving us our galactic ecliptic that forever since then, all the math works with, deals with, and comports to, right? But all that is based on this observation from a non-parallel light ray that, if you assumed isn't parallel, then you wouldn't have to assume that the whole world is tilted. You would see the sun orbits the Earth at a tilted ecliptic. But that's one example of how they make observations, try to put them in their model, and then have to do more math to comport with the last thing, backwards compatible lore, etc.
So you're saying that it's not that the world's actually on like a 23.4-ish degree tilt. It's that there's a 23.4-ish degree offset between north and south on either side of the tropic lines that the sun passes through.
Well, that's, we're going to assume heliocentricity then, right? So like the sun has a tilt to its path over the Earth, and then that affects the height at which it orbits, and that affects the distance at which we see it in our perspective bubble for sure, right? But it is circular. It's always been circular, and that little difference between north and their wobble, right? That's one of their wobbles they have to account for, which they only need the math for because they didn't correct the incorrect assumption back from Eratosthenes on parallel right? So every subsequent observation is a more complicated incorporation of the definitely ellipsoidal stuff that we have to keep using, and that's why they have 4 wobbles they have to explain.
Isn't it only possible to easily model one wobble to with maximal difficulty model 2, and it's impossible past 2 wobbles to compile them on top of each other?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'm trying that right now. You're probably ahead of me on that one, dude. That makes sense.
Hey, can I just make one small comment?
Yeah, man.
Just 1 second. Is it not true that the sun does get, arc seconds bigger? At certain points of the year, and then arc seconds smaller. So it actually does get bigger and smaller throughout the year.
Yeah, it changes.
That would bring on the question of whether or not it is in the ellipse and not in a perfect circle.
Right. That would be a basis for them assuming that. However, it would do the exact same thing if it's going further and nearer to you, that during the same periodicity comparatively annually. And what it does is change from 0.53 degrees to a couple hundredths of a second and then back again as it goes to its furthest point from you and then compared to its closest point. That's how they judge the size changing. And that's how they're like, oh, you know what that is? An ellipse. And it's like, oh, you know what, it also is definitely a perspective tracking perfectly concentric, circular path that changes from tropic to tropic.
So you're saying
that also, you go.
Sorry, man. I'm just like re-summarizing what Shane is saying in like shorter bursts to try to make it more coherent for myself as a confirmation. You go ahead and ask your question, man.
The only thing I was going to say was that the sun's angular size getting bigger, during one season and getting smaller during the other season. That's a whole 1 year kind of course, and maybe the actual. I'm curious as to whether or not the day when it's its biggest is on a particular day, 1 day early each year and stuff like that. So I wouldn't mind knowing, but yeah.
Dude, why did I think you were a toxic douchebag at some point? How are you suddenly cordial and polite or whatever? Are you not the same?
We're talking about it. I said I was going to be the fuck up on stage, and that's what I am.
Yeah, but you're from It would fly to Friday, right? Didn't you get the award for rage quitting as you rage quit and famously?
Dude, that was one of the
was a bit of fun.
best delivered jokes
I
ever.
hope you had a good laugh at that.
So I did. Some people were angry, and I was like, I don't think you guys get it. But
why would people be angry?
I thought it was
that was the thing. It was a whole setup. That's the thing. It was like getting an award for rage quitting and rage quit right the second.
Clearly,
it was like it was a perfect joke.
Exactly, dude. I thought.
So if anyone got angry, that's on them.
But I think before that, I had you blocked for some reason, and I was like, I don't know what you did to be a dickhead, but it seems like you'd be interactive now. It's fine.
I know why you're blocking me. I did this meme where I had these three guys kicking you down, and I put my head on it.
Oh no, I don't think I would have been concerned about that, dude.
Well, because I am actually talking to Shane now, or am I talking to someone else? Am I talking to Zion?
Who? No.
Who am I talking to Shane?
Who's Zion? Yes, by the way.
There's Zion Lion. Zion Lion was talking about 10 minutes ago. I don't know.
Oh, Zion Lion. Yeah, no, it's me. I'm Shane.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I mean, like, I love looking at the way the sun arcs over. I mean, I even took a video of when I was in the States and in El Salvador. It's something which I am very fond of. And like I see, when you did the Walter Bislan's thing, I was like, you do realize light just does not bend that much. Light might bend like maybe half a degree, maybe 1 degree max, something like that, but it doesn't bend 180 degrees. So that was probably where I was fighting you on things.
Well, light bending isn't really the point of the model, right? If you put that data on any of the 201 available projections, you would only have to bend light for the AE map, and that's retarded because of the same category, they're all equal, same data has the same the difficulty, the same distance. So like clearly it's an AE. Well, no, it's retarded on this one group of azimuthal equidistant direction preserving, but not the other group. But it's like that's not how maps work, man. That's not how it works at all.
So I would agree, obviously, that the AE map doesn't work in this particular instance. So what does?
The point is, it can't work on one variant of an azimuthal equidistant projection and not another variant of an azimuthal equidistant projection, right? Or it can't even work on a conical projection if it doesn't work on an equal area. They're all displaying the geographic long lat coordinate system, which means the original data is unchanged no matter how you're projecting it, right? Do you agree?
Sorry, my son was talking to me at that time, but I think I generally agree. So I'd have to listen back, but yeah. I don't think you are recording. Yeah,
I'm doing lots of presentations on this specifically. So there is no like different map. That's the same. All maps project geographic coordinate systems called the graticule. It's the long lat. So unless you're projecting a different set of coordinates, nothing will change. And the fact that we quibble about, one projection of the data versus another projection of the data when they're visually and distantly scaling all things, it's always the same, is silly. So to say bendy light on this map, not bendy light on that map is equally silly.
Have you tested on a globe map?
Have I tested
like one that's a physical globe?
Are you talking about the path of light distribution on a globe, or what specific phenomenon?
Yes.
Have I tested?
Yes. Have you tested those light rays on something that is fully orb shaped?
Light rays. How much light ray testing do you think I did for the JavaScript model of business?
I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I'm only just asking right now. So
no, it's modeling simply at one elevation all the way through. We're not projecting light ray interface like a high-end graphics card to get shading. It's doing something very, very simple in that regard. It's not doing any sort of light ray anything, right? The fact that Biz didn't even put that in there is questionable. What it does is show a projection of the data from timeanddate.com. So observational sunset, sunrise, twilight, all that stuff is from everywhere, all over the world, can't be faked. They take that data, they project it onto a globe, Mercator, equal area, doesn't matter, the same data is there. So when you take that data, put it on the AE and it makes that shape, you're like, that's wrong. And it's weird to say that because, again, same data from all the other maps can't be wrong on this one unless it's wrong everywhere and vice versa.
Yeah, I would agree because I've pulled data off time and date before. And I've checked for sunsets around my local area and stuff like that. I'm pretty happy with the arcs and the positions that things turn up. It might be about like less than 1% wrong sometimes, but I think that's just up to the observer, maybe turning up at the wrong time or something like that. But yeah.
Yep, dude, Sunkelk and Stellarium, I trust implicitly at this point. I've used it since I became a flat earther. I have been pulling data from there. I trust it now because it's never proven me wrong so far. And I've been wary the whole time. Like, you gonna lie to me? Nope, looks good. Looks solid and original to me every time. So timeinddate.com and Stellarium, to my experience, are completely trustworthy.
Dude, you should when you get a bit of time, you should have a look at some of my drawings that I've done on my page. So
really,
anyway, my son's calling me. I gotta go and see him. One sec.
You have drawings? He does actual stuff? Does anyone know this? I can't.
Yes, I do drawings on my own website. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that explains your art. All right, that's cool. Oh, but he's posting about Bitcoin, so we have to excommunicate you immediately. Sorry.
So Swalla, as far as light dispersion goes over the AE map, there is the caustic dispersion as you get closer to the southern regions, which, dependent upon exactly the distance from the southern tropic, it does this kind of like reach out and wrap around thing. But on the globe, that's like supposedly explained by the Earth's tilt. However, when you compare the globe, you should expect to see the same exact thing in north and south because the light would be the same. But what we see is that regardless of what the light's doing, you're getting a huge difference in temperature. Like the south is a huge wasteland of ice, and they say that the north is just like empty water with a few icebergs here and there. What do you think would account for that massive discrepancy in the actual topology, given the supposedly equal light dispersion?
Sorry, I did actually walk away to go off and see my son, as I said before. I only heard some of what you said, and he does want a bit of my attention. Look, as far as I don't really understand some of the things because I was obviously only half listening, but I would think that the ice levels come down to the certain latitude as well, depending on the season. I would think that Antarctica's icebergs should be roughly at the same time of the same type of season. But anyway, I got to get back to what my son was talking about. So talk amongst yourselves for a sec, okay? All right, thanks.
Well, that would be logical under what a globe ought to do, but it's just not what it actually does. The ring of ice of the outer border edge of Antarctica extends into 60-something degrees south, and its overall average elevation of the entire continent is somewhere around 8,000 or 9,000 feet above sea level. The entire continent averages out to that. Like most other continents on Earth are, within a couple 100 feet above sea level, and Antarctica is like 8,000-9,000, just massive block of ice. That is nothing like the North. I know you're not listening, but to everybody else that's listening, like that's actually a big problem topologically speaking for the globe, because between winter summer you should get equivalent effects on both sides, and they should end up being the same, but they're not. I don't know. What do you think, Stone? I think that's a problem for the spinny ball.
Actually, I wasn't quite there. I was probing through the list to see who's in the space right now. You want to run it by me again?
You require symmetry? Why do you think that it should be symmetrical? Because of their belief in perfect spheres and dedicating everything to that exact principle.
The fact that there is a massive discrepancy in topology between the North and South in the Arctic versus Antarctic regions of relative open sea with a few patches of ice here and there in the North, whereas in the South it's like an average 8,000 to 9,000 feet above sea level of just giant ice everywhere.
Gotcha.
The entire continent.
You mean topography, but I get exactly what you mean. And not only that, the climates are also vastly different. The temperatures on average are about 10 or 11 degrees Celsius apart. I did all the time and date hunting for, putting those two climates together into a video, and you'll find that on BitChute. You'll find that on my very own channel on Telegram. It's a couple of thoughts about climate, North versus South on Earth, and how there is no similarity between them, exactly as you cite, that they are vastly different topographies and vastly different climates. It's just amazing that globies can't see it.
Yeah, that's a good one, to be able to hide that, right? It's like, hey, you know how their antipodal points are identical? And it's like, no, the opposite of that. What? Nah, it'll be fine. We'll work it out.
And if you think about physically why that would happen, right? If you look at an azimuthal equidistant projection, the north's in the center. So at any given time of year, summer or winter, no matter where the sun is around the center, it's the same distance from the center. But for the south, when the sun goes on the other side of the north relative to that point in the south, it gets a lot farther away from that particular part of the south. So for like half of a day, that part of the south is like extra far away and extra cold. And then it comes back around and, gets back to normalization the other half of the day. But that leaves each part of the south, respectively, throughout the entire year, half the day it gets colder. And that cumulative effect over, time is what allows for that ice buildup around the south. Whereas in the north, there's always an equidistant spacing away from the sun. So it maintains a consistent temperature.
I even see a little bit of offset in what I'm seeing here, that just like Swallow pointed out, that the angular size does change, but it gets larger apparently as it moves towards Capricorn. And I think that ties in geometrically to angular change, which is constant. It's 15 degrees per hour regardless of season. So necessarily the sun's GP is covering more ground theoretically per hour. And like you say, only so much radiation coming from the sun per second. It strikes me as logical that you would want to bring the heat source a little closer to the surface if it's moving across the surface, so to speak, more quickly at that part of the year, even though it's winter up north. And that is the point. So I kind of see the sun ecliptic more as a conical shape over the entire year, that as it approaches Cancer, its angular size decreases, which to me, in apparent terms, means that the source is a little farther away because it's covering less ground in total in a 24-hour arc. That as we move towards Capricorn, lots more ground to cover, a lot less time spent over any particular piece. You're going to want to have a little more radiation as it goes by just to offset that. And I think that ties together.
You're saying a cone like with the point pointing towards the sky above the North Pole?
Yeah, exactly. Cone centered on Polaris. Yeah, inverted up. You got it. So that when it's out towards Capricorn, it's lower. That would be the base of the cone.
Yeah,
kind of like that.
Well, if you have something like that going on, right, even with the moon, the sun, also the planets, what you would end up with if you start adding elevation in, because when we look at the AE projection just from a top down view, we just get flat circles and your little spirographs. But if you add in the third dimension, the z-axis, and you allow for variation in the z-axis and tilt, then as these objects move around and they go further in and out north and south through this toroid or whatever, you would actually be able to have them making perfect circles all the time, but the circles would be able to tilt. And so from a top down view, it looks like they're doing loop-de-loops, but really the actual plane of their circular orbit is just angling itself as they move across the surface of the toroid. So you could even the circles that Shane was talking about earlier versus ellipses, you could actually model everything in terms of circles if you have the plane of the circle tilting. We're just not able to see that from a top-down projection.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
That would be precession. Yeah.
Also, I got a whole bunch of sun pics on exactly what we were describing. Right, I'll throw it in the Jumbotron. I tend to do that a lot and never say it. Right? I'm like, oh, let me collect everything we're talking about and then silently leave it alone. My stream gets to see it. But dude, the whole globe model is based on that observation, right? Look at the sun, how it forms a circle over us. Look how it has an ecliptic. Look how it's lower in the sky and it appears. that whole thing is how they got globularity, right? The whole thing about Eratosthenes was, hey, I measured the circumference, and no one stopped to ask of what? Circumference of what? Oh, well, the thing we're standing on, obviously. What? Or like it could be mathematically identical to the limit of your vision, which isn't infinite. You know how you don't see the whole sky? You know that, right? Other people see a different part. Well, then your version or your limit, the amount that you see is equal everywhere you go. And what happens if that's just the circumference of the limit of your vision? And that would be exactly the same, right? So that's what Eratosthenes, I think, came up with. But they just inverted that on purpose and then aggressively misapplied the interpretation of that circumference to get us where we are.
Well, okay, so the path that the sun's taking along what they would say is a circumference or what we would say is just concentric circles, regardless, like the path that it takes, it's always the same number of degrees with respect to time, but it's a different number of statute miles on an AE projection. And we wouldn't be able to physically measure this since it's in the sky and we're just all mapping lat long angles all the time. However, what we would be able to measure is time, because distance over time, right? Like if even if the distance is a factor that's mapped to the sky, time is absolute. So if we were to take spring and autumn equinoxes or summer and winter solstices, for example, and we were to, like, on the solstices, I guess would be better, we were to map the amount of time at any given point of latitude north or south. The same number. Let's say we go 23.5 north and 23.5 south on each of the respective solstices, and we time the length of twilight at each of those points on a globe. 23.5 north on the summer equinox should be the equivalent amount of twilight time as 23.5 south on the winter equinox. But is that what we see in reality?
No. And Jaron was somebody who was getting tight with somebody in Australia months ago and pointed it out in debate on one of his broadcasts that, twilight seems to be a much quicker thing down south when summer should be summer. And it's not the way we experience summer in the north at all. Yeah, it's quite different.
I kind of wonder about this this claim that twilight is different for me down the south versus you guys in the north. I would imagine that twilight should be somewhat the same. And I mean, what your test before, where you were quoting, how many hours and minutes it takes from the sun from my sunset all the way to the sunset, and then trying to calculate the time. You need some southern data like it from me.
Okay, well, I can speak from personal experience because I was born in Vancouver, BC, and that's up at 49 north. And, from birth, I learned just through experience exactly how long twilight takes. That affects your life. How long you have before the sun goes down to go do something else before dad or mom calls you in for dinner or whatever. You get to learn that as a kid. It becomes just the way reality is. And then I moved to New Zealand and lived there for 4 or 5 years. And now I live in Uruguay and I've been here for 7 or 8 years. And I can tell you, it's not the same. My wife remarks about it still to this day. Like, it just, sun's up, sun's down. Oh my God, it's dark now. We better get the cats in quick before the foxes come out of the woodwork. You know what I mean? It's that sudden, and that's nothing like we experienced living in Vancouver. Like, I can just tell you that right off the bat.
Actually, now that you said that, it does make me actually think. I actually do take that back. If you're in the same location, I reckon your twilights will always be the same. But what you were saying right there is probably the key. Actually, is depending on where you are. So you said you were at 49. I don't know what the latitude of where you were in New Zealand and in Uruguay, but I would imagine that, let's say, if you were right on the equator, the twilight probably is super fast. Whereas if you were up at that 49 degree, the twilight must be very, very slow. So I guess maybe it actually depends on your actual latitude. I'm kind of curious now. You've sparked my interest to find out how long a twilight is at 50 degrees, 40 degrees, 30, 10, and 20, and
Okay,
0.
great. You asked the question. Here comes the answer, and I'm quantifying for you that in New Zealand I was at 45 south. I lived at the south end of Lake Wakatipu, which is where Queenstown is, roughly 2/3 of the way down north-south, and I lived at the south end at 45. And in Uruguay, I live at 34.5. And I think the only difference in terms of topography between the two is that in the New Zealand side at the end of the lake, we had mountains to the west and mountains to the east. So for larger parts of the year in winter seasons, our sunlight part of the day was as little as 8 hours, 6 hours, it seemed like.
So when you were in New Zealand, you were in a bit of a bucket to some degree.
Only when I'm at home. And that topography changes dramatically as few as 55 kilometers in any direction, which you find yourself
But
going
if
on
you
a
went up to
weekly
the top
basis.
of the hill, you probably get a more of a bet. If you were on top of the hill, just on the crest, you probably might get a bit of a better idea of what the twilight actually is for that particular
That's the
location.
thing is we did do that as well. There are a lot of different ski hills outside of Queenstown, up in the hills, in the mountains, on the tops. And yeah, we were there for a few nights too. And it's not a difference actually, being down low and being up there. That's not something you notice because it's about twilight, not about sunlight. It's about how fast things go from the moment the sun appears to disappear below the horizon into the horizon, however you want to phrase it, and when it's actually dark and you're noticing moonlight more and that kind of thing afterward. That length of time is far shorter, I find, in both locations at 45 and 34.5 south than anything I experienced up in the north. And again, I have relatives down in LA, and that again is around 34, 35. It's about the same latitude as Auckland and where I'm at now, south. And again, I can tell you, it's just not the same. So I would suggest, even invite you to travel north, man. Go and see it for yourself. And
obviously the quickest. Sorry, the obvious quickest way for me to do this is just go on the Time and Date website, go in there, plug them all into Excel, and then find a result. But no, I have been. I was in LA about 2 months ago, and I was doing a sunset video, and I pretty much packed up and left because it took too damn long. I had to go and catch a plane. So I have traveled to these places, but yeah, obviously the fastest way to do it is to get an Excel document out, punch in time and date things, and then compare. Very interesting.
That's actually where this started. Jaron was doing that in the beginning, connecting with this Australian. The first place he would go is timeanddate.com to chart that out first and notice that the numbers are different, and then confirm it with, for example, a guy in Australia who can say, oh yeah, it happens pretty quick here. And that's what I'm trying to tell you has been happening for me here, that it's far quicker than anything I experienced in the first 4 decades of my life. And now I'm here. It's just so different.
Is time and date not accurate then, representing that stone? Because I just went to find a video.
I'm thinking that Jaron saw that it is accurate and it does match my experience. I think that's what really sparked the entire conversational vector for Jaron. Yeah.
And what he was saying is we already did. I put it in the Jumbotron. There you go. But you should do it too.
See, yeah, I think we're going to get the timer out. We actually have to get a stopwatch, and like I don't know if obviously Jaron probably use the timer, but yeah, we need to be accurate and not be based on gut feeling. But I'd like to say I did stay in Sweden there for a few months at one point in time, and I was out at the club at 3 a.m. And it was still twilight. So there are times up in mid Sweden where the sun would have set, but it's twilight all night long.
have a peek at the one Shane posted second most recently. So dot number 2, where we're looking at a timedate.com at about 10 and a half, all right, maybe 30 seconds in. What is this, 9, 10, 15, 10, 20 seconds in, that kind of thing, into 11-minute video. And you'll notice that the lines, as we get up to North America, the slightly shaded to more shaded to more shaded to dark, those are actually a little more spread apart than they are down south. What do you think about that?
I'm assuming you're talking about the one which is 4 from the right. I thought it was very 4 from the left because I just saw a J space one. I'm looking at something where there's an orange ball that's wobbling.
No, this is a time and date shot. It's dot number 2 out of everything that's up there. Go all the way to the left and then once to the right. And this will be called the Terminator line problem from Shane.
Yeah, my second one says J space. Where is J space on your particular jumbotron?
Yeah, I think it might be different for everyone, so I'm not sure if that's the universal way to compare it.
Okay, so go to the left.
I got Mr. Xavier's, and then I got J space, and then I've got Zetetics.
Yeah.
And then I got Shane's on 4th.
You want to go left, 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 and left. And you'll find one.
And then I got
the title of it is the Terminator line problem. It's a Shane post. It's an 11-minute video, 11 minutes, 4 seconds. The Terminator line problem.
Yeah, sorry, man. It's not coming up. I don't know.
I'm gonna post it.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, hey, I've got two cities. I've got 2 cities that are the same north and south latitude. How do I use time and date to find twilight hours?
They're in the top tabs. It's all by subject. It's pretty easy to find.
Most of the time, you can see it in the sunset sunrise thing, and it'll show it'll show graphs. I'm not getting this on. It has not come up on my jumbotron at all. Sorry.
Huh. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I did tweet it at you though, so if you want to check that.
So check your own notifications then, Swalla, and you'll see it from Shane.
Okay, this is an 11 minute long video. What do you want me to do with that? Because you want me to go away and come back?
No, just take it to 20 seconds into that 11-minute video. Anywhere around there. You're looking at a time and date with 2 vertical lines drawn across South America and Russia, east of India. You see it with the 2 yellow vertical lines?
Yeah, I got the 2 yellow lines. Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Africa's dark. North America is half light, half dark. Okay, great. So now look up where the Great Lakes are in North America, underneath Hudson Bay, and look at the distance between the shaded areas, how thick they are, and then go down to, you know, the bottom third. Yeah, looking at, and they're closer together. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And because right now,
I totally agree. Up where the Great Lakes are, the twilight shading areas, the patches, are more widespread, completely.
I think what we're going to find is that this shot, I'm thinking, is fairly summerish for us. That, you know, all of Antarctica supposedly is lit up here in this particular frame. So this is looking like something end of the year, calendar year, or beginning of the calendar year-ish, in terms of when during the year this picture was taken, when this image is from, regardless of time of day.
Well, it clearly looks like December.
Hey?
I said it clearly looks like December or like January.
Exactly. It looks like noon in Alaska right now where the sun is. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing that at this time of year, twilight especially is shorter in the south than it is up top. And this is graphic evidence of that.
Yeah, but can Shane also go back and then flip the time back to June as well? That's an interesting comparison.
I mean, yeah, dude, the whole video you should check out. Though I put a bunch of screenshots too in Telegram, and he does the actual data comparison at the end with seconds, he does 4 spots within America though, and he picks corresponding points, and then he takes the time difference depending on the northern portion versus the southern portion and checks for symmetry, right? And it turns out it's not symmetrical at all, just like we've been saying. It's exactly not that symmetrical. It's like the inversely symmetrical. So it's exactly what we would expect. But it's tough to convey that without all the visuals and models that's in that video.
Well, the thing is too, right, is the fact that this particular map is printed on printed on a Mercator map, and everyone knows the Mercator map is not any reference of correct scale to anything at all, because obviously, Greenland is not the size of Africa and stuff.
The least amount of distortion on a Mercator is across the equator, right? Allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yes, the equator should be the most accurate. The tops and bottoms are obviously out of whack.
Okay, so that's why the analysis that I'm talking about is focused actually towards the center of the path of the sun here, towards the center, the equator. This is why I didn't suggest I take your view any farther north than the Great Lakes. Right? And you're still seeing it right there.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
As long as we understand each other.
Yeah, I'm fully with you. Look, I would also think that most of these twilight lines, right? These bands of twilight lines, I would say my bet would be that they would be actually perfectly equal when wrapped around the globe that was in that black and white spinning globe that Shane's got in there.
Well,
that each one of these bands would be like an equal, 250 miles or whatever it is that they actually are.
So that
when you're going from Mercator to globe, Shane's going to correct you that there actually is,
you got it, man. You got it.
Here we go. No, I'm gonna put my word on it that each of those bands will be equal on the actual globe map.
Well, so they're being displayed. This is displaying the same data. So whether you put it on a Mercator or you put it on an equal area and they get, equidistant in the middle and ruin the cone, the poles, or they get distorted in some way, the only distortion is visual. The actual data is the same. What we're looking at is the separation between the twilight, right? So that's not going to change on any map. It's going to display the same separation differently. So if you're more comfortable looking at it one way, that doesn't subjectively change the data, though. Even if you put it back on the globe, it'll represent the same separation, right? And someone actually did that to this video. The response is, I put it back on the globe and it looks, this way. And he's like, yeah, that's not the point at all. It's, again, it can be displayed in any projection equally. It doesn't really make a difference. Whether that's the actual degree, the actual position, I don't know, but that's the consistent X everyone always compares it to.
Well, from what I've looked up, the band is supposed to be every 6 degrees. So for every 6 degrees you go over the edge of the backside of the globe, that's where you get each twilight change. That's what I've read.
You know what you should do, Swahal, is you should be our southern point to get the data for this, and you can help us do a better version of this. I'll do the northern version, you do the southern, and we'll make a nice spreadsheet. What do you think?
Yeah, what latitude are you at?
I'm at 38. What latitude are you?
34.5.
Ooh.
It's close, but not quite perfect.
No, we're both south.
I think I'm more in line with people like in the San Francisco region. I don't know.
I'd say
maybe Denver.
Oh man, 41. Yeah, we need symmetry.
Oh, that's a good test. 3 degrees off is pretty good, man.
Right? I think we should do it. Plus, I love spreadsheets, so I want to make my own.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, that's a good argument that no one ever talks about, that I think we should bring up more, the terminator line. There's the length of dusk in twilight versus the latitudes and how it doesn't match anything symmetrically. That symmetry problem comes up an awful lot, dude. It's like, hey, everything is symmetrical because, the longitude lines that we make everything in here to say it is. And everyone's like, yep. And so what about the magnetic field? Nope. What about daylight? Nope. What about terminator line? Nope. What about seasons? Nope. How about snow, ice, water, cold, temperature, anything? Nope.
The only thing I can say, which would be very, very difficult, is it's all up to interpretation. So it would be up to interpretation when we feel that we don't see any more orange in the sky, and it'll be up to our interpretation when the blue has effectively gone and it's full black.
Well, I'm using common date right now.
Sounds like you guys should be buying some photometers and being quantified about this, right?
So I'm using
That's a
time
smart
of day,
idea.
and in Granger, Washington, which is listed as 46.342 north, and I'm using 46.342 south. Just some dot on the map in New Zealand, because it's not a city. I'm just making sure it's exactly the same south as it is north, and I'm doing June 21st and December 21st.
Sounds like Invercargill. Sounds like them.
Yeah, June 21st is 4:43 to 9:11. Hold on, wait. That's civil twilight. Hold on. Day length is 15 hours and 14 minutes in the north, and 15 hours and 48 minutes in the south. But then if I do the twilight thing, right, civil twilight is June 21st, 4:43 a.m. to 9:11 p.m. So that's 28 minutes, 12 hours, 12 plus 4, 16 hours and 15 hours and 28 minutes. Yeah. And then in the other one, 16 hours and 28 minutes. And then in the south, it is 5:11 a.m. to 10:17 p.m. It's 12 plus 5, 6 minutes. It's 17 hours and 6 minutes. So you got 17 hours and 6 minutes in the south versus 16 hours and 28 minutes in the north. So there's like a half hour. There's a half hour difference there.
Wouldn't the most honest and most accurate assessment be made on the date of equinox? Because if you're doing things for June, there's obviously more. There's going to be a push depending on where the sun is. If the sun's in the south, the south is probably going to have a much larger twilight than what the north would have.
Well, that's why your
and vice versa. So if you go to summer in the north's going to have a longer twilight than what the south is. Surely.
His measurement should be June 21st. Your measurement should be December 21st. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, wait. Let's see. Let me do it this way. Let me do December in the north and June in the south. Maybe that will be
other way around.
That would be. I think that'd be more fair, because that pits the correct summers for each.
No, it should be.
And obviously the perfect equilibrium should be at equinox, which is September 21.
No, we're checking summertime twilight north to south here.
I think I was actually doing May on accident a second ago. So
try June 21 north and December 21 south. Try that, Pizzo. See what you got.
Yeah, well, I was doing June north. I'm going to do December 21 north and June 21 south now, because that actually will be.
That's winter twilight, though.
Right. It'd be northern winter and southern winter, right? Because I was just doing summer. Hold on, 7:06 a.m. to 4:52 p.m. in the north. So that is let's see, 46 minutes and 9 hours. So 9 hours and 46 minutes in the north. And then in the south, we've got 7:55 to 5:41. So that is 46 minutes, 9 hours and 46 minutes. It says it's the same as far as civil twilight goes.
No, they're 2 hours apart.
And this is the same. This is the same.
Well, they're 2 hours apart on the local time of when they occur. I'm just saying the duration. It's not 2 hours apart in terms of they're 1 hour, but they're.
No, your first figures were 7:06 and 2:52, right? Or was that 4:52?
Yeah, 7:06 and 4:52, and then 7:55 and 5:41. So
isn't it easier just to look at the night times? If you look at the night times, it'll deduct all of the twilight and daytime.
there's a 49 minute differential of when it starts.
Okay, and both these locations are the same latitude.
Yeah, they're both 46.342.
Okay. I'd like to check it for myself. Look,
north
you've interested me. I will go out there and do a full assessment on this. I'll run a few cities and put them in a boxing match.
That's interesting. Why? I'm trying to figure that out. Why is there a 49-minute differential of when sunrise and sunset are? Like, it says that the duration of them is the same, but the start time is different. Wonder why. What's that video Jaren has about them being different, Stone? Because this is just time and date.
I'd be hard pressed to pull that out of my head. Not off the cuff, no.
Next time Jaren comes in here on a Friday, we'll have to ask him. I can maybe search his channel. I'll just search it for Twilight and see what pops up.
Tries sunset twilight in Australia.
Doesn't have anything for the word twilight. Sunset Australia. Where's that video on? Is it on Ether Cosmology or Space Audits? Where what was the dude who took all the data flying between Australia and South America, and was showing how the GPS pings like go in and out and like the updates after big gaps, because there's big gaps in the coverage in the Southern Ocean there, the Southern Pacific. Man, it's on Alan's here. Let me see if I can find it. Model Builder, there we go. Model Builder presents GPS plane data. Part 1 and 2.
Cool.
It's too bad there's not a thread here to reply into.
Yeah,
there is.
There is. I created it, so we don't have any of the difficulties. I'm just kidding. Don't think Toby's even here anymore. Bill. Is Bill one of us? Bill. Yeah, man, that Terminator line thing is difficult, but now that I remember looking into it, I remember looking just at time and date. It was like, oh, it looks exactly like the globe thinks it should. That's weird. But I just watched this thing and we just calculated it and it seems different. So I'm not like, I'm pretty sure Stellarium doesn't obfuscate data at all. What it is what it is, and it shows what it is. But timeanddate.com is a little different just because it's comprised and based off of those two heliocentric ellipsoidal ephemeruses are the only two heliocentric positions that use the sun and the moon's positions to track in perpetuity based off the continuation of the eclipse cycle and the chronometer. So
wait, are you saying that time and date yield different data results as opposed to Stellarium and other data sources?
Yeah, so I'm saying that I'm not sure. I'm sure that I've never had Stellarium have an issue, and I've had questions on timeanddate.com, like specifically for this one too, a couple times.
Like these light maps being like the exact same duration of daylight length down to the minute.
Yes. Yeah, like the north and southern symmetry exists only on like when you look at it for timeanddate.com potentially, I think. But I'm not sure.
Okay.
Stellarium though, like I said, when in doubt, like I haven't yet proved anything about that being incorrect. They just show you the observations as they are, right? Your little personal azimuthal grid and then combined together.
See if I could find in here. Yo, I have a question.
What is the static?
When you take those like 787 flights, I mean, I've taken them across the Atlantic, but when you take them across like the Southern Pacific between, Australia or New Zealand and South America on these like 13-hour flights, 13-hour plus flights, I mean, if I just bring a gyroscope onto the plane and I spin it up and set it in the chair next to me, I rent 2 seats and I get an empty window seat and put my gyroscope there, spin it up. I mean, once we're on the ground and then on the ground and compare, is my gyroscope gonna process like a quarter of a circle?
That sounds like a flight I've actually been on just 2 months ago. It does this gyroscope. Is it like is it free of correcting items in it, or is it like, are we talking about one of those ones you pull out of an aeroplane, or what's the go?
We're not talking about one that has a computer, just a straight mechanical gyroscope that just has a motor to keep it spinning.
Yeah, I mean, if the only thing it does is simply just spin the motor to keep it moving for the entire 12 hours, and if there's nothing else that affects the gyro from the inside, my prediction would be yes, that it would rotate a bit. Yes,
it would have to rotate however many degrees out of a circle the longitude difference between those two continents is.
Yeah. The longitude differential, between the two cities. Yes.
Because specifically, they say that the reason that you don't get a perfect 15 degree per hour drift on a mechanical gyroscope is that they're not sensitive enough to detect it at that slow of a rate. But when you fly on a plane, you're going a lot faster, right? Or am I?
Well, I don't know if the plane's going to affect it. It's more to do with the position. I would say because the plane's like, it's, if you think about it on a grand scale, the plane is somewhat static to what the actual Earth is doing. Somewhat static. It's relatively slow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically you'd be going slower than 15 degrees an hour, actually.
Because if you're flying on a 45-degree angle, technically you're going at the what was I going to say? I don't know. Look, you're not going exactly due east or exactly due west. You're going on a northeast sort of direction.
I got you. We'd have to do it. We'll just do it with our ring laser gyro. We'll just take a ring laser gyro on a plane. I'm sure they'll let us take that thing in, right?
Well, the question I got is, does the ring laser gyro have self-correcting in it?
No. You're just gonna get the raw feed. You can.
So the self-correcting comes into the computer.
Yeah, we'll say we'll just do a fiber optic gyro 3-axis, right? And then we'll just take its raw measurements, and because it's not going to know it's on a plane, it's not going to know it's flying so fast and it's going around a ball and it needs to correct to maintain an elevation and an angle and all that. It's not going to know any of that. It's just going to say, here's my reading when I start, here's my reading at another point in time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a very complex experiment. If you did have that ring laser gyro, I would set it up in your living room first off, and pitch it to whatever your latitude is, and then see what that results in first. Before you do that,
well, you wouldn't need to pitch it to anything. You would just level it in your living room, get it level, and then spin it up, and it's level now to wherever you started it, and then you go to a different location on Earth.
You might get a result that way, but I don't think you would get the exact result. So this is why I would say that if you're at a 30-degree angle or something like that, you should pitch it up at a 60-degree angle on your table.
I mean, if I'm 60 north and I level it out and I spin it up and then I go to the equator, I should see it process 60 degrees.
Well, if you're leveling them flat with your table, you might get less or more. I would say you would get less than what the expected 15 degrees is, because if it's not pitched at the exact angle which your latitude is, then it's going to get an altered. It's going to get a dare I say the word? It's going to get a retarded result. So it's going to get a less. It's going to get a compromised result.
Okay, let's. If I'm like 30 to 40 degrees north, somewhere in America, right, and I level it in my living room using a level, and then I spin it up, and it's reading like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 on its axes, and then I go to the equator, which is 30 degrees south of me. Along that axis, I should see it precess roughly 30 degrees. Even if it does 29 or whatever, like it's still like it should precess roughly 30 degrees.
No, what precess 30 degrees per hour?
No, not per hour, just overall, like the end orientation compared to the start orientation.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, if you were in a plane up somewhere 30 degrees and you went to a country that was down on the equator, yes, you will get a precession of 30 degrees in the vertical direction, and if your longitude is moved, you might get a precession that way too. So you're going to get it. It's going to be twisting in two different directions. That would be what I would assume.
We'll get
But what I'm trying to say is, if you set it up on your kitchen table at home and you know your latitude, I would pitch that, like I've already said it 3 times before, but I would pitch the actual ring laser to be pitched at your latitude for you to get the best orbit equation. Because if you set it up flat on your desk, instead of getting 15, you might get 10. You know what I mean? That would be what my prediction might be.
Well, the point is if we travel a far distance, if we go from like the north to the equator or the north to the south, there should be a very clear orientation change in my ring laser gyro on a globe. I'm still trying to work out in my mind whether it would happen in reality, though, given the fact that the only component that we know that affects light is the ether drag. The ether drift, and we do know that that's very real, but I'm just wondering if, because of the way that the vortex works, if it would actually change it or not. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think about it, because we do know that we get a flip in the southern hemisphere when you cross the equator. Like the light drift effect flips. So I'm just wondering if the magnitude would be like it seems that the orientation would change. I just don't know if the magnitude would be 1 for 1 or not, or if it would be much smaller. That's the thing I'm trying to think about. You probably don't know what I'm talking about.
All valid questions. All valid questions. I wouldn't mind actually knowing. I don't know if anyone's ever told me which direction the east wind actually blows. So I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so basically in the northern hemisphere, there's a slight drift from east to west of light. So when you take an interferometer, if you fire, a laser beam east to west, and then you fire it across the same path west to east, there'll be a slight time differential firing it in the two opposite directions of each other. And the differential is caused by this light drift effect, and it increases as you go up in altitude off the surface. If you go into the southern hemisphere, that differential flips to the other direction. It goes west to east instead of east to west. So the differential will be in the opposite direction. Also increasing with altitude relative to the same latitude. Now,
kind of weird, actually. Very interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's like a lot of what Dayton Miller was dealing with, and Galiev and people like that. What's his face? The guy with Elias, I think, had read about it and commented a little bit about Dayton Miller stuff as well. But anyways, like that's a phenomenon that creates, slight deviations from expectations with light. And the weird thing is that it doesn't do it oriented north to south, though. Like if I point a laser beam north to south or south to north, and I do it back and forth across those directions, there's no deviation. Like they register the same. So the drift only happens in the east-west axis. And if you think about it, it ought to happen everywhere if it's due to the rotation of the Earth. And also, it should also always be in the same cardinal direction, since the Earth is always rotating, they say, west to east, right? So there shouldn't be a flip zone in the south. Like crossing the equator shouldn't change the direction because it's based on cardinal direction, and the Earth can only be rotating one way. It's not like the Earth is a spinning top with two sections with one rotation up top and the other rotation down bottom. It's always rotating one direction, the whole thing in the globe model. And two, it would have to be the same as the Coriolis effect for solid matter, just on a much faster scale because it's light. Like if I shoot a bullet north-south or south-north or whatever, the Earth is supposed to rotate out from under it, and it's supposed to have a lateral drift based on the fact that the Earth has, as it's crossing ground, the tangential velocity from where it started to where it ended up is different, so it'll drift. But with light, it doesn't do that. So it is.
Okay, so just trying my best to just compute all the things you're talking about. If you're in the north and you shoot north, and then you get into the south and then shoot north, are those results different, or are they only matching if you shoot south from the south?
No, like wherever you are, anywhere on Earth, if I line perfectly north-south, right, and I take the two laser beams and I shoot north-south and then I shoot south-north at that same location, I won't see a deviation between the timing of the laser beam arrivals. But if in that same room I just rotate it 90 degrees and I align it east-west and I shoot east-west and west-east, then I will notice that there's a differential between the timings. Same thing happens in the south. It's just in the opposite direction on the east-west, west-east. But in neither hemisphere does north-south, south-north affect it.
Okay. I'd love to see it on if you want to send me something on that, I'll have a look at it and see which direction, so I can visualize it myself, because I'm not that good at visualizing things from words. I'm better to visualize things on plan. So
yeah, I mean, you understand the Coriolis effect though, right?
Yeah, I do, but I mean, there was a whole. if you know the way words go, you're talking about north, south, east, and west, and then saying which direction. You can get very, very confused very quickly. So I wouldn't mind seeing it actually on something, paper, effectively.
I got you, dude. I think Alan is the one who has the easiest access to that in the library. I have it somewhere, but I don't regularly use my library, and it'll take me a long time to find it. Your friendly Ether Bear there can probably plug you.
Bro, Shane's file share on EtherCause is loaded with categorized all the PDFs, this backup, this SAGNet, just preferential direction, Etherwind, whatever category, or the whole shebang 800 PDF file. You should get them all.
Yeah, use the ADL.place and then Shane's database. So ADL.place is the website.
Well, that's something different, dude. That's my stuff. But the EtherCause file share is where I uploaded all this stuff. But that is also available from my ADL.place, of course.
My bad. Okay, whatever. Either way, you go to one of those Obsidian databases and then click on the left where it says Etherwind, and it'll have a whole category.
Yep. Get papers are there too. It's right. There are many places, dude. It's almost like we didn't want you to not have access to the things we were going to want to talk about or like prepare them. And I'm glad that you're actually willing to go look at it, because everyone else was like, all 700 of those are retarded. I don't have to read it. Done. Moving on.
I'm gonna go feed my body protein. You got hands, Shane.
Oh, I was gonna say I have to go walk my dog. He's been whining at me and whistling for like an hour, and I've been ignoring him.
Did Toby or Alan?
I gotta go walk my cat.
You have any speaker requests, Shane? Before you go?
Let me see. I can't even tell anymore. I'm on my phone is the king, and it says everything is fine. I got one from Stone. Yeah, that works. Do I have co-host still? Is Alan just still here streaming? It looks like it. Let's get active co-host though, so someone can do stuff while I move or go out.
Well, actually, it's almost 3 my time now.
Damn,
so
that goes that choice.
Gonna be bro.
No worries. It was a much longer space than I thought we would have, but
rich in content.
Do we want Want to keep going? You want to go? Guys, want to go late now? Or you want to end it here? What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm gonna go make food. I won't be here to say yay or nay either way.
Who's here and still active and listening and wants to keep talking? Let's see.
You know what I found that's interesting though, speaking on this topic, like I said earlier when I came in super late, and I was like, you want to talk? He's like, what do you want to talk about? I was like, not the horizon, maybe physics. I've noticed that when it comes to talking about anything to do with maps and angles, people will go on for months and years and never come to an agreement or concede a conclusion. But when you talk about like physics, that's when people really aren't. That's when the rubber meets the road, in my opinion, because people aren't able to just go on and on about that. There are very clear conclusions that experiments show, and that's why I like to focus on physics more than maps. But it definitely has a place. It's just people usually don't concede very much over map arguments, in my opinion.
It's because it's the most misunderstood topic that I think exists, right? They don't understand it's not different ever, so they just spend time quibbling over how they think it's not different, and it's frustrating. But yeah, dude, people don't concede ever, actually. And like, if you try to convince a glober why the stars work, the whole world will dissolve into nothing, because the whole thing is predicated on that observation acting identically and being definitely different. So it's like, well, it can't be anything else, because otherwise, what is my life? What is reality?
Billy Wohl put a Rob Skiba video up in the thread 24 minutes ago that says stellarium from Rob that says stellarium shows the sun moving faster in January than in June.
That's technically not true. I already responded to him with a nice GIF of the same video where I overlaid them at the same time and then move at exactly the same speed. Only appears to move faster tangentially, like the hand of the clock, I think. But yeah, stellarium. I mean, that data I don't think comes from stellarium though. That was from. Actually, no, it might come. That was from Rob Skiba, right? Did he get it from stellarium? I don't know. I don't know, but it's like a misnomer. Also, Piezo, be the host so I can go walk the dog and you can keep this place running or whatever.
I can't, dude. I'm leaving to eat.
Listen, something else or whatever. Oh, how about D3? What's up, man? You here and active?
I think maybe you should just get to the hands and then you can end it. I don't know. I mean, it's super late.
Hey Piezo, before you dip, I have one question. You were just mentioning the interferum. That's really interesting. Do we have or do you know of a magnetic model that does that? Is there a magnetic field that does that?
Well, I mean, yeah, the toroid does that, man. If you look at it right in the north, if you imagine, man, there's this picture I used to share. I wish I had it right now. It's of a like a donut dome building made out of glass.
Ooh, Piezo. Speaking of which, somebody drew a better picture than that. I'm gonna send it to you. You can have it now.
Okay, can you?
Yeah, I'll give it. Yep.
Well, anyways, but the panes of glass in the north, like if you imagine like the center is the North Pole on an AE map, you just overlay this donut shaped building, right? In the north, the panes of glass are angled towards the equator, so they're angled up and back, and then the angle decreases as it gets closer to the equator, and it levels off at the equator where it goes level. And then as you go south of the equator, it starts angling back the opposite direction. And so in terms of like looking at the magnetic field, if you imagine like the inflection zone between like a dipole or whatever, or even quadrupole, that equator line is where the field line or the magnetic flux line goes perpendicular to the flow at the north or south. and it goes straight, but then as soon as you go north or south of the line, it begins to deviate the opposite way. And so that's exactly what the magnetic field does. So yeah, I mean, it aligns with that.
Okay, because I was thinking the vortex in the center, I thought it all spun kind of the same way but I think I understand what you mean. At one point, it flips. I'm trying to envision what you were saying, but it's a little difficult, but I think I got
So
it.
it matches
At one
the.
point, it's going to flip the opposite direction, but that's part of the, so like if you have the inner wall and then the outer wall, so then the flip would be happening at the
equator,
inner wall of the donut.
Inner wall of the. When you say
so like
inner,
you know how you have the hole in the middle, right? Which would be like I guess the dielectric vortex, right? And then you
I
have
the flip happens on the ceiling at the equator.
You said on the ceiling?
Yeah, because the equator would be like the midpoint of the ceiling.
On a globe or on the flat?
On the toroid, on the the flat donut.
Yo,
right.
PZ, check the picture out so you can look at it, because I think it's like, dude, someone drew it by hand better than I was envisioning. I saw it, and I'm like, how'd you get what was in my head on paper like that? That's crazy.
I remember yours.
What you sent it? Oh, you sent it to me on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, I'll also put it in the space. So.
Okay, sweet. That works.
Like, so it's based on the toroidal, like the magnetic flip zone on the David LaPont primer fields exploration of magnetism, where he takes those both.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
right.
so that's where I based the rest of the geometry on, and that's, I think, the only model that I've seen that has it.
So the opposing spin actually does work within the toroid model.
Yes, predicted by the whole time, would necessitated by, and has to be.
All right, thanks. I gotta take a look at these. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? Because I need to go make food. I'm starving. I hit the gym right before I joined, so it's time.
I mean, I'm content to chill until people don't want to come anymore. But like, if we're just gonna be silent while I go walk the dog, that's gonna be rough. Who wants to take over for a couple minutes and entertain everyone?
Well, I mean, why don't you just get to the hands, and then there's nothing
Dude,
left.
the hands are distracted. Like, they're not real. Like, dude, people.
I
can't even see him.
Yeah, dude,
Where are
people want to talk right now, because if you're dying, you hold it for this long, man. That's crazy. You can talk. Anyone can talk at any point. There's no need for hands, just to get speakers up. So, who's not a speaker that needs to be able to say?
Yeah, well, the people who aren't speakers haven't got hands, so you'll just have to open it up and find out if someone engages.
Oh, I can do that, huh? Let's do that. Let's go crazy with it, bro. Ready? Everyone can do everything. Go.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go out there and walk a cat. I'll do that.
Great. Not bad chatting with you, bro. Actually,
many people hate me. There's no doubt about it.
That definitely came across. That may be what it was.
Interferometry is the experiment that you need to set your mind free. Swallow. Look at light. Light will seek out the light, bro.
Well, I like light. I like going out there and sitting out in the sunlight. That's very nice.
Both metaphors and physically.
Personally, I can't stand the word interferometry these days because it gets overused now.
And it's hurtful, I bet. Like right in the soul area, or the.
Well, I mean, you tune into something for about like 1 hour, and you're probably going to hear it about 6 times. So I'm getting a bit sick of hearing it, to be honest.
Where are you tuning into? You're hearing interferometry talked about so much.
Yeah, I'd like to go let those people. Where
are those guys?
Well, I've already heard it probably 6 times today anyway.
Oh yeah, we do this a lot, man.
Well, we do, yeah. But I mean, outside of our circle, I rarely ever. The last time I heard it outside of this like sphere of conversation or topic type stuff was that one dude on Twitter who's trying to talk about that flight that disappeared and saying and misusing it, saying that they were using like interferometry to disappear planes. I'm like, that's not how that works, bro. Like, you're just word salading.
Why don't you use your kinematic equivalence to show me how this planar over here equals the thing? And it's like, you don't have no idea what that means. Oh no.
Yeah, like laser beams on long metal arms with mirrors is not how that measures interference patterns is not how you disappear a plane.
It measures motion, and that's like the whole thing, right? And it's the best way to devise ever to measure.
I mean, dude, you get enough cool tech in one giant sentence and just add all the words together in the right combination, you sound like you know what you're talking about. I mean,
no, well, that would be words out, dude. Somebody used to do that on Discord and say all the stuff we liked, but not actually make coherence. And he was like, toroidal hemispherical projection, backwards reflection, refraction. And you're like, I like those words, but we put them together. It's freaking like literal words out nonsense.
All right. Well.
Later, PZO.
Yep. The grass-fed ground chuck and fried taters are calling me.
Did you save that picture forever so you don't have to recreate your volcano image later from whatever crayons you used to make it, or are you going to do that again?
Well, if I need it, I can always just go to my notifications on Twitter where you tagged me and find it, because it looks like it was indeed drawn in crayon. So.
No, I guess they're both drawn in crayon, actually.
I mean, this is good handwriting for crayon.
With a ruler. You didn't use a ruler, right? So.
I just use MS Paint, bro.
Honestly, yeah, it's good. It's the same stuff, though. Same design, same idea. This dude needs to be in the fold. I found him on TikTok.
Yeah, and Alan says you're a listener for me, but I heard you speak. So see you later, brother, and see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Later, G.
Yeah, always, man. And yeah, we can't tell what's going on at all. And Alan's still here. That's terrific. Alan,
yeah, dude, I've been trying to talk to you for an hour, but like you just stop reading Discord or whatever.
I do stop reading.
Yeah,
Discord.
so while you were, doing that, I took a little nap. So,
so you're back and refreshed and ready to go.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I got enough energy for you to go walk the dog.
I remember you were like, I can't gonna just, and then you disappeared for a while, and I was like, I think I might have lost Alan.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back. Thanks, dude.
Word. All right, boys, who wants to talk or go sleep? Anyone want to take a nap?
Nap time. I'll just I had my hand up for something that was said a while back, but this was a good back and forth, so I wanted to let it rock. And I think the reason that it was a good back and forth because you're dealing with geometry, right? Elliptical paths, etc. It's either true or false. There's not much to get your emotions caught up into it, so it gets contentious when there's a difference in perspective, etc. But I think I agree with Stone what he said about earlier with the Mandela effect. One of these contentious topics. It's contentious because there's gaps in their reasoning, and like he said, there's logical contradictions within the effect. I believe it's a psyop. I put it in the nest from the last. It's a 2-hour conversation, but it's more in the middle. Imagining the 11th dimension, something that goes along with string theory. It's a very interesting thought experiment, but there's loads of contradictions of it, right? If timelines are being changed, yet you remember, how is that a consistent, right? You have to fragment it where you're overlapping different realities onto one, and it's I go into it further, but in short, there's loads of contradictions, and reality doesn't deal with contradictions. To paraphrase what the gentleman said earlier, he says, you know what? Maybe things that are real. He said, what did he say? I'm not trying not to misrepresent, something along the lines of, well, maybe all that's real or true is not logically sound, right? And that can't be true because the to the left of it, there's something called the logical absolutes for a reason, right? There's statements that are made, and those statements are either true or false, right? They're not true and false. I'm not a man and a woman. I'm a man, and I know that's confusing nowadays. People are very fluid, and that goes along with it when you overlap perspective for reality. And what we know about perspective is perspective can be accurate or inaccurate, and that's the key thing that people forget about it. This conversation was great, the back and forth with our geometry of Earth, because geometry is solid. It's an objective truth. It's not, you don't guess, you don't have a feeling of what an elliptical path is versus a circular one. It's one or the other. It's an either or, and that falls in line with the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle. And these laws are absolute for a reason. And I think that's something we shouldn't forget about when we're having these discussions. It's cool to speculate, but at the end of the day, after we gather all our speculations, we got to filter what's true, what's false, what's useless information versus what's useful. And I'll land there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So regarding Mandela, right? So like some basics. So what's the postulate for Mandela that time isn't absolute? Time and space aren't absolute, essentially, right? Because you can just your past just changes. Well, with interferometry, sorry, swallow. With interferometry, you can make measurements of velocity against absolute space and time. So there's definitely a cohesive timeline of cause and event or cause and effect, and it's moving in one direction, right? So there's one instance where you can show that there's an absolute time and space, and then in regards to that, or I mean further, I heard this once, but haven't really like looked into it too much because it's not a subject that interests me too much. But a friend of mine pointed out that in other countries, especially for people that don't speak English, there's no Mandela effect for those people. Those people, like, it's a cultural phenomenon in like Western culture, essentially, is what he was kind of getting at. And when you talk to Arabics, Chinese people, Indians, etc., they don't experience. They're like, what? The Berenstein Bears? Like, no, it doesn't exist for them. So, who knows what's going on? And another thing I noticed is like, there's some interesting cases where it's like, oh, dang, that's, you can make a really interesting case there. But then for other ones where it can be clearly shown that, you missed, that it wasn't how you remembered it or whatever, it's like people never really yield on it. And they're like, no, Mandela all the way, no matter what. And it's like, all right, man, so I like tapped out of it. So a long time ago, but it's cool.
Now, that's funny that you said that, because we have some people that'll laugh at a malleable space-time on a 4D manifold, but then you got, Mandela effect is the epitome of a malleable time.
Right.
How could you laugh at space-time being malleable, but not take Mandela effect seriously? So there is an absolute space and time. There's experimental apparatuses that we use, synchronization of clocks, you name it. We have a Galilean absolute reality. Sorry, folks. Space is absolute. Time is absolute. None of these things are relative. And we have experimental proof for that. And we can't get lost in the weeds, man. We're entitled to our own opinions and perspectives, but we're not entitled to our own reality. We share a reality. We have different experiences of reality, but it's one reality, guys.
Well said. We share reality, but we don't share our vision of the sky. It's slightly different for everyone. That's about the only thing that, dude, there's the Mandelas in the sky, bro. The sun's slightly over here for me and it's slightly over there for you. I remember it differently or whatever. I think that's how it works. So glad we got to the bottom of that. But yeah, if you don't have an absolute timeline and the past changes, then nothing means anything. Take it to the logical extreme. You could never prove anything, and you trying to prove that you can't prove anything is fucking crazy. That's a weird position, right? You're like, hey, I don't remember this thing. Dude, I'm okay. Does anyone else? I've seen some people join up here. We got Alex Cleaver. We got, that's it. So what's up, Alex, if you're there?
Awesome chat. Thank you.
Nice. Did you have anything that you wanted to chat about?
I rely on the Bible for perspectives on time. There is reference to visions from the past, present, future during certain events. Also that in the real world, if we were looking backwards and forwards, that could kind of be possible, but the present time would not travel. The present time is now. Does that make sense?
No, not at all. But if you're cool with it, then it's cool.
Hey, which mic works better, this one or this one?
Both were the same. Are you trying to Mandela me, Bill?
Basically, when it comes to the Mandela effect, I think a lot of it has to do with we have movie remakes.
The other mic.
Okay. When it comes to the Mandela effect, I think what happens is that we have like different movies that came out, like remakes, and then you have the first version that came out in the polls and everything else, and then it had a different version that came out to the public, things like that. You got copycats that come off, and like the Bernstein Bears, that might be a copycat version or something, things like that.
Right. There's always rational explanations. Like there was a footage of Sinbad saying he was never in the movie Shazam. He was never in that movie. That's a lie. But then later on, there's footage to say, hey, listen, I was in that movie, man. That was just such a bad movie. I just don't want to acknowledge it. So a lot of people catch the first footage and thinking our timelines changed, but then they don't acknowledge the second footage core and they missed it. And someone said, well, maybe that was a fake Sinbad that said that he was in the movie.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on. You acknowledged the first one was a Sinbad. How come you didn't question the first Sinbad saying that he was never in that movie? So there's always we want to believe some of this stuff, and come on, guys, it's experimental reality. We could test reality. We can test for some of this stuff, and we can't test for unfalsifiable claims.
Did you guys know that Samuel L. Jackson was in the movie Grease as an extra?
No way.
Yeah, I got the video. I'll show you. I'll post it in Nest.
Dude.
Was he dancing? Was he dancing? Sham-a-lam-a-lam-a ding-dong. I'm picturing Samuel L. busting moves. Is just
No, I think he might have been one of the people who may have been in the the carnival. Yeah. So I have posted it to the Nest. I don't know if it's populated up yet, but yeah, Samuel L. Jackson in Greece. Crazy to think of.
he should imagine him saying "mother effer" for the first time in that movie. Somebody steps on his foot. Mother effer.
That's what I was thinking. He's just like, I'm tired of these motherfucking songs on this, or love that guy, dude. You could put him in like any situation and just have him commentate on it and like talk about how fed up he is with it, and it's gold. Instant Academy Award. He's like, I can't take any more of this. It's like, yes, thank God, someone finally made Samuel L. Jackson mad enough to start talking about how he's not going to take any more shit. Sometimes I don't even watch Samuel L. Jackson movies. I just go to the YouTube clips and just type Samuel L. Jackson bitching at stuff. And then you can find like a 10-minute montage of like the greatest acting, or whatever. Good stuff. Always gold.
Has it gone into the Jumbotron? Because my Jumbotron is not updating at all. It's locked at the old setting it had.
But when
Maybe there's too many posts up top.
Oh yeah,
Twitter's always glitchy. Yeah, Twitter's always glitchy. Sometimes you got to clean it out. Sometimes just refreshing the page helps.
Yeah,
sometimes it boots you up, but you just got to rejoin.
It did make it in. I'm watching the clip right now. I don't remember this part of the movie. Is this?
Dude, look at him. Him and Morgan Freeman been acting for a long time. And I feel like Morgan Freeman always been old. Do you remember that? I don't remember him being
Dude,
young at all.
yeah, he was never dude. Dude, he's been 68 years old for 45 years straight, dog. Dude, that's hilarious. Yeah, every movie I've ever seen him in, he's roughly the same age. And it doesn't matter to the time period, like the actual time it was filmed.
He's found the youth, then, I guess.
Is he a vampire, you guys think, or what?
Started sucking blood at 60.
That's
supposed to do it earlier, bro.
He's like, I became immortal at 78. It's like, Jesus. Couldn't have been a little earlier. Yeah, that's crazy. Hold on. We have to look at young pictures of him. What did Morgan Freeman Young Freeman? Yeah. No, it turns out he was born looking like that as a baby. Yeah, that's fucked up.
He's not on the rest list.
He looks kind of like Richard Pryor, maybe a little bit when he was younger. Actually, I don't really know what Richard Pryor looks like. Richard Pryor. Yeah, they're kind of similar. All right. Well, we got to the bottom of that. So who came first, Richard Pryor or Eddie Murphy or whoever, or who were we just looking at? Can't remember. Oh, Morgan Freeman. Who came first, Eddie Murphy or Pryor?
I've just posted another one of Morgan Freeman where he's got porno sunnies and a mo. There's a mo? No, a bushy hair. I can't remember. An afro. That's worthwhile looking at. But yeah, he's probably 68 in that too.
Yeah, 78, I think. But yeah, I'm all Freemaned out. So, did anyone else have anything?
Hey, I have a question about the continents and what you guys think about the land being together before, and how do you guys see it? If it's flat, what do you guys think about them drifting apart?
Well, I think that the Michael Brenner comp that covers Pangea pretty much takes the idea of plate tectonics and everything being close together and then spreading out. When you apply the dynamics of a rotating ball at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, you wouldn't have the configuration that you have now, and you wouldn't have the same axis of rotation either, because that weight would, throw everything off as that adjusts. So you wouldn't even have that. It would cause like a whole bunch of problems. So like clearly that never happened, in my opinion. And from that, so like, what was the other question? Like, where do I think they're located at or whatever?
No, just the whole drifting apart thing. Like, because the one thing that stands out to me is if these measurements are at all descriptive of what they look like, then it does seem that everything was one landmass at one time. They're just so formed that they would go together. So I think something happened, but I don't know if they're drifting apart. So I just wanted to know what everybody else thought about that. Like,
yeah.
I think it would work on a flat plane. I don't know if it would work on a globe, but I feel like it would work on a flat plane. But would that mean if we accept that, would we still be expanding, or is it? What do you guys think?
Never heard of it or have any reason to think that that's real.
Can I put in my own input? I've often wondered about the whole Pangea thing. Two thoughts come to mind is were there lands on the opposite side which, sunk into the ocean and got buried, deep under under other land masses, basically, lost forever? Or could it be a scenario where perhaps the radius was smaller, and and perhaps it just kept the radius kept growing, and just the most of the land just spread into the areas? I'm not too sure. I'm not so big on that, the radius increasing, but I'm more liking the idea that there probably was a full landmass. There could be another continent which would have got consumed by the sea and by going underneath.
So how do you feel? So we know the maps are definitely off, but even if they're off, do you feel like the edges of the continents seem like they would fit together? Because that's how it seems to me with everything I've looked at, even the flat Earth maps and stuff. But like they would just converge towards the center, and then some would wrap this way, some would wrap the other way. I don't know.
Well, it's all based on retrospective, sort of, watching the distances that continents are moving apart or moving together. So all they've done is just reverse engineered it. Now, the accuracy of that, I would probably say, would be probably pretty hard to get to. Once you get to a certain point, you start to have more compounding problems, to be able to figure out which direction something was honestly going, and after another continent was moving. So I would think that the further back they go, the more chances are they're going to get it inaccurate. And so the idea of Pangea being the way that they expect it to, I wouldn't be surprised if it was, it could be 20 or 30% wrong. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be probably even more wrong than that, but I just wanted to see what everybody else thought about it. And then we do know that there's stuff under, that sunk, everything over there by Indonesia, all the way out to Hawaii, those areas. That stuff is all underwater. It was once above water.
Yeah, well, the most interesting thing about that sort of stuff is like places like Tonga and Hawaii and all those islands out in the middle of the ocean. Somehow they've got people there, and some of these islands are so damn small they'd only be able to support a certain man population. So somehow someone got there, whether or not I mean, they would assume obviously that they would have built boats and would have sailed for hundreds of miles to be able to get to these things. But what if they are part of a larger continent that got consumed and they escaped to these islands? That's hypothesis, but it's certainly very strange that some of these islands that are so far away from everything had people in them from almost from the get go. So,
D3, can I say something to that too?
Of course. I love hearing about this stuff. So
it seems to me that like the whole idea of Pangea is really just to kind of affirm the globe model in dinosaurs, that it's like this thing was molten and shit moves around, but like, I'm not a Christian, but from a biblical sense, it does say that the earth is fixed. Now, we also have old maps of like Lemuria, which was in the Pacific Ocean. There's also another landmass to be said where in the Indian Ocean. So like, I could definitely see how, and also if this is something like with the black sun underneath us and like what was presented in the Lost History of the Flat Earth, if this, with the moon map, if this thing kind of, melts as the magnetic pole moves, if it's melting different areas, I mean, it could definitely change the topography as the ice melts and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like each time it refreezes, it could definitely alter land masses. But I think the idea of it all being one land connected together is quite literally just an attempt to try and, for the whole idea of dinosaurs, and that, you know, and the globe model. That's my opinion about it, but, you know,
That's cool.
Obviously, I
that's
don't have
fair.
any evidence of that, but I've thought about that a lot too, though.
Yeah, it's fair, man. I just wanted to see where everybody was at with it. It's an interesting thing, I think. When you talk about the biblical aspect, then where it says that, you know, the earth is fixed, you know, to me, I understand it in a way, but then I don't understand it in a way, because if we understand physics, we know everything is in motion. So I'm not sure like what they mean by fixed in that book. You know what I mean? Like fixed in position, absolutely still. There's different interpretations for it. So I'm not sure what they mean. And then like everything is in motion. We know that. So
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. I'm just thinking more on the lines of it's, you know, standing on pillars, and, you know, obviously there's Sheol, or the deep beneath us, which, you know, if we are in fact surrounded by liquid, that could definitely promote movement, you know, but I don't know. I'm just weary of anything now, finding out, you know, that most of everything that I've been taught in school, I mean, I'll be honest, dude, dinosaurs that was a hard one, you know. It was like, son of a bitch, they took away dinosaurs, you know what I mean? Like, they ruin all good things. And so I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if stuff can move around, but it's hard to say, dude, you know. I get what you're saying, though, with everything not being, you know, everything is basically a vibration. So
How many of you guys think like there's a massive like Earth-sized ocean under us, or something similar, like just because there's supposedly water just about everywhere under us at one point, one depth.
are you talking about the rocks that the University of Illinois found that have more water than all of the oceans combined?
Not necessarily just the rocks. I guess that's part of it, because but I think there's in some places they've found just water there, just water.
I kind of think, and maybe it was Shane that said this, but it may be even something like where there's a big filtration system that goes on. It might have been Whitsitt that said it, but, you know, but basically that, yeah, it's pretty much, you're never going to run out of water. And the oceans, you know, the fact that it's salt water has to do a lot with the electrical aspect of things, you know, and the fresh water being an aspect of the life thing. But there's a method for it to all filter and kind of cycle. And it could be, you know, like in the Bible, it says the windows of the heavens opened up and water came down. So who knows? Maybe it was once all, you know, maybe because the story of Noah, they talk, you know, like the way that it was presented to me was that Noah was a man that had never seen rain, and that he had never really seen the ocean. And so that's what made the idea of him building a boat was so profound. Because have you ever heard that in ancient times that there was oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the word? But basically, there was a mist in the air at all times. Like it was always kind of, what did they call that? What was it called?
I don't know what they called it, but I remember reading about that somewhere. It also said, like, scripturally, it also says the great deep opened up. So it wasn't only from above; it was also from below. So that's what I was.
Right. Yeah.
It's
For sure.
interesting that it is mentioned in scripture as well.
Well, and then you have these geysers, like these, well, what they call asteroid, you know, impacts are most likely geysers that opened up and shot up a bunch of water, you know. Yeah, I could.
Can you guys imagine that shit? Something,
Dude.
fucking guys are the size of a crater.
Yeah, well, it'd be like if Yellowstone, you know, that'd be a super volcano. Would be
Hey,
gnarly
X,
to watch.
Mr. X, did you get your debate on this past week? I saw a couple posts, but I didn't really link into it. Oh, maybe he's off.
No, I'm still looking for that 1v1. People are not excited to jump into a formatted space with exclusively logical arguments. I mean, it's easy to. People are more used to free form, and I get it. But if we're always going to be talking about fallacy, this fallacy, that, okay, let's have an exclusive logic debate. And I think people get intimidated when you have to stick to objectivity. So I'm still looking though.
Dude, nobody wants to debate you with logic. What? They want to do a different type of debate.
What? They prefer logical fallacies, fallacious arguments, nonsense, circular reasoning, and reification, you say? They can have nothing without that? Well, if you find someone who's going to argue the globe without those things, if you let me know, huh? I want to debate them too.
Yeah.
Will do, bro.
They were talking earlier about doing like a mock debate against Witsit to provide like the best possible steelmans. Like I've thought about that too, but it's like when you get in when you're going against someone who knows the answer to it, the only way is to get super slimy. Right. So I'm like, like I can't find a single proof where I can do it without slime and maintain good faith.
Dude, you don't want to have like a slime off against Witsit. Like I'll bet you that I can make a better globe argument than whatever. Like by the end of it, right? Like if I just commit and stick to it and make it like a thing, I think we could argue the globe like probably like just like that tides thing, dude. Right? I went to such detail with tides. People were like, I don't know any of that, and I'm like, I know. And if you did, guess what side you'd be on, right? Like they don't know any of that. So to be able to have a globe argue, like, well, no, constructive gravity wave interference from the sinusoidal wave when the moon is in phase makes perfect sense, you idiot. That would be hilarious. Of course, when the moon's phase is different, it has a different gravitational pull. What are you, retarded? You got to end every statement or question with an ad hom, I think, right?
Yes.
See, I could do like the best Glober impressions consistently. I think watching Witsit do it, dude. Like we used to do Steelmans, right? Reverse debates. We used to call them. You guys remember?
Never heard of her.
Yeah, we put up like Globers against flat earthers and switch positions. I had Patricia do one as a Glober. Dude, she was a pissed, angry Glober.
Oh yeah, did she find the curve or what?
She argued aggressively for it for sure. I was surprised to see it come out of her. I was like, damn.
Nice, dude. That was before my time. Then I don't have any recollection of that, Brody.
Yeah, I think I did one against Jim or some other weird Glober. Anyway, we should bring those back and do them for real, and then actually record them because that'll be the best way to display the discussion in a debate format that we could ever hope for.
Yes. All right, I'm in. Let's do it.
Dude, I'm gonna argue curvature like hard. Yeah, I can do that. From the other side, armed with my thing, that would be weird. Physical curvature. I don't know anything about that. No, what we have is optical curvature that I can prove physically. Just look at your theodolite, dummy. Did you guys see Matt's post of that like 7-year-old little kid explaining all of flat Earth in like 12 seconds on a whiteboard?
No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's definitely great. Matthew reposted it, but I think I saw it a couple of years ago, and I definitely grabbed it immediately, so I'll share it. But dude, so many people are like, oh, that poor girl has been child abused, and you're like, yup, people are retarded.
You know, there was one a few years ago too, early on, like 2016, of a kid who does a presentation in front of his middle school class about it too. I was going to ask if anyone knew in the early, in fact, he might be in some of the earlier documentaries, but there was a dude who would do presentations on stage, and he would always smoke cigarettes, and he was talking about NASA lying, and he basically, there's a point in it where he says for 500 years, you know, they've been telling you live on a ball. It's a fucking ball. We know it is. We went to space. It's a ball. And if they got, you know, to a point where they found out it wasn't a ball, would they tell you? And I don't know who that guy is, but I think he might be dead, but I'm not sure. But I have this idea that I think I've heard that he used to be an ex-NASA employee. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? He was in like some of the early flat Earth
You're talking
documentaries.
about I think it's Math Powerland. Math Powerland. Are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah. So what's his name? Matthew Powerland. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Probably. He was like kind of a cool guy and smoked cigarettes, and he was doing these presentations. And it seemed like he was on a stage. Is he in fact dead?
I don't think so. I think he just stepped away from the flat Earth stuff for a while. You know how this stuff gets. You get a lot of trolls. He had a girlfriend that him and his girlfriend used to be on Twitter, or was it Facebook? I'm not sure. One of the social medias. But you know how that goes. A lot of people saying, "Hey, he's wearing orange. He's a 33 degree Masons, et cetera, et cetera." So that kind of gets annoying if you're a truther and people see you do a hand gesture and automatically think you're a shill. So I'm not saying that was the motivation. Not saying that was it, but that could be contributing to him just taking a break.
Being a truther and throwing up the wrong gang symbol, dog. That's a wrap.
Dude, you blush your nose one time on that itch with the wrong finger, and all the truth community, oh, it's a chill, he did the Mason. Oh my God, you see the fingers? It's demonic. What are you following him for?
For real, bro.
Like, bro, I'm pretty sure he sneezed. Are you all right? Like, what's wrong with you guys?
Well, I will say it is a bit curious to me, though, that like a lot of those guys aren't really around much. Like, there is no ODD TV anymore. You don't have that, you know, who you just said, Matthew Powerland. I guess that's his name. I didn't know, but you don't have him around. You don't have Balls Out Physics. And I know the story of what happened with Balls Out Physics, you know, getting threatened, you know, by his job or whatever. But it's odd to me that there's not very many people that were making that early content that are, you know, not very many of them around, and it makes me wonder about it.
Dude, 8 years of consistent shouting into the void with zero results would be mind-blowing for me, too. I can't imagine people doing it for that long. The fact that Witsit and people are still here from that age blows me away. But people have their own stories in history, man. I know, like, whatever Balls Out Physics had threatened and people applied pressure and something else happened to ODD and he's not around. And the foundational people, you know, definitely did their work, but they weren't meant to keep it going forever as the sole pusher-upper of that boulder up the hill, right?
That is a good point. Yeah. I know that the guitar player, for anyone who really gives a shit, the guitar player for Deftones is a flat earther, Stephen Carpenter. He would be super cool to get in some of these spaces. I know that he's done stuff with Karen B from Globebusters, but I think her and Mark Sargent, and as goofy as Mark Sargent is, you know, he's kind of I don't know, he's still, at least I'm glad that he's out doing what he's doing, you know. But I think the more famous people, that would be super cool to get them on board, you know, or at least in these spaces, those ones that are, you know, out as flat earthers.
Hey guys, nothing to do with the conversation, but I posted a quick little video of where I'm at right now, going up towards Oman in the Middle East here. Just these massive mountains. If you guys want to check it out, I just figured I'd share it.
Where did you share it to? To the pill or to the nest? Oh, okay. Never mind.
It's up there.
Bro, that could be Utah. That looks a lot like where I'm at.
Yeah, nice. It's just
It
these
does.
massive mountains, bro. And the funny thing is, right? Because so this road, it goes down by the sea. I forget which sea this is. It's I forgot the name of this sea. But so we're right on the coastline of this sea, and you can see the lines. You know how you have the sedimentary lines or whatever, those things where they look like they converge down into the ocean. It's the oddest thing. Some of them are perfectly horizontal, then the rest just like nose dive into the ocean. It's crazy.
It was a big tree trunk that fell into the water. No, yeah, we get a lot of that down here in Utah. Some of this landscape down here is crazy, dude. It's unbelievable. What part of the Middle East is that? I know a couple weeks ago you said you were in Dubai. But Dubai is, yeah. Dude, how cool is that? You're in the Middle East and you're on.
Who the hell's in Dubai? What does D do? What the? What?
Yeah, dude.
Who are you, man?
Dude, he's fucking.
Dude, he's a little Dubai lad that speaks Chinese for some reason.
What?
Like what?
Not
Like
only
he
does, yeah.
just picked up Mandarin for funsies. Like who?
Yeah.
What agency do you work for, bro?
Did we allow it? Yeah, did we allow a three-letter
Real,
worker
bro.
in our midst here? What's going on? He's been collectively
He's Chinese.
blending in.
He's doing physics, learning about tectonic plates.
Is that
Like,
Jason Bourne?
I'm just a spectator, man.
Yeah, that's
right.
exactly
That is what an
his-
agent would say. Yeah,
exactly what the CIA would say. So that's cool. Dude, we'll tell Langley we said what's good, you know, or whatever.
Yo,
You know, the funny thing is that they probably all got me on record too. So, you know, they got my
be on
name
a list.
for
You
sure.
ain't my friend, so you know we're all on a list.
I've had my run-ins with the authorities, so they got me on record for sure.
Well, good.
You know Jason Statham personally? Is that what you just said? Liam Neeson?
Dude, did you guys hear about that time that D3 woke up in the middle of the ocean one time and some fishermen saved him, brought him to shore? He had nothing but a tattoo on his back to figure out where he came from and all that. Turned out that the tattoo on his back was a bank account. And yeah, it was crazy, dude. And he was actually a sleeper agent the whole time and knew a bunch of kung fu and shit.
Oh, I thought that he had a very particular set of skills, and then he was going to use it to our benefit, specifically in the shadows of the. But maybe I was confused.
Well, he was going to use his particular set of skills to help us, but somebody kidnapped his daughter, so he had to use them to save her.
Oh, right.
Yeah, she was about to get trafficked hard AF.
Wait a minute. Did his daughter have a tattoo on her back that was then the map to the only land in all of the water world?
Yes.
That's a concept right there, man. That's it's funny you mention that because that's exactly what I wonder about when I go through this area. A lot of this had to be underwater at one point, like just the amount of water that is spoken of and that we see, like remnants of, like for example, high elevations in like Africa and some places like that. The Recot structure, they got like salt deposits, like crustacean fossils and shit like that. Is so much was underwater, man. It's bizarre.
Yeah, bro. I mean, that's what Utah, the Great Salt Lake, the Salt Lake Basin, the Salt Flats, like all the way down to where I live was all covered in water. What was that big lake they fucking called Lake Bonneville? And that was supposed to be left over from the ocean somehow, you know, and yet it's a high desert here too.
Thanks for sharing that video. It looks just like the Southwest, mid-Arizona. There's 3 verses of Job. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Or who shut up the sea with doors, when it brake forth, as if it had issued out of the womb? When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and the thick darkness a swaddling band for it, and break up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors, and said, Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud ways be stayed.
Yo, D3, you gotta memorize that because you would sound just like fucking the dude on Pulp Fiction coming in with the guns, and we know you've been traveling around the world. You gotta memorize that shit.
The dude in Pulp Fiction with the guns, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't think of his name. I'm eating a bowl of Samuel Jackson. Sorry, I'm eating a bowl of cereal, and I'm, getting, you know how Samuel L. Jackson fucking quotes, well, a bad quote of Ezekiel, but I don't even think that's even really in the Bible. But either way, the point was that D3 is an agent, and he needs to learn that so he can say it to people before he takes them out. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. What's your catchphrase, D3, for you smoke someone? Or when you got him in the scope, are you like what do you say right before you red mist him? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah, I don't got nothing, man.
Nice, classy. You keep it professional. I like it.
I gotta memorize that. That's a good one. I could use that.
Let them know the Earth's flat before they're done.
Not to sidetrack too much into politics, but general consensus. What are you guys feeling right now? Situation that's going on with this bullshit trial.
What's that, Meow?
With the whole Trump nonsense.
Oh, I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. Hope it works out for the guy. I saw your tweet though. That was really funny. Some guy was like, "Now's our chance to revenge vote." And you were like, "Bro, what's wrong with you? Why are you a gay retard?"
Essentially, that's exactly
like imagine,
what I meant, right?
imagine voting actually mattered, and why would you what the fuck is wrong with you?
That left wing is so bad. This year we're gonna use that right wing to vote him right out. We're gonna vote ourselves out of tyranny, boys.
Dude,
we got it. Come participate.
Shane, I'm so goddamn tired of Moloch. I'm voting Ball. Fuck
this
it.
year, Ball's the man, dude. We're tired of Ball. Last year, we did some shitty things, sacrificing our kids to Satan. But this year, Moloch, when he sacrifices our kid to Satan, it's going to be a much better circumstance for us.
Yeah, dude, I'm so tired of Moloch, bro. I'm giving my kids straight to Ball. Fuck it.
Thank God we have Ball. Otherwise, we would have been, unhappy.
You know what's funny? When Ball and Moloch get together for their annual debate or whatever, neither of them really say anything different from one another. And I only feel more reaffirmed to like the one that I started with beforehand, no matter what happens or the outcome. Like Ball or Moloch don't really present anything to like sway me either way. Like, oh, dang, I really, I was upset with Moloch, but he made some good points, and now I'm gonna No, it's just like I'm going straight to Ball every time now.
Well, I like how we have a choice though between who we get to sacrifice our kids to, because that makes it feel like sacrificing the kids to Satan is my choice, and I get to take power over it, and that makes it okay.
Well, that's a very important feature psychologically speaking, right? Because if you're like, give your kids to Moloch, you're gonna be like, ha, fuck you, dog. You're not getting you bet. Come and take these kids, dog. You know what I'm saying? But if you're like, but if
Already
you have
gave him the ball.
but if you
How
have
about
if you have a choice where it's like give your kids to Moloch, you're like, well, hold on. What is this? Who else can I give him to? What are my options? And then old Ball comes along looking a little less desperate. You know, he's just chilling in the back. You're like, hey, bro, you want some kids? And he's like, I don't know. Well, what do you got? You know, he's not as thirsty for it. And that's what I like about Ball. So
that's a very good point. I'm glad you shared that because my house is a Moloch family, but we shouldn't even be friends. But I guess, you know, with what you just said, we can reconcile.
Dude, imagine Thanksgiving at a Moloch house, dude. They're like, kill the babies and give them the Moloch. You know, and it's like, dude, another 4 years of giving them the Moloch, dude. Yeah, right, bro. It's Ball's turn, baby.
We've got to post that meme now after all that exchange. It's got to make no sense to most people.
Now, boys, don't forget the independent Kronos coming out of the left corner.
Oh,
dude, coming in.
Independent, you know.
Dude, don't worry, dude. We're gonna do.
He's got a raspy voice and everything, you know.
Somehow still serves Israel.
It's like, dude, you know what I found out about Moloch, Ball, and the independent Kronos, dude?
Yeah, it's
fucking hilarious.
They're all beholden to the Star of Rim fan. What does that mean? Where do we go from here, guys?
We're gonna get shut down. It's
Dude,
like,
oh my god. Oh, guys, their whole cabinet's demons. It's just been demons the whole time. It's never not been demons.
Yeah,
oh my god. It doesn't. Oh, shoot.
Also, I love that joke because it's like 7 parallels. Guys, democracy is actually slavery. You know, just change the terms, made it give you a choice. And it's like, oh, the plantation slaves think they have control because they have a flag. We'll make them stand and praise it every day, and then we'll see what happens. And it's like, oh, you've been subverted, mind controlled. Are we still slaves? Damn it, tricked me again.
Dude, I just did a post about this too because my son, I was driving him to school and he was like, Dad, turn left. Dad, turn right. Dad, turn left. And half the time, maybe he was right. Either way, I'm going to the fucking meat factory. You know, like, it doesn't matter. And it's the same exact way with voting. Like, either way, we're going to the grinder. We're taking our kids to the grinder, dude. It's just, it is what it is. They give us a little ticket and we get to choose. And either way, they're driving this bus right into the pits of hell.
They figured out that if we give you a choice whether we drive left or right off that cliff, then people are generally more accepting of driving that shit off the cliff, and that's what they use. And it's crazy, dude. It's crazy to know that, see it happening, and then have no effect. I'm telling people that, they're like, no, but I voted last year differently, and I'm going to vote. I got it, thank you. Like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you get fed up and there's no alternative and you can't revenge vote, then the whole thing falls apart.
The people pulling the strings and dancing the puppets that you vote for back and forth, who have always controlled everything, when the reason why nothing changes, they wouldn't like that, right? So, I mean, like...
Hey, guys, I got a dip at the border crossing. I got to do my typical agent shit.
Oh, shit. Later, G. So is it a secret handshake, or you just give him a fake passport?
You know, I can't reveal the mechanism, you know what I mean?
Nice.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Welcome anytime, bro.
Later. Is that young Matthew I see in the crowd? Pull him up on stage so he can dance with us or whatever we're doing up here.
Definitely not young, but I mean, it is Matthew.
You kidding me, dog? Look at that profile, dog. You're like, what, 18, 9 in that picture? Is that your 9th birthday?
It was like, that was in like 2013. It's always been my like whatever you call it, Avi or picture on here since like my previous account, and I've just never changed it because I felt like every time I changed it, no one.
We showed him the burger.
Yo, Brian K, your hot micing, please. One second. Yeah, you're good. No
Matthew's he just openly catfishing us?
No, I mean, it's me. That's me. That's my face. But it's like every time I changed it over the years and I'd start posting stuff and no one would respond to it. And I was like, well, no one knows, like, no one recognizes me now. So I don't know. I've been planning to do it again soon. I just hate taking selfies. Like, I feel like ridiculous taking selfies and stuff like that.
You're like the
I thought
opposite
about
of
doing
Morgan
like that,
Freeman.
Huh?
You're the opposite of Morgan Freeman. You're frozen in time,
Yeah.
but at a younger
I thought about
state.
doing like AI, like y'all did. I don't know. I may do that or something, but so like the thing I wanted to ask y'all about, like Alan Shane. So I saw that guy post the thing. I know you already replied to him, Shane. He's just like, flat earthers always run, blah blah blah. Show me exactly how this like sun moves over your model. Well, it's like I was about to reply to him, but I just wanted, before I sent it, I just wanted to check with y'all and make sure I'm not saying something that's wrong. But if he's invoking like the path of the sun as like saying like we can't explain it in our model perfectly or something, which I think from what I gather, I think Shane does, correct me if I'm wrong, but on the equinox, from what I understand, the sun rises like exactly due east and sets exactly due west, like in like northern Canada on the equator and in like southern Australia, like all on the equinox. So it's like, tell me how that works in your globe model. Like, I mean, it's like you're gonna invoke saying like we don't understand exactly how it all works, which whether or not that's true, it's like how does that work in your globe model? Can you explain that to me? Like, am I wrong on that or like?
No,
what?
you're right. That dude played a shell game, dude. I was trying to play nice. He's like, you can't explain the sun's path, and I'm like, here's that perfect description. He's like, you can't also do like look at Australia on that map, and I'm like, okay, here's a map of Australia with regular size, and he's like, well, you can't do this, and I'm like, oh, I see. So you're just gonna dance as I answer each objection, pretend to say something else, and then move on. Why don't you remove the post that you said we couldn't do X? And he was like, dude, like,
yeah.
I mean, you could. I would definitely ask him to say that because he's not gonna know. He just says the same 7 things that he said.
Yeah, I'm about to quote it and say I already wrote it out and like saved it. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something I was missing before I posted that, because then he would have been like, I didn't want that guy to like be able to dunk on me because this isn't my area of expertise. I know y'all's like.
I remember when I used to worry that used to happen. Alan, do you remember that when you were like, oh, someone might tell me, but then like PhD physicists refused to bring it, and we were like, I'm not worried about Twitter globe trolls, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not worried about it, but like, you don't want to get dunked on like by saying something and then be like, oh shit, because I don't really know that much.
Honestly, Matthew, I have no fear of saying something stupid, being wrong, and then just like moving on and being like, yep, I was wrong, because you know.
Yeah, the trick is even though they don't do it really, like if you actually are just wrong, just like make a correction and then just post your own correction. Just quote your tweet and be like, this is the I was wrong. This is the actual thing, and then just move on. I've done that a couple of times.
Dude,
and it's like, and then that's it, because
we do it to each other, dude. I saw Alan do one. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's wrong. Let's go fix it. And not 20 seconds later, the dude was like pre-dunking on him, and I'm like, I already got you, motherfucker. It's fixed. And he's like, already in motion, can't stop. Must say 7 more stupid things.
Dude,
I don't know what to do. Yeah, exactly.
Took the wind right out of the sails.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There was a couple weeks ago. Well, I don't know how it was, longer than a couple weeks ago, but when I was doing the kinematics and dynamics of the solar system, I had the equation at the end wrong. Like I had an r squared in there where it's pi squared instead of r. And like, they were freaking out on me, right? They were like, oh my God, you dumb fuck. How could you not fucking know a goddamn, all this shit, right? So like, I looked into it, asked around, and I was like, oh yeah, it was, wrong, oops, right? So I just corrected it, but everything else that I said still stands. Like it was just like one term, you know what I mean? So you just correct it and move on, and that's all you have to do, dog.
Right on. I saw his replies to you, Shane, or he was basically saying, like, oh, you're gonna act like there's some like ridiculous dome of vision you have to use to explain everything. It's like, well, we actually have like a curve of vision. It's like, what is this guy talking about? Like,
well, dude, my new thing is actually, I know how I know that's true, because Eratosthenes, and then I'll prove exactly how that works similarly. And they're like, well, I don't have. That's right. You don't have any exclusive subsequent proof for anything, and your circumference is just misapplied. But dude, the circle of vision is so funny because they're like, oh, I can refute that. I heard someone say that it's dumb this way. I'll just say that, and that's all they know about it.
Yeah. I mean, do y'all think the sun is like in layers? What do you think about that?
Dude, you should have seen the second response I gave to him, because I was like, if you're talking about the path of the sun here, if you're talking about the path of the sun as observed by everyone simultaneously on Earth, it actually forms a complete toroid and does this, and it's like a 3-dimensional thing matching like the pinhole camera of the solstice and a whole crazy so like four picture posts. But that's from Magnetic Flat Earth, the only people who've done that, who gave us that model like 4 years ago before anyone knew what the hell they were looking at.
Yeah, it's impressive y'all have figured out as much as you have. There's still just like I don't know, a lot of it just blows my mind. Like just the thought that the sun can rise like in the east and set in the west from like Canada and like Adelaide on the equinox, and I'm sure other days as well. That's one for me that's like it's hard to wrap my mind around it. I mean, it obviously has to have something to do with perspective, but regardless, it doesn't work in the globe model either. So it's like it's not even really. It's definitely not like
equinox
something
definitely.
you know.
Wait, what's wrong with equinox? Doesn't work because why?
Well, so like on the equinox, if you're in like far northern Canada, the sun rises like exactly due east and sets exactly due west. And then it's the same on the equator, and then it's the same in like Adelaide, Australia, like far southern Australia. So like that's one for me that's even like kind of hard to wrap my head around, because like that seems like yeah, it obviously has to have something to do with the individual perspective, because it doesn't really seem like that could work like on just any common sense thing that we think of, like whether it's globe, flat, or anything. Like unless you start applying some like it's in layers or perspective, you know, that sort of thing.
I mean, the Bizler model did a pretty good equinox demonstration before anyone did anything with it as an automatic sort of display feature when you went onto it. That was one of the things that it was like advertising, like, you know, the autoplay videos, and it did the whole distribution of light and sunrise equally, yeah, exactly due south or whatever for everyone all over Earth. It kind of makes sense, but
which model did you say?
Yeah, hold on. I have a video of it that I posted. It was like, oh, you can't do was it equinox or flat earthers can't do equinox because it was just passed, and I was like on the equinox. I think I put it out there. Here, I'll find it.
See, my big thing with guys like that is that, you know, I think it's awesome that you guys are putting in so much time, energy, and effort to try to figure out how everything works and like what the model actually is, and make it all like make sense and figure out so we can tell people exactly how this, that, and the other works. But my big thing is like me being a flat earther, it's not really about saying like I understand how everything works. It's just about falsification of the globe. Like, and knowing they're lying about like all this stuff, like on a huge scale, like science, like NASA, like our governments. Like that's the whole point of being a flat earther to me. To me, that's what a flat earther is. I mean, I don't, you know, we can call ourselves true earthers, flat earthers, whatever, but it's not like saying like, oh, we can explain how everything works perfectly, because, you know, it's just a handful of guys. You know, y'all have been at it for a handful of years now, and even then, that's not the point. The point is that they're lying. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? So when guys like this come and say like, explain exactly the sun's path, or you always run from this, and he's like saying it like we're frauds or something. It's like, dude, show me why there's no curvature. It's like, show me like how like a long wave like radio propagation works. Like they can't do any of that stuff. But it's like they you know, it's either their job to come after us and try to like do their gotchas, or it's like they just don't actually understand because they're like too riddled with cognitive dissonance. You know?
Well, do they have to think that about us? We can't be right, not retarded, incorrect, flat earthers, and think everything they know is wrong. Like they can't, they can't accept that. So we either have to be like grifters, you know, absolutely wrong. Like it has to be our misunderstanding or everything they know is wrong. So they have to think about us like that. It's kind of like what it says, like, oh, we'll just find out you're a flat earther, then the ends justify the means, and I can do whatever I want to win or whatever.
Hey, quick poll. Who invented the azimuthal grid of vision? Was it Shane or was it the Royal Astronomical Society? Which one do you guys think it was?
I'm going to guess the Astronomical Society.
You would be correct.
Yeah.
It's like I read that and they were like, that's not what that means. And I'm like, yeah, how would you know though? Like, you don't know what anything means. Like when I'm reading it, I'm like, that's what I say. That's exactly what I thought about when I described it. That's how I was envisioning it. That's the same thing. And he was like, nah. I'm like, all right, I agree to disagree.
There was a video that we found from 8 years ago from Vsauce where he literally lays out the azimuthal grid, talks about curved visual space and how train tracks converge and why. And it's like, do we have people right now that argue that train tracks don't converge? Like the Like they'll get into the most sophistry of sophist arguments to maintain their position. It's like, bro, everyone can see that they can converge. Why are you doing this? What is the purpose here? And it's just to make it seem like our position's insane and retarded.
Yep, that's the goal.
You know what else they say? But they also argue when you tell them that the Royal Astronomical Society has been documenting seeing stars through the moon for like, countless times over the past couple hundred years. They'll be like, nope, never happened. You're lying. And then you just pull up the actual, like, where they've said it, like, over and over again.
Yep.
And they're just like, that's not what they're saying. They're not saying it's actually a star. Like,
dude, that's like the progression, right? It's like, you're wrong, you're stupid. Here's proof that I'm not. Well, that's not wrong. You're misinterpreting. You don't know. Go ahead, dude.
No, that's crazy that they argue that. And then, because I actually have some pushback on stars through the moon, right? So when you go to Airy's paper, he summarizes all the instances of where these stars through the moon were claimed to have been seen, and the magnitudes and all that of the displacement. And he has his understudy go through and he goes through his process of how they're going to analyze it, because some of the data they couldn't figure out the exact angles and azimuths, etc. So they had to do some guesswork and stuff. But anyway, they came up with a way to kind of estimate, the good measurements from the bad, and then go from there. And then they took their own measurements and observations and stuff, and basically concluded that it was all the instances where that happened were due to instrumental error, essentially. And I don't think anyone has put a good video forward in modern optics that showcases the stars through the moon. There was one instance from a guy in Canada who was filming from his backyard or something. It's real cold. And anyway, you can hear his Canadian accent. So if you see that video, that's your boy. And he's looking at the moon, he sees a star through it. And then he later admitted that was fake. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, so stars through the moon, I don't know. But it is documented, like you were saying. There's a ton of documentation instances that had happened that they went through, but we just don't see it in modern times. So I don't know. Hard to say.
There you go. I finally found what I was looking for. It's my highlights. I put it in the space here. It's day, night, solstice, and equinox all at once, and it's, I think, pretty easy to explain. But only if you use the parameters that you don't see infinitely, and that the Earth is what you see. It equates to the circumference that you can measure. Just meaning 3959 for everyone, right?
What's that, Meow?
Dude, I'm gonna start using this all the time now. I think it'll be like the Eratosthenes supports flat Earth argument without changing any of the parameters, and even assuming that light is parallel, even though no one's ever seen that, and that assuming that our corpuscular vision is, the corpuscular rays are just an aspect of perspective. Then you can take exactly what his measurement was, exactly what his observation was, exactly how big the sun appeared, and the exact distance between Alexandria and wherever of 800 kilometers, and be like, look, 7.2 degrees on the surface of a plane of a dude who can see in this amount of space has denoted a similar circumference of spherical view, right? So if you're saying that, hey, this is how far the sun goes before I can't see it anymore, and here's the circumference that describes that limit. And then the last part is, guess what? We live on a physical, pseudoscientific spinning space ball of exactly those dimensions. And it's like, oh, good so far. Let me stop you there, though. We live on a flat plane of Earth, and we can see about that far. That's the only equivalent. So Eratosthenes actually measured that circumference of our circular, or measured, let's see, the distance, the limits of our azimuthal grid. Thanks, Eratosthenes.
Shout out to your boy, who may or may not have existed.
Yeah, assuming that he was real. I'm going to say that. The super real Greek Eratosthenes.
The super real Greek who didn't bake in any assumptions or whatever.
Yeah, I never actually looked into Eratosthenes super detailed. I just went stick, shadows, vagaries, not proof. Right? That's been
I'll see if I can get this from Jaron later, but there were some academic lads, like some academic researchers who did a deep dive on like different historical figures, you know, and Eratosthenes' story was one of them. And they concluded that, you know, it was a fictional character and the story wasn't real.
Yep. That's awesome. We should look into that too, because that applies to everything on Wikipedia that supports the globe, ironically.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, dude. Yeah, I forget the specifics of it, but like one of the things was the stadia. Like there's no dimensions for a stadia that they can go back and go, oh yeah, this is how much a stadia was. Like it's all just made up fan fiction. It's like a bunch of people, you know. Yeah. Anyway,
dude, their stories are so funny. It's like, look, we need longitude, but everyone didn't know how to use longitude, but they did know how to use longitude and navigate it. But like, okay, So they invented what we needed, but then didn't use it for 1,700 years until we needed to use it, and that's how longitude works. And you're like, questions, hands up. I got questions though. So like, how accurate were they not before they were like, you know what we need? A universal meridian at Greenwich. And they were like, oh, not at all. Nobody thought that. Everyone could get everywhere fine. When they were like, the guy who invented longitude made his own prime meridian in Rhodes, and that worked for everyone everywhere, and it was fine. And I'm like, that's not how longitude works, like at all, dude. Like, you're telling me that he had a private longitudinal vector that was universally applicable to him and everyone who celebrated Hippocrates. I guess you would call it Hippocratean longitudinal axis, because how many people was that? Was that all of them? Or when you start trying to back up your own nonsense with corroborative bullshit and make people up, you're like, okay, how do I make this cohesive? And oh, you know what? Another Greek. We'll just have a Greek that did it. Oh, we have another Greek? No, just assign it to the first Greek. Okay, well, this Greek's done 9 things. That's fine. It's fine. We'll have 2 more Greeks that do all the things that we need.
They were all super polymaths.
They put like you can
like every single one of them. He was like, not only did he invent the mathematics he used to analyze it, he invented all the tools to make the measurements that required that precision of mathematics to be invented in the first place. It's like, oh shoot, no way, bro. It's like, yeah. It's like, is there any records of this guy? Well, no, actually, he lived in a cave, so all of his toys and stuff.
It was a fire, actually. So
yeah, all destroyed. And then he did volunteer at the Library of Alexandria. And a couple other Greeks, you know, that befriended him and knew his stories, wrote about his measurements and stuff in their books. So we have some secondhand cooperative info. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So every Greek that you need to do a thing is just in the form of a secondhand cooperation. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, Pliny the Elder and Plato, who just did symposiums and combined all the other supposed art, like literature and art. They wrote about him, and that's where all the history comes from. So you can't question that. I win.
Yo, who was the dude that measured the ecliptic the first time? Like this dude literally measured the tilt of the Earth, like in their paradigm, right?
Eratosthenes, yeah.
No, the ecliptic of the sun.
Yeah, dude, Eratosthenes.
No, the other one.
No, dude, this is
for the line. What?
Yeah, because dude, that comes from that parallel assumption from that distance, right? He concluded not only is this city 800 kilometers away and the Earth a circumference of this radius, but also the whole sky in the world is tilted at this axis, and that's why the sun, the shadow, isn't equidistant. And obviously, it's not because the parallel ray is not parallel; it's because of the sky. And since then, they had to accommodate the whole ecliptic in the world because it was backwards engineered from that direct measurement. Can't throw out Eratosthenes and still have that.
No. So before him, though, there was a guy in a cave that invented the sextant, or like the first sextant, and then he invented and then he used that to measure the sun's ecliptic, and then he invented calculus or something that would be used for longitude or something, and then nothing, right?
Dude, Eratosthenes is definitely attributed with discovering the ecliptic, and Hipparchus was the one who supposedly invented longitude, meridians, navigation, sextants, a whole other auxiliary sphere that no one's ever heard of and didn't find. Wrote 2 books, demonstrated this. Like, dude, that when you said it like that, dude, that was hilarious. Imagine I invented a Shane particle, invented the Shane particle measuring apparatus, and choreographed it and chronologized it in the Shane annals, and then didn't tell anyone and was like, yeah, well, of course there's Shane particles. There's proof that was from the Shane detector from the Shane analysis. What's wrong with you?
Is it John Hadley or something like that?
No, I was confused. I thought that Hipparchus did something with the ecliptic as well, and then later on they were like, "Oh yeah, also Eratosthenes." Well, either way, never mind. I guess that joke doesn't apply anymore, so we could move on.
I'm not sure that they attribute it, right? But that's where it comes from, because he made the observation. So later, maybe someone was like, "Oh, there's an ecliptic," but because they had this 800-kilometer separation and the shadow length not equal, because he measured one on the equinox, right? What we were just talking about, and the other one was not. So he's like, "Oh, you know why that is? It's not because my assumptions are faulty. It's because obviously the whole world is tilted at that point. So like those two are assumptions that he needs to have, that the globular people started with parallel light rays that have never been seen, and now we know that the ecliptic of the whole world is tilted at 23.4 degrees.
Checks out.
I read that and I was like, no way, is that why? That's so retarded. I love it.
Yo, Shane, if you're able to send a mic to Thomas FB2, that guy's had his hand up for a minute, I think. Unless it's a ghost hand.
A ghost hand? I like that.
And real quick to the guy who was talking a second ago, saying that it's hard to understand or maybe doesn't make sense to him. What we've learned about the Earth is that it is very much a dynamic system. So it doesn't necessarily mean that observations are going to make sense in every place that you see it. You can't just make a model and say that it's going to work every single time. And we have a lack of independent observation and evidence from the South. So being a dynamic system, you're looking through different mediums. Light can travel at different angles because of that medium. And you have to take that into account. Until we get further verification from the South, it's going to be hard to claim a lot of different things.
Dude, I think it's because I found a non-Wikipedia source for information on Hipparchus, and was like, comparatively, they don't take the same approach. They just say the same stuff, and it's easier discernible as retarded. Like, let me list all the accomplishments of him real quick, and it's like, developed quantitative science and the mathematical method of measuring parameters for constants derived from Babylonian astronomy, semestically observed with Ptolemy to demonstrate the willingness to do new theories by making the nature of astronomy with long-term observations, and literally responsible for everything. And you're like, oh, what a guy, dude. Like, what a guy. Only one work has survived, commentary on Aratus and Eudoxus, which is from Ptolemy, who just recited and correlated, aggregated other people's writings. So definitely real, good proof.
Hey, did y'all see Eddie and Dave on InfoWars today?
Yeah, that was a mess. That was a lot of entertainment, but it was a mess. They were all over the place.
Yeah, Alex Jones literally just kept saying, "But why can I see Saturn or Jupiter spinning as an orb through my telescope? Why can I see? I see an orb up there as I'm drinking my six pack and it's spinning." He just kept saying that over and over again. No matter how many times they explained to him, like, dude, that doesn't prove anything. Like, what are you talking about? He just kept going back to that, like, over and over again. That's all he had.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? How can Earth be not a plane or not a globe when I look at my telescope and I see what I appear to be a slight circle and can't tell if it has dimensions or not? But I know shadows and light, so dude, don't be stupid. Obviously, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. He also kept saying, like, he also kept demanding, like, especially right when they started, or well, for most of it, he kept saying, like, can we just talk about Trump? He's just got, whatever, indicted, found guilty. Like this, y'all want to talk about this? Like, what do you call it? He called it, what was the insult word he used? Like, what do you call it? Magic rabbits or something? I don't know. Something he's talking, basically making fun of Flat Earth like it's nonsense. And then he kept, like, every time I tried to talk about it, he'd be like, but wait, hang on. Can we at least just for 5 minutes? Like, Dave, what do you think about Trump and like the blah, blah? And of course, Dave was like, I think it's just it's all like, theater. It's all nonsense, blah, blah, blah. And then he tried to bring up the nuclear bombs are fake, and and like he kept cutting him off, like he wouldn't let him talk about it. I don't know. It was weird, man. Like I don't trust that guy Alex like at all. It's so disingenuous to me. I don't know. Like I know a lot of people think he's like really like legit because he has told some truth over the years, some things that were like obviously came true. But man, that guy's like, I mean, I've very rarely seen anyone that's more obviously part of the theater than that guy.
If he was telling truth, he would be shadow banned, and the same way that flat Earth is. They allow him to do that because it just spreads fear. And I think what a lot of it is, especially with the whole government aspect of it, is the biggest lie the devil ever told was that he made you think that he was powerful. And it's kind of the same idea with the government. The more we think that they're powerful and they have all this control, the more unlikely it is that we would ever, go against them. And so I think they allow things like Alex Jones to be out there,
Of course,
to maybe
release valve, so we don't actually revolt. You nailed it, bro.
Yeah, exactly, because we're too scared because they're big and bad and they can do all these, terrible, nasty things. And, I personally think that it's, there's that George Carlin saying of like, it's a big club and you ain't in it. And it's more like, well, this is our club and you ain't in it. And we tell the truth here, so it's, yeah, I don't hold too much weight to what Alex Jones puts out there, just because it seems like a lot of just fear porn to try and make the government and these world leaders sound a lot more big and powerful and bad than worse than they really are,
Yeah, absolutely, dude. That's what a gatekeeper does. You have to get the trust of the rebellious conspiracy theorists by providing accurate information, or they'll sniff you out and fucking expose you. And when you have the trust, then you correctly gatekeep by leaking the information that they really, really don't need, i.e., things about Jews controlling the world and how flat Earth, as the end of everything is like, no, COVID and vaccines, and we'll talk about this and we'll save you, but don't worry and fear and buy my juice and all my medicine. And you need vitamins, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, dude, when you learn about gatekeeping and you realize that that's instantiated and like controlled, disseminated, watched, and then like gauged, you're like, oh, let me guess who these people are. Oh, I nailed it. I got it. I think I can see it.
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole thing about him getting into Bohemian Grove and then exposing it. And then I think it was a little over a year ago, a guy breaks in and it's this like run down, like looks like a campground that's just been sitting there empty for years, where it's all overgrown and kind of fucked up. And it's like, I wonder if all of that was just a show to make it seem bigger than it really was,
Maybe, but my indirect, like, basic reaction was that was probably real because he was like genuine about that, and they didn't need for that to happen. And then after that, they moved the whole place because obviously, if everyone knows where your secret devil camp is, it's not so fucking secret anymore. So maybe that's why they're not there.
Exactly.
But I think at that point, dude, like Alex Jones became a thorn that they then subverted, coerced, gave him a Jew wife and gave him some money or whatever, got him by the balls. However, that they should get control over people, of the myriad ways they will do so. They did that, and then he became a controlled opposition. That's how it works, right? They don't choose people from birth to be that. They subvert the people who are likely to be their opposition as soon as they can.
There's no way the people who are actually in control are letting us know like where their actual meetings are and stuff like that. No, I mean, I'm not saying that wasn't, they weren't doing some stuff at Bohemian Grove, and then when he kind of like exposed it, they didn't move it or whatever. But like, what's the other meeting of the billionaires everyone always talks about every year?
The club,
what's it called?
Yeah,
it's like, it's named after where they meet at. Where is it at?
Bilderberg. Yes, thank you. There it is.
Bilderberg. Yeah. Like, that's another one where it's like that. I'm not saying that there ain't billionaires going there and they ain't talking about some stuff, but that's not like, that's not like the real meetings where like the real stuff's going on. Like, just like we don't know the real names of any of the people. Like, I mean, we know the names of like some of the like ruling bloodlines, but I mean, they're not the people. Like anyone we know their name, they're not the people with the real power. Even like the Rothschilds we know, they're not the people with the real power. They'd never let us know their names. Like you can go on the internet and search Rothschild right now and read all about Jacob Rothschild. And like, you kidding me? Like that? There's no way they're letting us do that. And the other thing is like the last thing I just want to say is when it comes to people like Alex Jones, it's funny to me how people who are quote unquote like in the truth community and awake to stuff, how sometimes their just critical thinking fails them so badly because just stop and use your heads. Like, what do we know about the people who run the world? Like, how much power they have and capabilities, okay? So if someone like Alex Jones is really a threat to them, like they're really like, oh shit, this guy is really exposing us. He's a problem. Do you know how easy it would be for them to just eliminate him like in 50 different ways? Like, I mean, they don't even have to kill him. They can just show up and be like, hey, we're at your door and be like, hey, we're going to like torture you and your entire family and murder all of you if you keep saying like what you're saying. So just, say I'm changing professions, or here's a bunch of money to go away, or you're going to work for us now. Like, it's not like use your brains. Like, you think he would be allowed to just keep being out there, just running around Austin, just hanging out with people in restaurants? If the people who like truly run the world were actually like afraid of him or concerned with what he's doing, like use your brains. Like, come on. Like, it's just
You say Rockefeller, but really you mean Flaminio, Vatiquino, Docali, Soler, Lateran, Marnivro, Macuto, Salustio, and I'm just kidding. There's a whole bunch of other ones. But the ones that don't actually get their names, and the ones who actually own everything aren't even in the group to be qualified. Just like the richest people aren't actually in the list of richest people because they're the ones at the top of Vanguard and BlackRock who are shareholders not disclosed to be disclosed by anyone. So no one actually knows, and that's how they like it. You're absolutely right.
For sure. Well, I think there's people above even the people that own like BlackRock and stuff. I don't even think that the real money, like, I don't know if y'all have ever read that where that guy showed up on a message board back in 2008, 2009. It was like one of the big conspiracy message boards back in the day, or it's like the most one that's kind of thought of as like the most like highly respected one. And it was kind of like private. You had to like create an account and get approved to join. But some guy showed up there and he's like, I'm a Rothschild. Like, ask me anything, and they were like, yeah, all right, F you at first. And then he started like answering questions, and like pretty quickly everyone's had no doubt he was who he said he was, which I don't even think he was a quote unquote Rothschild, because he explained that name is just a stage name. It's just like Roth means red in German, and like Schild means shield, so their name means red shield, blood shield, to shield the bloodline from like everyone. But anyways, the stuff he talked about was like, it was incredible. But like some of the things he was talking about was how like you don't know the real names of anyone. Like anyone you've heard of, they have no power. Like people like the Windsors, people like like anyone you've heard of. He's talked about the Bilderberg thing, saying like that's you think there would actually be journalists there, like when the real people meet to discuss these things. Like you think there's actually going to be like writing about it in magazines and stuff. He's like, are you kidding me? But yeah, it was really interesting. The things he said about like wealth and the stock market. One thing he said that was really interesting. He said like at that level of like power, he said you don't buy anything. He was like there's people in like the top level. He's like, you literally don't buy anything. Like when you go to get like land or a house or car, like you don't pay for it. Like you don't pay for anything. It doesn't even work like that. He's also saying like you people probably think like the Rothschilds have like bank account number one and there's like trillions of dollars in it. He was like, it doesn't work like that either. He's like, there's no bank account with a bunch of worthless fiat. And one other thing he talked about on and on and on is just how worthless fiat. Somebody said something about like cash, or giving him cash or something, and joking. He was like, I wouldn't even dirty my hands by touching fiat. He's like, I literally would not even dirty my hands by touching that garbage and getting that ink on my hands. Like they just laugh. It's nonsense. It's total nonsense.
Yes.
They do find gold to be the only true like valuable, like really valuable asset.
Property, land. Yeah.
Yeah, well, stuff like that. But as far as like a store of value, like a currency, like a something you can, like we think of as money. He was basically saying gold is like the true thing that they care about, because he said it has some sort of power like beyond that can be. I forget how he said it. Like if y'all heard the stories about the Anunnaki came looking for gold, yada yada. He didn't talk about the Anunnaki or anything like that, but he was basically saying gold is like the true, like, I don't know, it's the currency of the universe. He was basically saying, and that they don't really know how to unlock its power yet, but that's why it's always been so valuable here. Because think about it, like, why is gold actually so valuable? It's It's just like a yellowish, shiny rock. You know what I mean? Like, why is it so damn valuable? So the people who run the world put such a high value on it from the beginning. So it's always had this like insanely high value. So it's really interesting. And they obviously have most of all of that in the world. He talked about how a few years ago, remember how all those gold places popped up where it was like, trade in your gold for money, and everyone's like, oh, this is awesome. Everybody's like just run down there trading in their like necklaces and rings for like a couple bucks. And he was just talking about how they did that to get all the gold out of the people's hands and stuff like that. Like, these people have thought of everything. It's really it's impressive, kind of scary, but you just got to figure out as much as you can, and then act accordingly as best you can for you and your family.
Gold.
You notice how the new Bilderberg group gets this renamed, like it's the WEF now. And you said it, the money or fiat notes are just for us plebs. I mean, I'm sure they're like, oh, hey, you need this land or this piece of property. You just let the committee know, and it will make it happen. So people thinking it's about profit, but they don't operate on profit on that level, on that demon level.
He also said the reason the stock market exists, he was asking people, he's like, do y'all know even why the stock market exists? And people were like saying all this stuff, and he's like, no. He said the only reason it exists is to get the worthless fiat out of our hands, out of the hands of the serfs, that he calls it serfs, so that like we have less money to actually like go out, like invest in things like land, and to just start up things, the type of things they don't want us to, and to be able to have the like the wealth and the funds to just go out and be doing actual productive things with them. So it just takes all of that, like even the money that's worthless, quote unquote, out of our hands. So
Dude,
it's
why
just
do you think they
sitting
want
there doing
taxes?
nothing.
They're like, we don't want fiat, we want your fiat. We don't want to have more fiat, we want you to have less. That's the
They just want us to have
mentality.
less, yeah.
Absolutely.
He said that's why they tax us too. He's like, we don't really
Exactly.
need that money. He's like, it's just so y'all have as little as possible.
They've been saying that forever. That's so funny, dude. But you know what? I wish that we could tell people that, and it would make a fucking difference or have any effect.
Some people are open to it. Some people aren't. Some people just can't. They don't. They're just not at the point to where they can see through the cognitive dissonance and like see through the lies. They can't believe they're being lied to on that level.
If we all burned our fiat right now, dude, we could have all the control back, and nobody would do that. Because people are people, like half of us would like lie to each other and be like, I'll burn it with you, and here's all my fiat, and then go home and keep the secret and be like, I'm rich now, and it's like, this is why we're enslaved, guys, right here. This is it.
You'd have to form like communities where like everybody just was like bartering.
That's how it should
using
be.
like maybe you could use some kind of gold or something, but there would have to be like communities where y'all are all just taking care of each other, and that's like very hard to stay in age, because then they're gonna be like, well, what if I need to go to the hospital? And it's like, well, how am I gonna pay for that and stuff like that?
It wouldn't be very hard unless they like subjugated it out of us, specifically with monumental social movements and feminism and wages and all that sorts of shit. It's like we used to have a strong family unit and then local strong communities that looked out for each other. And it's really hard to take over a civilization that way. So they first set about breaking that shit up, destroying every unit that would do that, so that we could be today with man and woman and trans everyone, and the state takes care of your kids. So we're all, well on our way.
True that, bro. True that. What up?
Oh, my statism, my fellow. I was just explaining how globularity is impossible without a government, but I felt like you weren't here and nobody would agree with me.
Oh, I'm here. Are we going deep? Going deep? We talking about Jones Plantation? What are we doing?
I did the Jones Plantation already. We should definitely go back over it and listen. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, I just got off work, brother. I like this Friday Night Truth or Flat Earth chill zone thing you got going on.
Yeah, change the title
say hi.
It used to be no fuckwits allowed, so it was a different tone.
Ah, shit. Well, I got in here, so there you go. What's up, everybody?
Dude, Matthew has a lot of knowledge on the Rockefeller, Rothschild, bloodline, Illuminati, cult control of the world, it seems, and also the financial agreement that keeps us all in the predicament that we are. Interesting.
Ooh, are we about to get to the God of Contracts or what?
Ooh, no, I don't want to do that. I find that super boring, even though it's very integral and important. Oh. I'm like, I'm already asleep, dude. Let's
You don't want to go into UCC? Uniform Commercial Control? You don't like that shit? All right, fine.
Let me just stand under you and be over with. Matthew, I think I put a video somewhere that was geared at you. I might have got lost in the shuffle. Let me find it.
Just so you know, I downloaded Twitter so I can come on here, bro, on my phone. And I don't know how I feel about it.
Well, I'm glad I get your walking, talking California static noise from your phone. I'm glad that you joined.
Yeah. I got my Jabra Elites 3 in, bro.
All right, that's good.
It's not too bad for headphones.
I think
windy out here.
I think the worst people, the people that I hate the most now, are the people who go on online social engagement without using headphones. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just reading the app privacy for like Twitter. It's like data used to track you, purchases, contact info, browsing history, usage data, identifiers, user content, location.
Do you agree? Oh, well, then you can't use my software.
Exactly. Data not linked to you. Other data.
Dude, someday they're going to be like, do you have to log in? Like, no, don't worry about it. We know who you are, you know? You don't have to log in. It's fine. We know who you are.
Yo, where's Alan at? Is he in here or did he fall asleep?
Yo, I just got back. Give me a couple of seconds.
For sure. Yo, what up, brother?
Yo, Shane, what's crazy about that is that I just heard a thing that with the Google AI, it can predict up to 95% accuracy to the day you're going to die and how, just based off your data.
I call baloney tits.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Hey, I'm not saying it's true. I just said I seen a thing.
A great strength is to project your strength into your enemy's mind and then hide your weaknesses, right? So it's like, hey, what if we tell everyone that we have nukes and fakes and everything and control everything and shut you down? And yeah, that's kind of it. But they don't know that shit, dude. On the other hand, they do know everything you ever put on the internet. Dude, like in the olden days when we had structured community and like guidelines and, you know, actual help with local people, like surveys used to go out, companies used to ask people for this data, and people would slam the door in their face and tell them to get the fuck off their property. And they were like, but how do we get your data? And they were like, don't care, get out of here, right? So the whole struggle for just collecting data has inversed. Instead of us being adverse to it, we're like, where do I give you my free shit? Can I have a phone? Here's everything I'll ever boy. Want to see my food? I'm gonna post everywhere I've ever gone. Geolocate? Hell yeah, tag me, bitch. Can I have a chip? And we're like, I think something has shifted, and now they have everything that they want.
So true, bro. Completely inverted.
Like, not by our move, right? They did that to us by socially engineering that. Like, oh, you want Google? Can I have your email? Well, then you can't have Google, you know? Like, AOL, we're gonna send you a disk. How do I use it? Guess what you need? An AOL email. I mean, can I have your name, address, date of birth, social? What's your mother's maiden name? You want some bank account? You need some social credit real quick.
What's the thing, bro? It's like, what the hell is privacy anymore? Is there such a thing? Online, that
The thing is,
online.
there hasn't been privacy in so long, dude.
Yeah. Like out here in Vegas, where I'm at, they have this thing called Vegas Safe Cam, where they're asking people and businesses and Ring camera owners to basically sign up for this Vegas Safe Cam surveillance program, essentially, so that, like, let's say some crime is committed in your local neighborhood and you sign up for this thing, they have full access to your cameras at any time, and all they have to do is say, hey, you know, we're investigating a crime in the area, like, we're going to look into your cameras. But what the Vegas Safe Cam thing does, it's like, you don't have to ask permission. If you signed up for it, all your shit is already being shared with law enforcement.
It's
so
so
basically
easy.
they're creating a dragnet, just like a local dragnet, voluntary dragnet, which is wild.
Yeah, they pretend to follow rules and set standards for the things that are going to govern you, but really, it's always been no holds barred. We don't give a fuck. You're the subject, as it's always been, and this doesn't apply to us. We know that. But that being said, it's like, yeah, so do you want it? Okay, we'll check again when we apply a little bit more pressure. Hold on.
Yeah, for real.
Dude, someone said they were going to kill Alex Jones. I think it was Matthew. Dude, like, the way that they control is not overtly kill. Like, they're very good at it. They will kill it. They're not above killing people for sure. However, they know that that is way more time-intensive consumption, energy, resources controlling. It's just harder. because then you have to deal with the repercussions, the covering up, the making sure that doesn't cause more ripples than you're killing the guy to cover up in the first place. And then be careful of creating a martyr, which would start a movement, which, wastes all the momentum you were stealing from the other movement. So it's really tenacious. But what they do all the time is coerce, intimidate, blackmail, otherwise threaten, pressure, literally like kidnap, like all those things are way more effective. So everyone who's controlled isn't like, we're going to kill you. It's, first of all, it's sweet, then the stick, right? You want some money? What do you want? You want this? You want some girls? You want some stuff? What do you want? Coke, drugs? Like, we'll do all that. Oh, you don't want any of that? Well, what do you love? We're going to take that away. Like that's how that works until you finally get to, well, we're going to kill you, and not like it almost never gets there.
Yeah, it's basically mafia tactics. That's all it is.
I didn't know the mafia was that thorough. Oh wait, Jewish mafia.
You know what?
That's my favorite mafia.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, any mafia that plays Hava Nagila and dances like they do, like that's a mafia I'm into, dog.
Oh, my soundboard doesn't play for you guys, but my stream just heard having Nagila.
Dude, break out a little Javi. Yo, what's up, Beast?
Yo, sorry, I'm getting on the bus. What's up,
or should I say shalom, or whatever you people like.
Hello, fellow non-Jews.
We like potato pancakes and no interest rates.
Mm-hmm. Nice. You said you had a contract for me or something?
What?
I don't know. I just assumed you were trying to do business with me.
Bro, the bus is so full, I'm just standing up here. It's crazy. Nah. I don't know. Shane, were you going into the case for why we don't need the government or what?
Oof, that would be a tough one. It's more like, how would they sell you the globe by inspiring fear and your inability to trust your own senses by making you surrender your belief and observations to authority? How could they have pretended to be that authority without the infrastructure of the fake pseudo government, which you need authority in the first place, permit to drink water, or etc. Without the government, without the infrastructure, glob would have never happened. The pseudoscientific philosophy of modern science wouldn't have been forced down your throat. They don't have the academic hold, the stranglehold on academia. They don't have any of that stuff. So the government is the platform from which they launch the psyop of flat Earth, from which they control everyone.
Nice. Well said, sir.
When I realized that, I was like, oh, we just got to get people to not believe in the government. And then I was like, all my truther friends think that we need cops. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's so bad. I was like, we're going to do this. Now let's go back to flat Earth.
I know, dude. There's still so many mind viruses around. That's one of them.
Yeah, it's like, do you have to pay taxes? Well, not if you don't volunteer it. No, you don't have to pay taxes. That's like, what? Oh, man. The first thing the government does is award themselves more power. And they're like, oh, well, we can't. The people have a right to overthrow the government. Oh, is that what you guys wrote? We're going to get rid of that first thing. Actually, it's illegal for you to think about overthrowing the government. That's a law, by the way. Now, if you guys didn't know that, they just write shit down like that. So they can later imprison you for it if they suspect, or, you're going to, something like, let's see, what happened with Trump in January 6th or whatever, what was it? January something? That thing, right? That whole predicament was because, it's illegal to think about overthrowing the government. If you walk through this barrier, then you're in our special jail forever as a terrorist. And people are like, oh, they could do that? And they're like, bro, that's what it's there for. We are the targets.
Yeah, that basically was just a straight honeypot. And it's like, oh, now we can call you a white nationalist. And you're a domestic terrorist, level 0, or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to arrest you, throw you in G-Bay. It's over.
Yeah, but they can just use your internet activity or any of your data from the data thing we were talking about to do the same thing, make the same call, and just do what they want. So the time of following rules is over, dude.
No,
What do you
not
mean?
yet, bro. Because they have to still prove that you are the one sitting at your computer.
Huh?
You know what I mean?
No?
Yeah.
Nah, never met her.
Nope, don't know that.
No, bro, you can still get away with cybercrime because they have to prove that you're the one that's actually doing it on the computer and or on the phone.
Well, if they pick me up, I'd probably be caught, dude. Whether, like, you know, I mean, if they
You're
don't.
good. Deny.
Obviously, but they don't like there's no justice. You don't have rights. There's no rules. They don't have to follow anything. They're not going to stop the guidelines. They can do whatever the fuck they want and nobody can say shit. That's the reality. So.
Yeah, dog. Haven't you seen The Matrix when he was like, I need a phone call? And the guy was like, oh, you think you have a mouth, dog?
That's exactly right, dude. That's pretty funny.
That is kind of funny. But nah, dude. Until they do like some type of biometric ID to log on to your computer, then you guys are fine. You're golden.
No, dude. They've synced every account with your phone and iPhone and iCloud with your signature, biometric data, your passwords for every historical keychain you've ever used, every single sync thing, and online presence, dude. They can determine, you know what, based on all this, you're a fucking terrorist. We need you to be in jail. And I'm like, in your position, yeah, I'm a fucking terrorist.
Yeah, like in your position, I would do the same. Well played.
Or they use us, right, in order to corral more people
No, man.
through other honeypot schemes.
We are not the ones they control, bro. We are the ones they control people against. Like, they control people, and then they're like, our whole goal is to make sure that this little group of truthers doesn't stir the whole world into a fucking worldwide rebellion to take back the shit, because that's literally their only fear forever. Right? That's why they spend so much time subverting, controlling, dumbing us down, socially engineering, feeding us propaganda, making sure that we aren't interconnected and don't know anything, right? Because God forbid if we did any of that and just looked up, they'd be fucking dead. So.
Yeah, I think their one Achilles heel though is this AI bullshit. They're all so invested into it.
They're controlling it, man.
Yeah, but it's just smoke and mirrors at this point.
AI?
You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean that they're God they're trying to create?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Their hive mind that they're trying to create, like, oh, let's go for it. Brain-machine interfaces. Yay, Neuralink.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, if you spend your whole life like pissing off God, defiling children, and going against everything that was good and just in the world, and you were like, hey, when I die, what's gonna happen to me? What do you think? Oh, that fucking sucks. How do I forestall that as long as possible? I know, I'll just like pretend to be in a virtual world, create myself a cyborg, put my brain in the mainframe. I'm like, yeah, try that. You know, nothing else to lose, man. See what happens. I think that's where it comes from, dude. The innate fear of this leaving this material world where they have sold everything to be top of.
You mean their souls?
Yeah, soul, dude,
Yeah.
right?
Essentially.
I think that's the whole game of us being here, dude. Like, you're given a soul, and then the whole world tries to take it from you, and if you don't give it in, you win. And it's like, you gave it immediately. Like, you're gonna get rewarded with everything you want until you do so many things that you're gonna be like, I don't know. Like, imagine going to explain to God why you I was so bored with all the money and everything that I started to defile children for fun, and then I sacrificed some people, and then I drank some blood, and God, those maths in the woods were really fun to dance around with. So I did that for eternity, and yeah, I see how that sounds.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go down like that.
Yeah, I don't know how it would go down, but like, if I was like that, I would be like, okay, well, I'm fucked at some point. So what I'm gonna do is not think about that and just focus as long as I can to stay here where I can be happy.
Yeah, and then focus on trying to live forever.
Exactly. Yeah, can I be immortal? Is there magic? Is that real? What happened to the alchemy stone?
What happened to the alchemy stone?
I mean, look into all this.
Hey,
Is there
wasn't there a guy named Merlin? Did he write a book? Does anyone know?
Eternal youth? Is that a real thing? We got to devote everything to find it. That's what's up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm just chilling. I'm along for the ride. And I'm gonna keep doing this shit. You know? As long as I have you guys to fucking talk to, I don't care.
It is so much nicer with a group of people on the level. Before, I had to make my own group before I met you all, and it was very much harder. Of course, now I've completely abandoned them, and they all were like, what the hell happened to you, man? It's like, oh, I found Discord, I guess. That sounds shitty when I say it. Well, you guys should come to Discord.
And they're like, what do we do?
Yeah, like, you made us come to Telegram that you created, and now everyone's here from everywhere else. And it's like, yeah, I'm not there anymore. Oh, I'm a dick. I see what happened there.
I just don't like Telegram, bro.
Yeah, I was just like, I don't want to be alone, and everyone I see on the internet, I see as a threat because of their retardation and ignorance level. It's like, oh, your intellectual inferiority is actually a threat to me, so I have to be aware.
But at the same time, it's like, comparatively to like people around you locally, it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, dude, I still post videos and then judge the comments, and if someone made a not retarded comment supporting me, I'd be like, who are you? Where are you from? Can we be friends? Or like, I do a test to be like, you smart or fake smart? What do you got, right? And then like answer a question, and I'm like, from that question? Yeah, you're smart. And then it's like, can I learn from you? You know more than me. Excellent. Definitely going to be friends, right? And then I had like 10 or 12 of those people.
Yeah, I definitely want people who are passionate about something that they actually know. Like, if you can optimize a specific part of my life, that'd be great. Like, I will for sure take that advice.
Yeah. But as a rule, I just surround myself with people who are smarter than me, and it's never failed, right? Selfish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone in here is relatively a Renaissance man. You know what I mean? Where you have to learn a bunch of different fucking subjects in order to even become a flat earther in the first place.
Yeah, it's true.
So.
A teacher, researcher, science experimenter, bibliographer, a tech specialist, a different network IT guy, and like an animator / newscaster, right? Like those are all your hats. So
There's a lot of hats to wear in this community, that's for sure. And it's crazy because, you know, you'll go from like someone who's like, oh my god, I've been indoctrinated as a PhD and I fell for the scientific paradigm my whole life, and then I finally woke up to something. And then you have like another guy who's just like, well, I'm a farmer and I just looked outside, and you're like, oh, okay, we have those kind of people too. Like, I figured it out pretty quick.
yeah, dude, like it's that reliance on outside authority that'll get you, right? The farmer's like, no, government's stupid and just had to take my seed, so I'll figure it out myself. And the other dude's like, well, they know everything and I know nothing, so whatever they say is true. And that's how you get glob, dude. Only when you're like, okay, so everything I see is wrong. I can't tell shit for myself. I don't know anything. Well, you better tell me what it is then, I guess.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. And then you got the then you have like the Gen Z kids growing up who are just like completely nihilist. And they're just like, I don't give a fuck if the world burns.
I mean, I used to be that way, dude. I can't really blame people for embracing the slave mentality of, everything doesn't matter, nihilism, hedonism, because it's pressed upon you so hard. And then if you don't immediately accept it, you're just guided down the channel, which ultimately ends in nihilism anyway. So it's like, is it their fault? It is their fault for not, being open to it or realizing why they think that.
But that's why it's like so much more of a spiritual battle than anything, rather than like figuring out how to fight in their own game that they created. It's like, this is way beyond you trying to repair a system that was never supposed to work in the first place. Like, yeah, you just have to like morally navigate as best as you can, survive as best as you can.
Morally navigate. That's definitely what it is. It's a spiritual battle. Like, oh, so should I do what gives me money? And I have to not tell people things that are true. And it's like, no, that's the wrong path. Okay, but I need money. Well, morally, you should be like, okay, discerning what you think should be done and then operating within those
right.
things.
Greetings.
For money. Get in. Sorry. Thomas, were you trying to get in? Looked like you were trying to get in.
Yo, Flawless, you want a mic, brother? Got you, dog.
Yo, what's up, Alan? I have a mic, actually.
Oh, okay. My UI is bugged. Well, what's good, brother?
Nothing much. Yeah, I've really enjoyed the conversation, and I totally agree. It is a spiritual war. I think it's super important to do things that can counteract that and kind of feed, your own spiritual intellect. I don't know. For me, it's super important to like get into nature. I definitely like if I spend too much time in the city, I can, get down, get wrapped up in all the bullshit, and I can start to get down. But when I go out into nature, into the creation, and I experience that default position, as we call it, it's super, super refreshing. And I think that's super important.
I can agree with that, bro. Even though I live in the city, like, yeah, we're in an electric bath, you know, with all these signals and shit flying around. Like,
No,
who knows how it's
totally, man.
actually affecting our psyche?
Oh yeah, no. If you've been like you've had a shitty week, just drive out to the wilderness, get away from the EMF, like leave your phone at home and just kind of be alone with yourself and or bring someone with you. I've noticed if you want to make like super convincing arguments about the flat earth, either climb a mountain with someone or take them out on the lake and be like, "Hey, this is what I think, either hear me out or deny your senses."
But that's the trick, right? To get them, they have to deny their senses, and they've been prescribed, engineered, and like trained to do just that. So, yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, they're willfully comfortable doing that.
I mean, not so. Like, it's not even conscious that they're doing it. They're just like, oh, I've been shown that I'm a dumb fuck and I can't tell anything because I don't know math and sinusoidal gravitational waves. So I'll just surrender to the authority who knows more than I do, right? So they just get them to believe that they don't know and that they're not like smart enough to be able to tell, and then the whole rest of it falls away.
Yeah, but at a certain point, that's willful to not want to learn and let someone else do the learning and thinking for you. That's some cuck shit.
Yeah, it is. Like,
I don't know. Honestly, my least favorite reaction if I tell someone that I'm pretty sure that the earth is stationary and flat, the worst thing that they can say is the whole like, well, it's probably a simulation. Like, honestly, I'd rather you disagree with me and we have like, an intellectual disagreement than you just be like, I don't care.
That's natural though, right? When you're like defeated. Why does it matter? I still have to go to work tomorrow. Everyone goes through that part.
I hate that line, dude. What you just said. I hear that all the time. I still have to go to work. Like, who cares?
So say that everything I say is wrong and I can't do anything and everything you said is right. What does it matter? And it's like, oh, reality doesn't matter. Truth is nonsense. You don't mind being a slave your whole life. Yeah, that's true. Like, go with it, bro. You're fine.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we can thank relativity for that mindset. Like, it all started there. Like, E equals MC squared led to postmodernism and moral relativism as we know it now.
My boy. I say just that all the time.
Meanwhile, Alan's over here freaking doing RuneScape drops or something.
So I'm sorry.
Caught him. Caught him.
Nah, I was reading. What's up? Talking about a little relativity, little E equals MC squared.
Oh, your boy Feinstein.
Oh yeah,
Feinstein, you got there.
Yeah.
Nah, I just wanted to involve you, Alan, for no reason. Just wanted to make sure.
Someone said relativity, and you weren't here, so I didn't feel confident to respond. Are you here so I can be strong again?
Yep.
Someone said something about maps, dude. Where's Shane?
It's like, I don't know if I can answer without my safety net. Hold on.
Wait, coordinate system transform. Shane, get over here, please.
Shane, shit. So they're all the same? They're all equivalent?
Yo, I got someone yelling at me about astrogeodetics. Get over here, Shane. Get the hell over.
I love the terms that I read that nobody knows become commonplace because I use them as weapons. I'm like, oh, you want to talk about map? What's an astrogeodetic? Oh, fuck it. Let me Google it. Oh, an ellipsoidal thing. Oh, yeah, I'm the idiot. Okay, let's do this. And then later it's like, why do people mention astrogeodetics? Or like, we taught people the word logarithmic because they didn't know that. And then for 2 weeks, all you heard was logarithmic. You're like, oh, that was quick.
Yeah, bro. Sent it into the ether, bro, and it manifests.
People picked it up.
Yeah, Shane, you have challenged and improved my vocabulary like so much, man. So I
Nice.
super appreciate it. I have to like Google so many definitions whenever I listen to your stuff.
That's epic, dude. I mean, that's awesome. I do that all the time, by the way. Like, Alan will use words I don't know. Toby does, which it does all the time. And I'm like, instead of calling him a fuckwit and like be like word salad publicly and then making like a grandstand to go have other people agree with how dumb I am, I just Google it and I'm like, oh, I learned a word. It's crazy.
It's super fun too. You're just like, ooh, now I know what cosmography means. Let me try and sneak that in.
Dude, when people say words I don't know, I'm stopping everything. Like, what was that? Hey, what was that expression, Toby? What the hell was that? I've never heard of that. Sounds complicated and delicious. Can you explain it so I can learn it? Like,
complicated and delicious.
like astrogeodetic. That's what that sounded like to me. I was like, what in the world is that? Is it just what I'm looking for?
Ooh, 6 syllables. Tell me more.
Right. But dude, cosmography is actually a good one because it's like the symbol of them giving when we had knowledge and knew what shit meant, and then how we have pieces of information where nobody knows anything. And it's like, that wasn't intentional. Before people knew how they were related, now we're specifically divided so that the people who run everywhere can have all the maps, know where we are, and we don't know shit, right? We think we're on a globe. So that's interesting.
Yeah, if we want some sauce, bro, we got to get into the Royal Astronomical Society archives or something. Working on it.
Dude, so they released their archives to us kindly so that we can be educated on the propaganda we're supposed to regurgitate when people are like, longitude has always been here. There's a packet of information that says in 1700 we formed an institution called the Longitude Board and made a bunch of statements with historical papers. And you're like, oh, cool. So all that definitely happened, right? Yeah, here's all the vellum and, papyrus scrolls, and you're like, cool. But, like, where did it come from? Well, the Royal Society. Oh, well, like, from all over? No, from one museum. From all, like, over the past couple, on one day in 2014. All right, listen. All the information that we have comes from one drop from one museum on one archive on a zip file, huh? Well, shit, boys. Looks like we better be fucking lied to.
Yeah, can I get a large number 2 green witch sandwich, please? Thank you.
Does anyone have a chronometer?
Dude, a chronometer. Like, dude, you know why we couldn't tell time? Turns out we're fuckwits. So Newton made a boast that was like, nobody will be able to make a chronometer time-telling device good enough to go on the seas and use it as longitude detector. People were like, I'll take that challenge. Some dude who's never made a clock built one in his garage on a Tuesday, came and showed that motherfucker up. Went into the Royal Society, made a thing, put it on the boat, went to the sales, got the thing. Oh, it was the best invention ever created, the most accurate chronometer down to the half second. It was way above the pendulums that couldn't keep pace with the boats rocking on the water constantly. Nobody could stop on the land, I guess. And then they would use this chronometer to once and for all be able to tell that Greenwich was always the center of everything and the start of the circle.
Shout out to the Royal Society for hooking us up with that data drop. We would have never known.
Dude, I was so suspicious. I was like, oh, this is how it longitude board. Then I was like, wait a second. This is niftily like wrapped up in a neat bun and has a bow on top. And it's like, hey, we looking for how longitude came about? Don't worry, here's the whole story. Here's literally everything that anyone can know. Oh.
2014?
Yeah, dude. 2014.
Man, that's suspiciously when Flat Earth movement kind of got started with Eric Bay.
Yeah, so honestly, dude, the longitude thing was the first thing I read, understood, internalized, and got scared. I was like, fuck, people are going to believe this is how it happened for real. And soon, if we don't get out in front of this, right, if somebody doesn't make a scene about this shit and start saying terms like, dude, that's like a longitude to everyone, then this is going to be history. And this is not history, right? This is a false history clearly put here to give us a certain direction and, a certain base.
Dude, it's so crazy how much stuff, like how many roads lead back to the Royal Astronomical Society. Like, how long have they actually been around? Like, have they always been there, like, controlling shit?
Dude, have people always accepted them as our massive academic overlord?
Good question.
When did that happen? Like, when were we cool with having an overseer that would be from the same group of people who just knew everything? Was it like always? Or?
Imagine having overlords with fucking overbites, bro. Come on.
Imagine having overlords who think that because of their bloodline and what their daddy did, they have a right to treat you like scum and have sex with your wife and rape your children. Imagine that, though. And then, they run the world. But, whatever.
It's like the worst form of nepotism ever.
I know, dude. And it's wild. And they just took over the world.
I mean, not just, right? Slowly, methodically, based on being scorned and having a whole bunch of what they call wrath built into you. Dude, imagine you get born and you get told, hey, guess what? Everyone else is fucking trying to get you. All right. They want what you have to hate and get them. Like, you're told that over and over again. Yeah, you grow up and hate everyone, right? Like, they're born into hate. They get hate blurred into them. And they get released with all the hate to go wreak hate on the world and perpetuate the cycle.
Well, it's very similar to the, I guess you would say, Jewish mob.
Oh, I was just going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it.
Where I was going.
Yeah, it's same thing. If you're a non-Jew, you're a goyim. You're a fucking goyim. They don't give a fuck about you.
Yep.
Yeah, like, isn't it kind of convenient that you have, like, Occupy Wall Street and the Fed, all those protests around.
And then everyone was gay all of a sudden. It was transgenderism. Yeah. Like, whoa, what happened? Hey, social movement.
Yeah. It was around like 2011, 2012. And then these banksters who were just like, oh, fuck, dude, people are paying attention to us. I got an idea. Racism. Hands up, don't shoot. Trent Von Martin, all that bullshit, all that racism protest bullshit basically distracted everybody from Occupy Wall Street and the Fed. And like everyone just kind of forgot about it. And the Jews won again by putting white against black.
You know why? It's because every time we fight a battle, they erase the history and how it was the outcome. So everyone who starts the battle thinks that they're the only one and that this is the first time. However, it's been a series of battles that we've always won concurrently, but the battle has always been lost because these people who just have infinite patience and resources wait till we're fucking dead and then teach our children the opposite and off they go again. But dude, I think like before I was here on fire, I wrote an article specifically about Occupy Wall Street, the anonymous movement, how interconnected battles have been fought over privacy and like the control of everyone. But each time that we win, they erase and restart and reset. And so we never know. I think I called it like on the shoulders of never mentioned Titans or something. Let me find it. It's got to be relevant now. Like nice
Wait, you said it's a book?
No, like an article. I wrote stuff before I just winged everything.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Me light this fucking pre-roll that I got from work. Real quick. Let's see here.
Yeah, their plan is divide and conquer, problem, reaction, solution every single time.
Yeah. Yep. How can they be fighting us when they're so busy fighting each other and handling all the problems we instilled, created, and manufactured for them to deal with? Dude, and then it's like, they're getting close. You know what we need? A distraction. Let's release some information, have an alien sighting, we'll start a mob, shoot somebody, have a school shooting. Yeah, we'll do one of those things.
You know what we need? A new gatekeeper.
How do we elevate one quickly enough? Oh, Mark's I'm just kidding.
Give them just a little bit of truth and then keep them there. Keep them locked in at the surface level.
Let's fire him from Fox News.
How dare you? That he is definitely a truther, okay? Just because his whole family and his bloodline was always in the game and he has money the whole time and has been telling us the opposing side of the truth as per his script doesn't mean he doesn't have good intentions.
Oh, we're talking about Tucker
the man
Carlson.
on the screen lied to me?
Tucker Carlson is a saint. How dare you take that back? Oh, dude, I forgot about the dude that I wrote about in the first place. I made it about a kid's name, and then I forgot about him completely when I was telling you the story, dude. I'm the worst. Aaron Schwartz, man.
I mean, dude, it's no coincidence that fucking Tucker Carlson's a deadhead. Come on, bro. If anything is a CIA fucking created band, it's the Grateful Dead.
Dude, all the Laurel Canyon bands are CIA. Like, that shit's crazy, man.
I know, dude. To think, like, when the CIA really established their power after fucking getting rid of Kennedy, what's the first thing they do? They go deep into propaganda.
Media. They started infiltrating the media and paying reporters, and then the whole thing, it went from there. We're like, oh, we got caught. And there was a hearing at church here. They're like, listen, does the CIA pay reporters? They were like, we're going to talk about this in private session. Can I ask you 2 more times? Like, yeah, but I'm going to say the same thing. And then the end result is, hey, we'll stop. And that was it.
Dude, when I found out that Jim Morrison's father from the door
Blew
was
my
responsible
mind,
for the fucking Gulf of Tonkin psyop. I was like, holy shit.
I mean, like how Israel was like ordered to
Oh.
register as a foreign influence before JFK, and they were like, "Oh, we can't have that." And then JFK died mysteriously for other reasons, and then they never had to register. And then they specifically were used to launch that attack at America to start the whole war. Or am I missing something?
Oh, here's something for you, Flatless, if you didn't know. If anyone knows the Gifted and Talented Education Program, aka GATE, or TAG, Talented and Gifted, if anyone ever is familiar with it or heard of it, Michael Aquino's mom is the one who started GATE, by the way. Michael Aquino being the NSA fucking weird dude that has like those crazy ass eyebrows, who created the Temple of Set in the military and shit like that. And, like, he was in the NSA, created Psy-War. Yeah, his mom created the Gifted and Talented Education Program. So let that one sink in for a second.
Damn, bro. That's wild. Dude, that book about the NSA, that Digital Fortress you mentioned a while ago, that book's super
Yeah,
good,
did
man.
you read it? Or you heard it on audio, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
no,
one of my
I did the
favorites.
audiobook. It's a good one, man, for sure.
That's pretty wild. Especially because that book was made in, I think, 98.
Wait, no shit. 98? And it was spilling NSA juice? That's, yeah. No, Digital Fortress is a good one, man. You've got great, like, content recommendation, Beast.
Thanks, bro. There's a lot of shit that goes under the radar that, like... To be fair, though, I don't know if you know Ethergress. Goddamn, some good shit. Sorry. Fuck it. Hold on, give me a second.
Wait, what were you saying? Ethergrass?
He was gonna say some other dude has some stuff and recommend it to you, but he got caught smoking and walking and didn't do enough push-ups for me the other day, so he's coughing.
No, Ethergress, who's another truther in Discord servers. I love that dude. He's the one that recommended me Pantheon as well. So I just wanted to give him a little credit. Well, Shane, you gotta finish, bro.
Yeah, stop inflicting that upon other people.
No.
Hey, man, Pantheon rocked my world. Like, I see why Beast pushes it so hard. And it's crazy that, like, one of the dudes that started Google that left in 2012 is, like, what, an executive producer on it?
Yeah. There's a lot of wild shit. Like, it doesn't feel like
Dude.
a story, bro.
Speaking of holes you have to go through, dude, like I remember when I found the Google hole very early, I was like, I'm gonna look about vaccines and information, and it's like, wait, Google's against me? No, I can't believe it. Everything is wrong. And then I was like, oh, this is gonna be harder than I thought. Like, wait a second. They control and isolate, and oh my, how do I? It's the term is Googling it. How are we gonna? We're fucked.
Yeah, Google used to have the slogan in their headquarters, "Don't be evil," and
Yeah,
then
and
they
they were
got
like,
rid
you
of
know
that
what?
like a few
We
years
can't have
ago.
that anymore. Is anyone asking why? Don't worry about that. Like what?
Yeah.
First of all, what a weird thing to pick, and then a definitely double weird thing to remove.
Then the Indian CEO came in and was like, "Look, we've got to be realistic. We can't be. We have to be a little bit evil."
Is that what he said? Is that really what happened, dude?
No. I'm just fucking around.
Oh my
That's
god! I
basically
was
what
like, I can't believe.
I think he said it like in a Christopher Walken mannerism, Beast.
Nah, dude, I'm way too high for that, bro. I'm gonna fuck it up.
I don't think that's
No way.
possible, brother. He definitely said it like the way Christopher Walken would say it. How did it go again?
You know, here at Google, I can't do it, dude. I'm
Come on,
way
you
too
had
high,
it.
bro. I'm way too high, bro.
Dude ruined a perfectly good imitation mid-word. I mean,
I can't do it. I'm too embarrassed, bro. That's not one of my good ones.
embarrassed.
You were killing it, bro.
Yeah, the Indian voice was on point, man.
It was
Don't
great.
worry about it.
It's great.
Oh, anyway. Yeah, man. It's kind of interesting using the technology to talk about the technocracy. So.
Yeah, that is true, and that.
Thanks, Twitter Spaces.
I mean, not Twitter. Twitter's controlled and backwards, and I can't hear you, but I can hear half of you, but my words get transmitted only to half of the. Like, dude, it's definitely not the best. But the internet itself, double-edged sword, right? We're gonna kill him with this, and it's like, well, that's how we're gonna win, right? If we didn't have the internet, we wouldn't know anything.
Well, that's from, yeah, dude. But I don't know, man.
They never intended us to have the information. They're big believers of information control because knowledge is power. So when we started getting knowledge, they were like, fuck, what do we do?
I don't think it was that. I don't know, man. Like, I really think the internet was completely created on purpose.
I mean, it was on purpose. It wasn't accidentally created, but the way it was used, right, was out of their control. Like, Dave's a big believer of they control everything and never make mistakes. And I'm a big believer of whenever they fuck up, they adapt as quickly as they can and fix it, right? So better off pretending your mistake was intentional and then trying to repurpose it. And then, like, assuming that you don't make any mistake. Everything is planned.
Yeah, but the military created
The internet first. Yeah, yep. Yeah, but so...
It was ARPANET, and you know how the military is. If they don't want a technology to be released, they will not release that shit, and they will hold on to it. The fact that they, quote-unquote, gave it for research purposes to Stanford professors to transmit data or whatever the fuck, they created ARPANET, and, then it eventually became... I can't remember what the second one was called, but they basically created the entire internet infrastructure at these Ivy League schools. And then what? You know what I mean? Like, what was their goal in releasing it for research? Like, what were they waiting for these smart people to do? And I think it was, like you said, data collect.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, Shane. Like, I don't think they foresaw search engines and people, having access to millions of websites. I think they thought it was going to be like a phone book. Like, you had to remember every website.
That's a good point.
Interconnectivity.
Netscape and shit. Yeah.
But dude, like they didn't intend for the internet to do what they did. So like they've been removing links, breaking internet. Like old articles don't exist. This old things don't exist. Have you ever heard the internet dead internet theory? It's like a Potemkin village. When you research something on Google and it says 7 billion results, that's never true. It's a lie, right? It's a bold-faced lie intended to give you the impression of the vastness of the internet and available information. But if you click 9-10 pages, you're not getting 6 billion results. You're not getting 60 pages of results, right? The whole thing is a facade. But what they've been doing as they've had the internet is removing it as we go, right? So if we had a perfect collection of, never messed with collected aggregated data since we started, we'd be way more knowledgeable than we are now. And right now, people will find something on the internet, internalize it, say something, and then do nothing with it, and then it's gone, right? When they remove that link, it's gone. It never happened.
Oh yeah, no, I totally am on board with dead internet. And like when you see 800 comments, like 600 of them are bots.
Right. The other part is it's controlled to give you the impression by using AIs and like, oh, my YouTube followers went down, and it's like, did they though?
Though this is where I think they're gonna really utilize AI in places like ICANN and shit like that. You know what I mean?
What's ICANN?
The International Corp. It's basically the people that do IP addresses. I can't remember what the fuck it stands for right now. Really
you guys know that how the internet works, right? Interconnected machines based on a thing identifiable as a node that continues all the way through with interconnection, never a gap, right?
Right. Yeah.
And then you have the dark net, which would be interconnected nodal points not connected via those traversable connections, but actually identifiable only if you know the actual destination, right? Or is that too far?
No, you're good. Keep going.
Right. Like so that's how they control information with the nodal mapping, right? So when something happens that takes note, they trace that where on the internet it was found and notice the methods by which they control. So the thing I wrote about, dude, which you should read, it's pretty short, is about a kid who figured this out early on and was like wrote a script to make the papers that were being published and printed at the library or at school. He made it free and he like wrote the thing and printed it out. And for that, the dude got like executed, not executed, but like just targeted, destroyed, made an example of, had to go to court, started the movement, became the whole basis of COPPA, Copyright Infringement Act, right? So on the internet, you can't say stuff that's bad for the controlling powers because obviously reasons, and we'll call it copyright. And copyright has been battling with the big things, and it ended up in Section 203, allowing where we are today to have people say shit that they don't like and be not responsible. So, damn.
What was the kid's name? Oh shit!
I thought that I wrote he was the whole basis of the article I was just talking about that I just put out there. It's Aaron Schwartz. He ended up killing himself because they made his life a living hell, and he didn't know.
I
what
was
to
just
do.
gonna say, was it Aaron Schwartz
Yep.
you're talking about? The
Yep.
one who the one who basically got killed because he said he could fix fucking Obamacare.
No,
website
yeah, that was
overnight?
later. That was later. He was trying to do good stuff. The one thing that got him for was he literally made those papers public, right? So when we were before, like, oh, how did they make it for academia and then have it spread? Well, because people were like, oh, is this information? You want me to pay 70 cents to you? No, hold on. Okay, now it's free for everyone, and we get papers. They were like, whoa, information shouldn't be dispersed like that for free to everyone. You know, they were like, no, we gotta fix this.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I was thinking Aaron Schwartz, but I didn't know he did that as well. Like I knew him for trying to fix the fucking Obamacare website,
Yeah,
and then
that
was
yeah.
hung the next day later.
Yeah, so
after he claimed it.
what really happened, though, is he was the first movement to start an organic movement from the people that got something stopped in Congress, right? Like COPPA was being voted on, and he made a scene, did activism, and showed people what that really meant for the the safety of the internet. They were like, whoa, that's not good, right? So he was the one who started that to stop the vote. So once they were like, that dude stopped our fucking motion and the wheels of the machine we run, all right, take him out. Can't have that. But like, yeah, he started with giving information and has been targeted ever since. Like the whole story is he was like, it's essentially the first like kid who was like, but the information should be free, but people need to know this. And it was like, I'll make it so they can read it. And they were like, well, we're gonna put the fullest extent of our fake law upon you, right? So
I'm gonna have to look into that more.
You could just read the 2 pages I wrote that summarizes it nicely and gives you all the links, but whatever.
Yo, Shane, where can I read your articles, bro?
Well, this was on a Just Paste It archive, which is where I used to put stuff before I wrote my own database for all the stuff, right? It was a good place to share that would get past, say, YouTube, who would block links, etc. Let me see. I'll put it in the Jumbotron.
Real quick, Shane, what do you think about Ross Ulbricht?
I don't know. Is that a person?
Yeah, Dread Pirate Roberts. Created the Pirate Bay.
Oh, no, I don't know anything about that.
Dude, I know about Ross Ulbricht. What do you think, Beast?
He created Silk Road, not Pirate Bay.
Ooh, that's
yeah. No, you are right.
Right. Yeah.
Different connotation.
Sorry, my bad. Again,
What?
freshly baked.
You guys remember?
He created Silk Road, and then basically got taken out, and the FBI started to run the Silk Road. That's right.
Well, he was super young. Like, he was in college when he started Silk Road. It seems like, to me, he started out as an idealist, and then it got out of hand and, kind of past his, control. It seemed like it got, deeper than what he intended.
You guys remember the whole anonymous movement?
Yes.
The group of hackers who figured out the government was lying, doing all this stuff, and told us all, and we all were like inspired with vigor to promptly forget it and go back to being happy fucking slaves, or however that happened.
Well, the thing about Anonymous, everyone thought that they're, people still think that they're running shit, like they're still a legit organization, when in fact Sabu, who was like the ringleader, basically was like an FBI informant for like 2 years.
Yep.
Got rid of all the top brass in Anonymous, but instead of actually coming out and being like, we took down Anonymous, blah, 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 they basically took it over as a honeypot and created like the biggest honeypot of all time and captured even more hackers who basically created the kind of dragnet that we're in today. And how they did it was basically like, bait these. It's the same thing, like how the FBI like baits, domestic terrorists, like gives them all the tools in order to do it, right? It's the same thing with hackers, right? Give them, targets, quote unquote, and basically be like, yo, Mr. Johnson, we're gonna charge you with computer espionage. And it's like, you want to get 20 to life, or do you come work for us with criminal pay?
Yeah, it's like, do you want to, be forever put in jail for the thing that you didn't know you were doing that we let you do, or do you want to do the thing that we're going to back you into doing anyway? And you're like, tough choice.
Exactly. And then some of the best minds in law enforcement were started off as like hacktivists. So
I'm just looking at all the videos that I linked are all, of course, removed by now. So I should have seen that coming. But I was still on YouTube at that point, right? Didn't Dude, we kept trying to bring Anonymous back, and they kept stomping it out. Like, it did a 4-stage thing. Like, it kept rising up. It was over in Europe. It was over here. It was on Wall Street. And then they were like, nah, we got it. It's over. Dude, what was that war that they helped in? Or there was a takeover in, like, East Bumfuck, or whatever they were currently doing, the spreading, just say, Zionist banking love and joy and the American petrodollar, whatever current war that was causing. They like stopped internet activity, and activists went in there.
You're
and,
talking
like,
about the Turkey coup?
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Yes, when they basically, dude. Okay, this is how crazy it was. People were starting to spray paint Cloudflare.
I love that you know all the stuff I know.
Dude, they were starting to spray paint fucking 1.1.1.1 everywhere because they shut down the internet in Turkey. I remember that shit. This was crazy.
And the whole internet was like, you can't do that. We can help them, so we will. And they started,
So they just started the Cloudflare base. That's why I fuck with Cloudflare still to this day. 1.1.1.1 because they did that. They basically helped people connect while the entire government shut it down.
Dude, it turns out people on the internet found out how evil the government was, and then the evil government tried to stifle that, and that's what Anonymous was. And they're like, so what we do is we make the heroes the villains, and the villains the heroes, and we'll try to disparage, discredit, otherwise dissuade. And then when they were in Europe, they figured out like their royal leaders were like child molesters, and they were like, that's not right. There's one clip where there's a kid like climbing out of the palace or something in the middle of the street in broad daylight, and people are like, what the fuck is going on? And then it all went away. They were like, the power these people have to write laws to not incriminate themselves, to be like, actually, these laws don't apply to royalty sovereign because I can just go fuck, go. It's like when the people saw that, they rose up, and then easily, once that one battle was over, they just dissuaded it, right? Erased the history, changed how it worked, and the kids told a different story. So it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm also happy that you know some of the shit that I know and like followed.
I can half vaguely describe something and you just pick it up, and I'm like, it's nice.
Been in a lot of the same circles, but like never crossed paths until
I assumed that everyone here had to follow the same path when I got here, so I was like, wow, all these super smart people. And then I was like, you don't know about COVID? Wait, you didn't learn about fiat currency? You believe in the government? Oh, so it's just flat earth then. All right, that's still cool. It's still cool.
It's like you got one notch on the belt.
It's still cool, yeah. Dude, someone should make a meme of the diagram of truthism and make it like the staircase of disbelief and put flat earth as like, the one of the two big ones.
First step.
Or the last one, depending how you're doing it. So you can see like the path and the evolution, quote, of truthing, or where you're supposed to end up. And it's like, actually, we're the best truthers. We know all the spots.
Bro, the thing is, the staircase in reality would be not even like a linear staircase. It'd be some fucked up, like interconnected.
Like a thought web, yeah.
Exactly, dude.
No, an obsidian nodal chart. Hold on, I have a picture.
That's funny, actually. But no, it would literally look like some type of fucked up spider web, because some people have other mind viruses and some people don't. Like, there's really no way to correlate it. It's like you really have to have a series of filtering questions before you understand where someone's at. It's like, yeah, exactly. Like, flat earth? Okay. No government? Okay. COVID? Okay.
Yep. Vaccine?
Germs?
Good. Yep, right. Viruses? Where we're at with yep. Let's hit the big pegs real quick so I can justify if I'm going to keep talking to you.
Don't you miss when back in the day, in order to filter out somebody that you were interested in talking to, you just be like, do you like Fortnite? Oh, you do? Okay, I don't have to talk.
Hey, how them politics going? Oh, you have an opinion? Moving on.
And then you get people who probably would speak up and be like, well, sometimes I do like Fortnite, all right? I relax to it, I get it, blah, blah, blah.
Dude, my first question was always like, do you know what, do you understand me or whatever? Like, do you understand? Like, something like from the law thing out from them, because that's what I was on. And when one person was like, no, I refuse to say I stand under you. And I was like, dude, where are you at? We're gonna be friends. Let me send you a message.
Yeah, dude. Flatless, what are you doing still up, bro?
Dude, I work night shift, man. I work until 1 a.m. Mountain Time, so I got off work like an hour and a half ago. So I'm chilling, man. What are you doing still up, Beast?
I mean, it's literally the same scenario. I just got off an hour ago. There you go. Except
Nice, man.
I have a goodie bag tonight. One of the perks
Really?
of
Get
being
another free one?
Bro. I got 200 milligrams of edibles. Got like 3/8, some pre-rolls.
That is pretty nice, dude.
I know. And it happens like every 2 weeks or so, and it's just like, yeah, they want you to basically test the product because they want you to know what the fuck you're selling. So, hell yeah.
You like a bud tender?
Yes, sir.
Nice, man. I'm like, shit, 6 hours from Vegas. I love going, dude. I'm in like northern Utah, but southern Utah is one of my favorite places on the earth.
Ah, you're in freaking Mormon territory. Nice.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm
I've been here.
fascinated with the Mormon culture as of late. I don't know if you guys know this. The Mormons created their own language that they used at one point called Deseret. You send some people down a fucking rabbit hole there. That's a good one. It's a good rabbit hole.
Yeah, man. We still like one of the biggest newspapers is the Deseret News here. But I didn't know it was its own language. That's wild. Can you give me like the
It's its own alphabet. Sorry, not language. I'm getting high as fuck. Yeah, the Deseret alphabet. It's like its own phonetic alphabet that I can't remember his name now off the top of my head, but someone invented it.
Brigham Young?
Yeah, it was only used for like 9 years or something like that. And then if you look, there was a proposed state of Deseret, like there was supposed to be an entire Mormon state before the Louisiana Purchase that like incorporated like Nevada, Idaho, Utah. Yeah, you could see like a little picture of it. It's pretty wild. It's a fun rabbit hole to go down.
No, for real. They wanted to name this place Zion for a reason.
I was just about to say that, bro. Yeah, like it's one of the only places in the world that is biblically accurate to like where Jerusalem could be, in a sense, or where Zion could be, like actual Zion.
Yeah, and there's like, I mean, so many of the places here are have biblical names. It's definitely a rabbit hole. If people haven't looked into it or come here, like it's a special place for sure. And I feel like everyone is just like, ooh, the Mormons are weird and kooky. Like I don't want to go to Utah, but it's a different thing.
Oh, by the way, 23andMe company headquarters is in Utah. Oh, and the NSA also has a giant data facility center in Utah.
Beehive. It's called the Beehive. It's
called the Beehive. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, dude, that's where Hillary Clinton's emails are. Adobe is also headquartered here.
So, if you guys didn't know, don't fuck with Utah. Just kidding.
Dude, so we have I don't know if you know about Dugway Air Force Base, but that's like the rumor is that that's like the true Area 51, like, deep underground military base, all kinds of crazy shit.
Oh yeah, and I remember that Truth or Stop.
Yeah, if you want to go deep on like geoengineering, looking at the Skull Valley incident, it's like right down the road from Dugway, and they were testing like some crazy aerosol spray. Like I think it had iodine in it, and it killed like hundreds of sheep and gave like all of the children cancer, like right down the road from Dugway.
I usually just throw up my list of every patent of geoengineering that I have on hand whenever anyone mentions the word, so I'll do that now just for fun.
I mean, isn't iodine safe though for humans?
Dude, I'm not okay. I think it was iodine. I'm not sure, but if you Google Skull Valley incident, you can read
Mm-hmm.
how the Air Force gave a ton of sheep and children and people in the area here like terminal cancer, and they all died super quick.
They do that for fun all the time, or like experiment or data, whatever the reason is. They seem to like that, man.
Hold on, sorry guys. You guys can hear
We're
my
gonna
whole
spray everything with
kitchen.
DDT. We're gonna give you stuff, and it's gonna help you. And it's like everyone has deformities, and like that's unrelated. Have some more DDT.
Okay, let me see something here. Skull Valley.
Could you type
Dugway
harder?
sheep incident.
I don't think you're hitting your keys with enough fervor. Could you increase it a little bit?
Oh, my bad. They said they just tested a nerve agent. Didn't even describe it.
Yeah, we decided to test our weapon on our citizens, not because we're at active war with the population in perpetuity. It's because accidents or something. What do they say? Like, how do you justify that?
Wild.
Yeah, it's also where they like kept a ton of Japanese in the internment camps after World War II. Topaz is the area over there where they had I think it's the largest internment or concentration camp in America back in the late 40s.
Interesting. Yeah, dude, I definitely gotta pick your brain about Utah one day for sure. But if you haven't seen it, like the state of Deseret, look that shit up, bro. If you haven't heard about that.
No, dude, I know all about the state of Deseret, but I was unfamiliar with the fact that they had their own like phonetic alphabet. I'm definitely gonna check that out.
I like going through my Telegram when I find stuff because I'm like, I know that I named it, and now I can find around. I always look at like I'm scanning all the other stuff I posted, and I'm like, look at all the InfoWars stuff I posted. I remember back before I found Flat Earth, and I thought they were truthers. Like,
That's another step. Another step right
there. I
there.
mean, like, it's with like nostalgia steps. Like, oh, I remember that.
The InfoWars step.
Yep, dude. A lot of people get stuck on steps, and like you lose everyone along the way. So the end is most people don't make it to the top, right?
Bro, we haven't yet either. We don't even know what the top is.
Well, what's worse than everything that we know, dude? We got like hiding God and Earth flat. So what's about